To tell the truth, the treatment within the Akatsuki organization really isn't that great. As someone who has started a business before, Orochimaru believes he treats his subordinates quite well, providing them with basic benefits and never being part of an organization that exploits its members like this. However, the Akatsuki seems to have always been like this. The Akatsuki's leader, Pain, is powerful enough to suppress the organization's S-class rogue ninjas. These rogue ninjas, following the strong, wouldn't actively rebel against him. Most of these rogue ninjas have their own ideals, and the Akatsuki wouldn't interfere with how these ideals might trouble the world. Orochimaru is different. Orochimaru is an exception. Orochimaru's intentions are not pure, targeting the very foundation of the Akatsuki, Pain's Rinnegan, which immediately led to Pain, the leader of the Akatsuki, targeting him for minor offenses. Of course, that's just the superficial reason. There's a deeper reason, which is Orochimaru's problems with his own subordinates, plotting to take over their bodies, leading to their retaliation. In the Land of Wind, this shadow clone meeting has ended. Sasori of the Red Sand, as if forgetting he had ever snitched, took the initiative to reassure Orochimaru, "Orochimaru, don't worry about your mission. I will secretly monitor your assassination of the fourth Kazekage, Rasa. Now, you can take off the organization's uniform to avoid leaking any information about the organization." Orochimaru's eyes flashed with displeasure. At this moment, Orochimaru truly wished that Akihara Kagura was here to dismantle Sasori of the Red Sand into pieces. Elsewhere, Akihara Kagura left the Akatsuki's base. Jiraiya, having spent a carefree night in a small town, believed that the affairs in the Land of Rain were nearly concluded. He planned to take Akihara Kagura to the Land of Wind to deal with his old friend Orochimaru's assassination of the fourth Kazekage, Rasa. If Orochimaru causes too much trouble in the ninja world, Jiraiya feels it will be more troublesome to bring him back to Konoha in the future. The Land of Wind is a barren country. Sand Village is the ninja village of the Land of Wind. Before the Third Great Ninja War, the third Kazekage disappeared, and Sand Village chose to start a war against the Land of Fire during the turmoil. After fighting with Konoha, both sides finally sat down to shake hands and reached a peace agreement, becoming allies to this day. Jiraiya mentioned these past stories, giving Sand Village a lot of face, but sighed. Unexpectedly, the missing third Kazekage was turned into a puppet by a rogue ninja of Sand Village. Puppets, huh? Akihara Kagura casually mentioned the first time they saw Sasori of the Red Sand at Orochimaru's experimental base. "I saw that puppet could use Kekkei Genkai." "Perhaps." Jiraiya, remembering the puppet master he had encountered, spoke gravely. "That is the legendary human puppet, turning living people into puppets, making the puppets act as if they were alive, but such puppetry has always been a legend." "Oh." Akihara Kagura's eyes sparkled with interest. "I should have tried to capture that guy and learn from him how to make human puppets. And once I captured the third Tsuchikage and the fourth Mizukage and turned them into human puppets. That's a forbidden technique." Jiraiya grabbed Akihara Kagura's head and scolded him angrily. "Don't just learn forbidden techniques, don't become someone like Orochimaru." After saying this, Jiraiya felt a sudden tightness in his heart. Jiraiya thought of Orochimaru's life, who had once almost become the Hokage but was later lured away by the power of forbidden techniques. Anyway, Jiraiya looked at Akihara Kagura in front of him, seriously warning his disciple, "Never casually learn those harmful forbidden techniques. This disciple really needs constant supervision, or he could go astray at any moment." Fortunately, they entered the Land of Wind. The weather here is not something ordinary people can endure. Even ninjas, with chakra in their bodies and physical strength far surpassing that of ordinary people, find it quite difficult to stay in such an environment. Jiraiya took this opportunity to temper the character of Akihara Kagura, taking this young fellow on a trek through the desert. Along the way, they encountered some staggering merchants, some sand ninjas escorting the merchants, and also rogue ninjas from other countries. After all, with the harsh environment of the Land of Wind and a major ninja village present, rogue ninjas from other countries flee here to avoid being pursued by their homeland. Sand Village. When Jiraiya and Akihara Kagura arrived here, Sasori of the Red Sand and Orochimaru had quietly infiltrated the village, plotting to assassinate the fourth Kazekage, Rasa. The fourth Kazekage, Rasa, also possessed the magnet release ability, allowing him to draw gold sand from underground, which was an important reason for him becoming the fourth Kazekage. Due to Sand Village's poor performance in past ninja wars, the daimyo of the Land of Wind cut down on the village's military budget, making it difficult for Sand Village to maintain a strong ninja force. They could only save financial resources as much as possible to focus on training excellent ninjas. Despite this, To ensure Sand Village's finances did not collapse, the fourth Keizkij Rasa needed to utilize his magnet release ability to extract gold sand, ensuring the village could continue to sustain itself. However, this was not a long-term solution. Even if the fourth Keizkij Rasa worked as a gold miner, it could not always be an economic pillar for one of the 5 great ninja villages. This method was too risky. A slight drop in the price of gold sand could potentially bankrupt Sand Village. The fourth Keizkij Rasa had to find a way to maintain the price and scale of gold sand exports. Furthermore, other affairs of Sand Village were not going smoothly. Other major ninja villages had more or less mastered the methods of creating or using tailed beasts, except Sand Village, whose one-tailed Jinchuriki had always been troublesome, even posing a risk of rampaging and harming the village. It might not be of much use in the future. The fourth Keizkij Rasa was constantly thinking about handling the one-tailed Jinchuriki problem, as the Jinchuriki was his youngest son, Gaara. Gaara's birth resulted in the death of his wife, Karura, which was one of the reasons Rasa had such a complex attitude towards this young son. The fourth Keizkij Rasa stood on the terrace outside the Keizkij office, watching a quiet red-haired little boy sitting on a rock in the distance. The word love was engraved on the forehead of the red-haired little boy. It was after the last time he was attacked by his beloved uncle, Yashimaru, that he carved it with sand on his own forehead, vowing to live only for himself from that day on, no longer needing any emotions. The dark circles under the eyes of the red-haired little boy were due to his fear of sleeping. Once Gaara fell asleep, the one-tailed Shukaku inside him would appear, rampaging within Sand Village, so he always dared not sleep. Suddenly, a gust of wind arose. A shuriken swiftly flew towards Gaara. The red-haired little boy seemed to have no reaction, not noticing the shuriken aimed at his life, still sitting there on his own. Whoosh! A flurry of yellow sand suddenly rose, blocking the shuriken. This shuriken came from a sand ninja who came to assassinate Gaara, acting on orders from the fourth Keizkij Rasa, and also harboring hatred for the one-tailed Jinchuriki who often rampaged through the village. Even if this one-tailed Jinchuriki was a child, he must be eliminated. The sand ninja no longer hid, pulling out a kunai from his ninja tool bag and leaped towards Gaara. However, the red-haired little boy still had no reaction. If this kid made no move, then this assassination attempt could succeed. Opportunity! Just as the Sand Village ninja reached Gaara, aiming the kunai at the little boy's chest, about to end the little fellow's life, a mass of yellow sand suddenly flew up, blocking the assassin. Boom! The whirlwind of yellow sand hurled the assassin out. Until this moment, Gaara, who had been sitting quietly in his original spot, finally seemed to react, slowly extending his palm towards the assassin. Sand-binding coffin! Accompanied by Gaara's youthful and icy voice, a whirlwind of yellow sand rose, wrapping the assassin's body together. "Let me out! Let me out!" The assassin, his face filled with terror, watched as the yellow sand wrapped around his body, cutting off his access to air until he was suffocated alive within the technique of sand-binding coffin. Killing like this is too slow. The young boy coldly released his palm, and the whirlwind of yellow sand instantly vanished, moving to his side as the assassin's body fell to the ground. The young boy looked at the corpse, revealing a cruel smile, and it allowed him to die too easily. A method of killing that is more efficient and inflicts more pain must be developed quickly. On the distant terrace of the Keizkij Tower, the fourth Keizkij Rasa watched the entire process of his son being attacked, his eyes revealing a trace of disdain and disgust before he returned to his office by himself. Besides this Keizkij, 2 other people also noticed this scene. Orochimaru, looking at the red-haired boy who killed without blinking as if seeing a treasure, licked his lips with his tongue. A perfect killing tool. HMPH. Sasori of the Red Sand, having watched the entire process, spoke nonchalantly. "Let's go investigate some information first. I haven't been back to this village for a long time. I wonder if the pawns I placed in the village are still alive. Find out information about that boy for me." Orochimaru, still looking at Gaara, chuckled. Perhaps that little guy could be used for many things in the future. However, after Sasori of the Red Sand gathered information, they discovered the identity of the red-haired boy was not simple. The son of the fourth Keizkij Rasa, the one-tailed Jinchuriki of Sand Village. Both Orochimaru and Sasori had plans in their minds. Upon learning the boy's identity, they couldn't help but think of a method to assassinate Rasa. Kidnap him. This was the plan proposed by Sasori. Trick him away. This was the method cheerfully proposed by Orochimaru. The two had the same idea, just different methods of execution. After frowning, Sasori immediately chose to follow Orochimaru's suggestion. "You are the one in charge of executing the plan. Do as you wish." Orochimaru's smile immediately turned gloomy. Sasori's words obviously reminded Orochimaru of the task that had been forcibly assigned to him, ruining his good mood about a perfect assassination plan. "I'll lure him away from Sand Village." Orochimaru gritted his teeth, adding to his plan. "Let the fourth Kazekage Rasa discover that his son has been taken by us, luring Rasa out of Sand Village to chase us." Assassinating the fourth Kazekage Rasa within Sand Village was too risky. Accidentally being surrounded and killed by the ninjas of Sand Village would also be troublesome and annoying. Now, having seen the red-haired boy, whether it was the boy's identity or the one tail within him, the fourth Kazekage Rasa would definitely not allow his son to be kidnapped. "Agreed," Sasori nodded, offering to help. "When I left a few pawns in the village. We can have these pawns report to Rasa." The plan was immediately put into action. Orochimaru discovered that many within the Sand Village harbored hostility towards Gaara, the little guy, and the assassination attempts on Gaara gradually ceased to draw attention. Even the fourth Kazekage Rasa didn't care about such trivial matters. According to Orochimaru's observations, he believed this might be because the one called Gaara possessed a strange ability. Gaara was surrounded by sand that would automatically protect him and could be controlled to kill people. Fortunately, Orochimaru realized his plan was the right one. Because the sand's protective ability around Gaara was extremely strong, capable of withstanding any level of assassination attempt, Sasori of the Red Sand's effort to capture the little brat would surely cause a disturbance. Moreover, there were still many ninjas in the Sand Village monitoring Gaara. No matter what, the village's Jinchuriki is absolutely indispensable, especially when this Jinchuriki is uncontrollable and could go berserk at any moment. After some thought, Orochimaru killed a ninja from the Sand Village who had been monitoring Gaara, used the face-copying technique to take on his appearance, and quietly approached Gaara. On a rock amidst the wind and sand, Gaara was still sitting there. Ever since the assassination attempt by his uncle, the red-haired boy no longer wanted anyone's company, even going as far as nearly killing some children who approached him. He had no more playmates around him, always alone. Gaara stroked the tattoo on his forehead, still remembering the words spoken by his uncle, Yashimaru, who loved and cared for him the most on his deathbed. Everyone in the village hated him, his father, his uncle, his siblings, everyone in the village detested his existence. In this life, he must become a Shura who loves only himself. These were also the words Yashimaru told Gaara before dying. "Gaara!" A voice suddenly appeared behind Gaara. Hearing someone approaching, Gaara quickly turned his head, and the face of this young boy, barely 6 or 7 years old, unexpectedly showed a sharp intent to kill. "Do you want to die?" "Of course not." The ninja from the Sand Village, who had been secretly monitoring Gaara, stuck out his tongue and licked his lips, chuckling. "Although living seems meaningless, as long as you survive, you'll always find something interesting." The red-haired boy was silent for a while, then coldly said, "To me, living has meaning. From the day I was born, it was to kill more people." "What a gentle child!" The Sand Ninja actually laughed, not at all startled by Gaara's murderous intent. Instead, he went along with Gaara's words and continued, "Even if you were born to kill, it seems the people you've killed aren't strong enough, nor are there enough of them. Even if you live to be 70, how many people can you kill?" Gaara was a bit stunned. All this time, no one had ever talked to Gaara like this, because no one dared to communicate with this child, fearing being killed by his temperamental outburst, let alone discussing the topic of killing. Moreover, why did this person bring up a math problem when talking about killing? Gaara frowned, thought hard for a while, and as if he had calculated the answer, said, "By the time I'm 70, I can kill tens of thousands of people." The Sand Ninja didn't care how bizarre Gaara's answer was and actually smiled, clapping his hands as if to show appreciation. "That's impressive. But I do know someone who can kill tens of thousands of people in a single day." When the ninja from the Sand Village mentioned this place, his smile piled up. "The meaning of your entire life is merely equivalent to an ordinary day he spends. Doesn't it feel like you kill too few people every day?" A look of shock appeared on Gaara's face. This little red-haired boy always thought he was ferocious enough in killing. No one in the entire Sand Village dared to approach him, but to his surprise, there was someone who killed even more. "You're right!" Gaara's temper flared immediately, and he clenched his fists tightly. The sand whirled up with his movements. "I will kill tens of thousands of people every day." However, the momentum of the little red-haired boy faltered, because now it took him a bit of time to kill a single person. How could he possibly kill tens of thousands in a day? Maybe this guy was deceiving him. "No, I don't believe it." Gaara stared at the ninja from the Sand Village, saying in a deep voice, "I can kill someone with ease. How could anyone kill faster than me? You can see for yourself." The eyes of the ninja from the sand village were like those of a snake before hunting, his tongue licking his lips. There's a mass grave outside the sand village, burying the bones of thousands, all killed by that person. Fine, if you dare to deceive me, I will kill you. A fierce look appeared on Gaara's face, and he immediately regretted his words because he couldn't leave the village. His father would never allow it. I'm leaving now. The ninja from the sand village turned around to leave, seemingly indifferent to the boy's predicament. When you see that mass grave, come find me. Wait, Gaara hastily called after him. Ever since Gaara underwent a drastic change in temperament, no one dared to interact with him. This guy was the only one willing to talk to him during this period. I can't go out on my own. Gaara looked at the ninja from the sand village, asking in a deep voice, "Take me out to sea and then bring me back quietly without him noticing." This him naturally referred to Gaara's father, Rasa. Of course. The ninja from the sand village slowly reached out to touch his own cheek, smiling lightly and nodding. We don't need to be sneaky because this was ordered by the Kazekage. He also thinks you're too gentle when you kill. Gaara's expression suddenly turned ugly. The little boy silently followed behind the ninja from the sand village. A group of ninjas responsible for monitoring Gaara seemed as if they saw nothing, still standing there in a daze. Sand village. Akihara, Kagura, and Jiraiya finally arrived here, just as Jiraiya was planning to follow a group of merchants hiring ninjas from the sand village to sneak into the village. A little red-haired boy and a ninja from the sand village walked out. The little boy immediately caught Akihara Kagura's attention. The little red-haired boy seemed to notice Akihara Kagura looking at him and asked the ninja who brought him out, "Hey, that person is looking at me. Let me go over and kill him first." Gaara's courage is immense. Since Gaara underwent a significant change in temperament, he has never been afraid of anyone except for his father, Rasa, because no one has been able to break through the defensive sand barrier he was born with. This has also fostered Gaara's strong self-confidence. This red-haired boy never hesitates when he wants to kill someone. The sand ninja, upon seeing Akihara, Kagura, and Jiraiya, was visibly stunned for a moment before suddenly giving a sinister smile and saying, "If you want to kill someone, go ahead and kill them. When necessary, you can even use the monster inside you." Oh, Gaara was somewhat surprised. All this time, every instance of the monster inside him emerging greatly irritated Rasa, and no one had ever told him he could use the monster inside him. "All right," Gaara quickly raised his palm. A mass of sand flew out under his control, wrapping around Akihara Kagura, who was waiting in line, intending to suffocate him with the sand. This scene immediately caused astonishment among everyone. Jiraiya, who had just finished talking with the caravan leader and was engaging in pleasantries with a lady of exotic charm within the caravan, saw a mass of sand attack Akihara Kagura. Jiraiya was somewhat stunned for a moment. "What's wrong?" The lady, noticing Jiraiya's distraction, followed his gaze to the flying mass of sand. "Someone can control sand." "Well, it is the sand village after all." Jiraiya casually replied, watching the sand mass get dispersed by Akihara Kagura with a punch, before turning his attention back to the lady beside him. "I'm sorry, I might need to deal with some trouble first. How about we meet at the inn tonight?" "Of course." The woman was slightly stunned, but then smiled and nodded. Jiraiya quickly returned to Akihara Kagura's side, placing a hand on Akihara Kagura's wrist, and following Akihara Kagura's gaze to a red-haired boy controlling sand. "Teacher Jiraiya." Akihara Kagura's face bore an innocent look as he shrugged and said, "The people from the sand village want to kill me. Now whatever I do, it's not my fault, right?" Jiraiya didn't know what to say. If Jiraiya were to speak his mind, this student has indeed made progress. At least he's willing to find a reason for wanting to do something extreme. But then again, how does the sand village educate their children? Such a young child daring to use ninjutsu to attack passers-by. "Teacher Jiraiya." When Akihara Kagura looked at Jiraiya, he stared intently into his eyes. "If you are my teacher, then at this time you should stand by my side, right? This time whatever I do can't be considered extreme, right? You could say, that's still a child, I can let that child live, but as a price for his survival, can I kill the Kazekage of the sand village?" Jiraiya looked at his student, seemingly understanding his grievances, and was cautiously trying to say something good about Rasa to prevent his student from really killing the Kazekage. However, someone interrupted him. Gaara, realizing his attack was ineffective, once again controlled a larger mass of sand, blanketing Akihara Kagura and Jiraiya with a sky-covering pressure. "Whose kid is this?" Jiraiya could only lift his hand to disperse the yellow sand with a Rasengan, his gaze sharply turning towards the sand ninja beside Gaara. Can you not control this?" Upon hearing Jiraiya's question, the sand ninja was clearly stunned for a moment before smirking and saying, "This is Lord Rasa, the fourth Kazekage of the sand village's youngest son, Gaara." Jirya's body instantly froze. No wonder this brat dares to be so arrogant here. This time it's the Kazekid's mistake. Akihara Kagura was visibly shocked, as if he had just found out about Gaara's identity, and immediately said, "Now, whatever we do is justified. The Sand Ninja attacked the Konoha Ninja. Can we consider this a violation of their treaty?" Jirya was taken aback for a moment, quickly restraining his clearly excited disciple. Hey, calm down a bit. Don't pin such a big accusation on a kid." Akihara Kagura continued to argue with his teacher. "Master Jirya, with such jutsu, that redhead kid definitely isn't just a student anymore. He must be a ninja fit for the battlefield, so we should treat him as a ninja, right? That was during the Great Ninja War." Jirya continued his explanation. "Now is a time of peace. No village would allow such young children onto the battlefield. The Sand Village's ninja attacked us. We could consider this moment the start of the Fourth Great Ninja War. It might even be recorded in the history books." Akihara Kagura even took the initiative to remind of the redhead boy's name. "The son of the Sand Village's fourth Kazekage, Gaara, attacked the Konoha ninja, breaking the treaty between Sand Village and Konoha, sparking the Fourth Great Ninja War, leading to the Sand Village's downfall." Hey, can such a big accusation be borne by a kid? "I'll kill you." Gaara, still unaware of the seriousness of the situation, manipulated his sand to sweep towards the two, intending to bury them in the yellow sand. "Teacher Jirya," Akihara Kagura, looking at the overwhelming yellow sand, prompted. "See, that redhead kid really wants to bear the grave sin of sparking the Fourth Great Ninja War. We should fulfill the child's wish. All I see is his immaturity." Jirya shook his head, unwilling to give his disciple the chance to trigger a ninja war. "A little punishment for the brat is enough. Don't escalate the accusation to such a serious level." Boom! Jirya dispersed all the yellow sand in front of him. Jirya looked towards the Sand Ninja maintaining order, feeling something odd. Why aren't those guys coming over to maintain order? Why not control that kid? Maybe no one dares to offend the Kazekige's son. Akihara Kagura casually threw another accusation on Gaara's head. "This Kazekige spoils his son so much that such a young child can kill without restraint." Jirya felt there was some truth in what Akihara Kagura said. "I'll handle this." After speaking, Jirya instantly appeared beside Gaara and the Sand Ninja, questioning, "Even if he is the Kazekige's son, he shouldn't just attack others, right? The Kazekige's son can kill anyone he wishes." The Sand Ninja chuckled lightly, looking at Jirya and saying, "This is the Sand Village. Even ninja from other major countries must follow the rules of the Sand Village." Jirya faintly felt a sense of malice. "I can kill whoever I want." Encouraged, Gaara lifted his hand to control the sand to attack Jirya. "I'll kill you first, then that guy." Jirya's expression suddenly turned ugly. Jirya glanced at the Sand Ninja beside him, took a deep breath, and with a palm dispersed the sand controlled by Gaara, aiming to educate the recklessly acting kid with a slap on the head. However, a mass of yellow sand blocked Jirya's palm. "Automatic defense, huh?" Jirya immediately realized the automatic defensive purpose of this mass of yellow sand, and with a punch dispersed the sand in front of him, seizing the opportunity to fiercely elbow Gaara in the neck. This strike. Even the automatic protective sand was too late to stop it. "This kid!" Just as Jirya was watching Gaara fall unconscious, planning to reason with this Sand Ninja, he saw a strange smile appear on the face of the Sand Ninja, who instantly leaped back into the crowd and disappeared without a trace. "You've caused a big problem." Jirya's gaze still held a hint of peculiarity. The group of Sand Ninja, who were originally maintaining order, hesitated at first about risking their lives to intervene in the conflict. But after seeing Gaara pass out, some went to report to the fourth Kazekage, while others began loudly dispersing the crowd. "Quick, disperse! Find a safe place to hide! Everyone, don't linger here, evacuate immediately! What's going on? Why suddenly disperse?" As the crowd was bewildered, Gaara, who had originally passed out, suddenly erupted with a powerful surge of chakra, and masses of yellow sand began to emerge from his body. "Tailed beast chakra!" Jirya immediately leapt backward, sensing the power of this chakra, his expression turning serious. "This is the Sand Village's tailed beast, the One Tail. Shukaku, the Great Elder, has finally come out again." A somewhat sharp roar echoed out. A massive creature, shaped like a tanuki and covered in curse marks, appeared before everyone, quickly sweeping down its claw at them. "Ninjutsu! Summoning jutsu!" Jirya quickly formed the hand seals for the summoning jutsu. After all, he had stirred up this trouble. Jirya hadn't expected that his attempt to prevent his disciple from making a mistake would turn into his own problem. A massive toad appeared in front of everyone. It was the toad from Mount Mayaboku Gamabunta. "Hey Jirya, what's going on?" Gamabunta quickly intercepted Shukaku, kicking the tanuki down and saving everyone present. "I came here with Kagura to broaden our horizons." Jirya awkwardly glanced at Gamabunta, then towards the massive, fat tanuki that was struggling to stand up again. "A brat wanted to harm Kagura. I intended to teach the brat a lesson, only to find out that this brat was the Sand Village's Jinchuriki of the One Tail, Shukaku. Accidentally, I ended up releasing Shukaku from the Sand Village." Gamabunta didn't even know where to begin his complaints, only managing to exhale a ring of smoke. "Has it been so long that the world has changed, where someone dares to bully your disciple instead of him bullying others? Let's resolve this first." Jirya could only urge Gamabunta to help restrain Shukaku. "You help me hold down this guy, and I'll reseal the One Tail, Shukaku." "Teacher Jirya, maybe I should handle this." A thick vine burst out of the ground. This vine quickly grew into a massive wooden dragon, wrapping around Shukaku's body and swiftly absorbing the tailed beast's chakra. Kagura stood atop the wooden dragon, feeling the chakra absorbed by the dragon merging into his body, then into the shell of the 10 tails within him. "It seems I don't need to make a move after all." Gamabunta was very satisfied with this trip and couldn't help but deeply praise, "Jirya, your disciple is much stronger than you." I get it. Jirya helplessly waved his hand, signaling Gamabunta to leave quickly. As the giant toad dissipated into a puff of smoke, Jirya rushed to the side of Akihara Kagura, planning to help reseal the One Tail, Shukaku. "Let me go! Hurry up and let me go!" The One Tail, Shukaku, was still struggling fiercely, but only felt its chakra draining away, unable to exert any strength, and could only loudly threaten, "Release me quickly, or I'll kill you all as soon as I get out." This time it had been careless. Akihara Kagura tightened the grip of the wooden dragon. Boom! A surge of gold sand suddenly swept over. Just as Jirya was about to make a move, the gold sand, like a tidal wave, instantly poured over towards the wooden dragon, firmly pressing down on its tail. A man wearing a Kazekage hat stood on the head of the sand, looking at the 2 figures on top of the wooden dragon. He also saw Jirya and saw Akihara Kagura. Akihara Kagura had already made it onto the list of other major ninja villages. After all, a wood-release ninja reappeared after many years and even started off quite impressively, single-handedly defeating the Mist Village to the ground, and it was rumored that he had also caused some trouble at the Rock Village. One of the 3 legendary Sanin, Jirya, and the wood-release ninja of Konoha, "May I ask what brings you to the Sand Village? Does Konoha intend to use wood-release to capture the tailed beast of the Sand Village? Such an act would be tantamount to tearing up our alliance and directly starting a war." The 4th Kazekage Rasa decisively put on a big hat, even feeling somewhat nervous, because it wouldn't be surprising for Konoha to do such a thing, mainly because Konoha wasn't short of allies. Konoha now had the Mist Village as an ally and had also established good relations with the Rock Village. The 3 villages could form a pincer attack from the sea, land, and air directions against the Land of Wind. Frankly speaking, should Konoha want to annex the Sand Village, the Mist and Rock villages would not mind lending a hand, even sharing a piece of the pie, which was a constant worry for the 4th Kazekage Rasa. Although Konoha's 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, was always kind to allies, a village cannot entrust its fate to the mercy of others, especially since Konoha was becoming increasingly powerful, while the Sand Village was becoming increasingly weaker. "There has been a misunderstanding here." Jirya, standing aside, wanted to speak up for peace. "Lord Kazekage, our purpose here was to deliver important information. We didn't expect to accidentally conflict with your child, nor did we expect this child to be the one-tailed Jinchuriki of the Sand Village. Teacher Jirya, this time we haven't made a mistake." Akihara Kagura interrupted Jirya, raising his finger. "4th Kazekage Rasa of the Sand Village, it was your son who wanted to kill me first. Can we consider this as the Sand Village wanting to tear up Konoha's alliance, intending to start the 4th Great Ninja War?" "Don't put such a hat on it," Jirya quickly whispered to his disciple. "He said it first." Akihara Kagura frowned. "Don't learn such hypocrisy," Jirya whispered to his disciple. "It's quite useful." The teacher and disciple in the distance were whispering to each other. The 4th Kazekage Rasa realized the trouble with the situation. Because of Gaara's protective sand and the one-tailed Shukaku inside him, he had been sending people to assassinate Gaara, completely drawing out the young boy's intent to kill. Unexpectedly, this time the kid has gotten into big trouble. Who allowed him to leave the Sand Village? This misunderstanding can be set aside. The 4th Kazekage Rasa immediately moved past this topic and continued to question. "First explain why you 2 visitors from Konoha are here in the Sand Village without my having received any letter." Akihara Kagura looked at the 4th Kazekage Rasa and raised an eyebrow. "Didn't you hear? We are here to deliver a letter. Did you leave your ears in your office?" It was the first time the fourth Kazekage Rasa had encountered such rudeness. Ever since he became the Kazekage, people around him had always treated him with great respect. He didn't expect to be insulted by someone from another village. "How dare you insult the Kazekage? Do you want to die, brat?" A group of sand ninjas assumed a stance as if ready to die for their leader's honor. However, before these sand ninjas could say more, vines burst from the ground, turning into large trees that hung them all from the branches. "Someone wants to assassinate the Kazekage." Jiraiya voluntarily shared the message he had brought, "but we think this matter should be handled by us." Akihara Kagura casually continued his teacher's words. "Now I think I should be the one to kill the Kazekage." "Kagura!" Jiraiya quickly interrupted him. "Teacher Jiraiya," Akihara Kagura, facing the fourth Kazekage Rasa, directly accused him in front of everyone. Many people heard those words right. The fourth Kazekage son within the Sand Village can kill whoever he wants without any reason just because he feels like killing. Akihara Kagura really wanted to talk more. After all, the wooden dragon beneath his feet was continuously and secretly drawing chakra from Shukaku's body, flowing into Akihara Kagura's body incessantly. Akihara Kagura could feel that his 10-tailed shell had gained a significant amount of chakra. The chakra provided by one tail was truly abundant, easily surpassing the amount absorbed from Hade Kakashi with just a casual absorption. "Teacher Jiraiya," seeing Jiraiya, Akihara Kagura continued to question, "His son can kill at will and you can forgive him, so why do you blame me when I want to kill? That's because you, brat, want to kill too many people." Jiraiya angrily interrupted Akihara Kagura's question. Akihara Kagura quickly shook his head, changing the topic decisively and stirring up an identity confrontation. "No, it's because I'm just a child from the orphanage, whereas that red-haired brat is the son of the Kazekage of the Sand Village, right? The Kazekage son can kill whoever he wants, while an orphan can't even kill those who harm them. That's the way of the world, right? Hey! Jiraiya outright rejected such accusations, quickly retorting, "You brat, don't start learning the Kazecage's ability to frame others, placing such blame on me. Will you pursue the matter with the Sand Village for this orphan?" Akihara Kagura ignored Jiraiya's rebuttal, effectively silencing Jiraiya with a single statement. Jiraiya fell silent. This world is actually unfair. Many underlying rules, inconvenient to articulate, have always existed, just as children from the Konoha village's orphanage are inevitably different from those of the Konoha's prestigious clans. However, Jiraiya couldn't instill this concept into his disciple. "This world also possesses fairness." Jiraiya shook his head, his determination strengthening. "The world lacks absolute fairness. Yet, there exists a certain balance that maintains this unfairness. Those dark, unwritten rules of the ninja world, Jiraiya didn't want his disciple to be exposed to them yet, not wanting the child to touch these dark rules. Because discrimination based on identity would undoubtedly make Akihara Kagura feel the world's unfairness, pushing him towards the dark side during a critical period of education. "Lord Kazekage, I can't criticize your indulgence towards the child. Perhaps he can kill whoever he wants within the Sand Village." Jiraiya raised his head to look at the fourth Kazekage Rasa and spoke with a serious tone. "However, attacking a Konoha ninja is something that cannot be easily forgiven. We can't just let it go because he is the son of Lord Kazekage and wants to harm Kagura." As Jiraiya spoke, he remembered Akihara Kagura's healing ability and added softly, "Even though your son couldn't even break a single hair of Kagura's when he wanted to attack, psychological harm counts too." Akihara Kagura quickly added in his teacher's ear. The fourth Kazekage Rasa's forehead twitches. Initially, when he heard his son could kill anyone he wanted, the fourth Kazekage Rasa felt today's issue might be troublesome. But as Rasa listened further, he found it increasingly strange. "My son couldn't even harm a hair on you, so what exactly are you complaining about?" Gaara's reckless killing was simply because he, too, had no other way to handle the child, as Gaara killed those who were sent to assassinate him. However, the gap between ninja villages is too wide. Since Gaara was at fault first as the Kazekage and father, Rasa had to apologize. "This is a misunderstanding." The fourth Kazekage Rasa had no choice but to repeat the words Jiraiya had just said, speaking solemnly. "Gaara has become the host of the One Tail, and his personality is far too extreme and dark. Of course, a child with such an extreme personality should also be punished for his mistakes." The fourth Kazekage Rasa had never cherished his youngest son, Gaara, and naturally would not care about punishing the child. Jiraiya was forced into silence. At this moment, he was somewhat unable to discern whom Rasa was actually blaming. If one were to delve into the details, aside from Shimura Danzo, the child with the most extreme personality in the entire ninja world was right beside him at this moment. To be honest, how many people could Gaara, that little guy, kill? His own companion, Akihara Kagura, would aim at the entire ninja world at the drop of a hat. However, things should not be judged as right or wrong so simply. According to Jiraiya's educational philosophy, whether someone kills an innocent person or eradicates everyone in the ninja world, both are mistakes. Akihara Kagura shook his head, not quite agreeing with Rasa's intention to punish Gaara, and took the initiative to say, "As teacher Jiraiya said, your son is still a child. We can't deal with a child, we can only find his parents." Jiraiya pondered whether he had ever said such a thing. "What do you want?" The fourth Kazekage, Rasa, furrowed his brow, thinking Akihara Kagura was influenced by Jiraiya. "How do you want to pursue my faults as a father? Do you want to kill me here?" This was his own suggestion. Akihara Kagura quickly brought his hands together, and the wood dragon that had been restraining the one tail suddenly began to split apart, its body rapidly growing into another wood dragon. The second wood dragon coiled up, watching the fourth Kazekage, Rasa. Hey, calm down!" Jiraiya had to stop his disciple. The fourth Kazekage, Rasa, was also taken aback by Akihara Kagura's words. How could this Konoha village brat be so extreme? A casual, mocking remark of his was taken seriously by the boy, who even intended to take direct action. Sands of gold gathered around Rasa as he watched the wood dragon beside him, feeling a pressuring sense from the wood release ninja. Such a wood dragon effortlessly suppressed the one tail. The fourth Kazekage, Rasa, had thought dealing with a rampaging one tail would require some effort, but a Konoha village brat managed to handle the one tail. The depth of the Konoha village was indeed terrifying. "Kid, don't be rash!" Jiraiya held Akihara Kagura's arm, whispering, "You absolutely cannot kill the fourth Kazekage here. It would provoke a war between two villages." Akihara Kagura glanced at Jiraiya, continuing, "Teacher Jiraiya, we've come to the land of wind. We should bring back some specialty, right? I'm in a critical moment competing with Uchiha Itachi for the future leader of the route. Itachi has always been by Lord Danzo's side in the Konoha village, while I have been training with you. I definitely can't compete with him when we return. I must achieve some merits. Don't worry, I have experience." "How can you still be concerned about such matters?" Jiraiya really wanted to knock some sense into his disciple's head. "You know what kind of person Shimura Danzo is. You should be clear about the things we've encountered along the way. Stay away from him. This brat, you might very well become the Hokage in the future." "I know." Akihara Kagura's eyes lowered. He said softly, "Lord Danzo has made many mistakes, and it's precisely because of this I want to change the route of the Konoha in the future, to change the means by which the route protects the Konoha in the shadows, to make amends and correct the mistakes he once made." Jiraiya sighed deeply. The tall man with white hair stretched out his palm and patted Akihara Kagura on the shoulder, whispering, "I understand what you mean, but the Sand Village is an ally of the Konoha, and there's no need for action. Just an invitation from the elder would be enough for the Kazekage to rush over." Now, it was Akihara Kagura's turn to fall silent. The alliance between the Konoha and the Sand Village remains, and the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, has always been mild in his external dealings, maintaining a good reputation in this respect. Now, what should I say to continue stalling? Let me go. Just at this moment, the ground's Shukaku weakly called out before its body suddenly disappeared, leaving Gaara, who was asleep on the spot. The fourth Kazekage, Rasa, quickly landed beside Gaara and checked his body. It seemed that Shukaku had mysteriously returned inside Gaara. In fact, it was because Shukaku had exhausted its strength. This tailed beast's chakra was indeed plentiful, but its chakra restoration speed was far slower than the absorption speed of the wood dragon. Akihara Kagura took the opportunity to observe the 10-tailed shell inside him and found that its chakra had increased a lot. At least it now had visible chakra, which might support it in battle a few times in the future. Unfortunately, the 10-tailed shell inside Akihara Kagura could only be revived through absorbing chakra via wood release for the time being. Of course, Akihara Kagura had no intention of using other methods, like directly absorbing the tailed beasts, as such methods might cause him to lose a useful subordinate in the future. Playing with Shukaku like this was not bad. As long as Shukaku's chakra was restored, taking advantage of Gaara's sleep could trigger a rampage, allowing him to absorb Shukaku's chakra with wood release. Perhaps after hundreds or thousands of times, the 10-tailed shell inside could be fully revived. The problem is, Shukaku might hide to avoid getting beaten. There are 9-tailed beasts in the ninja world, and Shukaku, the one-tail, is quite smart, even learning ninja abilities. Its combat power far exceeds its tails, not being the weakest-tailed beast in the ninja world. This might also be because the one-tail's chakra is the least among the tailed beasts. To avoid being mocked by other tailed beasts, it tries hard to learn ninja techniques. Does the one-tail often go on rampages? Akihara Kagura hid his fox tail. The fourth Keizukage, Rasa, nodded without denying the fact. It's something that can't be hidden. Once Gaara sleeps too deeply, Shukaku would come out and rampage. Why not seal the one-tail's chakra? Jiraiya asked this question, and immediately knew he had said something wrong. Not every ninja village can use the power of the tailed beasts as sparingly as the Konoha. The 9 tails is too powerful and too difficult to control. Other villages' tailed beasts are not as powerful, and even if they go on a rampage, it's relatively easy to control them. Konoha's 9 tails only rampaged once, but took the lives of the 4th Hokage and his wife along with many excellent ninja, causing heavy losses and great damage to the Konoha. Moreover, other villages do not have a complete sealing technique inheritance like the Konoha. There's no way. The 4th Keizukage, Rasa, looked at Gaara with a complex expression and softly said, "The Sand Village is not like the Konoha. We can only hope that the Jinchuriki can control the tailed beast. Is there a way?" Akihara Kagura looked at Jiraiya and tentatively proposed his idea. Simply let the Jinchuriki release the tailed beast and beat it to a certain extent, like taming a beast, which should also make them obedient. That's a naive idea. The 4th Keizukage, Rasa, shook his head and said in a deep voice, "Even if I wanted to suppress Shukaku's rampage, it would take a lot of effort. Every time Shukaku goes on a rampage, if it's not suppressed in time, it would bring huge damage to the village. However, the Jinchuriki are of great significance to the ninja villages. Konoha would not dare to carelessly place an immature Jinchuriki outside. They can only be kept within the village for protection. This inevitably means having to endure the damage caused by the tailed beast's rampage. It's quite simple, isn't it?" Akihara Kagura touched his nose and glanced at Jiraiya. "Teacher Jiraiya, should we stay in the Land of Wind for a while to prevent anyone from assassinating the Keizukage?" Jiraiya nodded. If Orochimaru's assassination attempt on the 4th Keizukage remains unresolved, Jiraiya would indeed need to stay longer in the Land of Wind to investigate Orochimaru's whereabouts. After speaking with his teacher, Akihara Kagura turned to the 4th Keizukage, Rasa. "Teacher Jiraiya won't let me kill you, but your son's attempt on my life needs to be settled. How about I use him for an experiment first? If Lord Keizukage thinks I want to take revenge on your son, you could simply release Shukaku and then kill your son to spare him further suffering." "Don't spout nonsense," Jiraiya tapped Akihara Kagura on the head. "What you're suggesting isn't something a sane person would say. How could any village release a tailed beast and then kill its Jinchuriki? Especially since this Jinchuriki is the son of the Keizukage." Akihara Kagura muttered dissatisfiedly, "We can't just let this go. The Keizukage's son can't just kill people willy-nilly. I'm merely seeking justice, perhaps taking advantage of him to accumulate experience in dealing with tailed beasts." When he said this, Akihara Kagura stared at the 4th Keizukage, Rasa. "Lord Keizukage, you wouldn't be considering waging war against us, worried that the Konoha might gain an upper hand in dealing with the Sand's tailed beast?" Rasa felt as if his thoughts had been exposed. Indeed, recently, Rasa had contemplated this, thinking that starting a war was the only way to resolve the Sand's financial troubles, since relying solely on gold mining offered no real solution. But how could he ever admit to such a thing? The 4th Keizukage, Rasa, clenched his teeth and coldly huffed. "I'm more worried about the Konoha wanting to attack the Sand to annex the Land of Wind." Jiraiya was somewhat speechless. Akihara Kagura glanced at Rasa and reminded, "The Land of Wind is all desert. Its land is not as fertile as the Land of Fire. What would the Konoha gain from attacking the Sand? Sell sand to other countries." This was utterly insulting. Rasa trembled with anger. If it weren't for the fact that this brat, by his own strength, had defeated the Mist and captured the 4th Mizukage Yagura, Rasa would have really liked to have a ninja duel with this brat. "Do you know about what happened in the Mist, Lord Keizukage?" Akihara Kagura looked at the 4th Keizukage, Rasa. "We can't just let it go, the fact that your son wanted to kill us. What if we symbolically attack the Sand Village, offer you a way out, and then capture this brat for my experiments?" After finishing, Akihara Kagura looked at Jiraiya. "This way, after killing the Keizukage, we won't have to stay here worrying about him being assassinated." "Calm down." Jiraiya quickly grabbed Akihara Kagura. "The Konoha and the Sand are allies." The 4th Keizukage, Rasa, clenched his teeth, holding onto their alliance. "If Konoha ninjas attack an ally, it would cause other villages to distrust the Konoha's credibility. Your son attacked me first. Let my son Gaara sleep for now." The fourth Kazekage Rasa glanced at his son and said helplessly, "Tomorrow, when he wakes up, I'll talk to him about this. But this must be kept absolutely secret. I must be present for every one of your experiments." "That's fine," Akihara Kagura nodded in agreement. That night, Akihara Kagura and Jiraiya found an inn in the Sand Village. The fourth Kazekage Rasa sent someone to ask them again if they had seen the ninja who took Gaara away, because it was discovered that this ninja had gone missing. Obviously, everyone thought that the ninja had fled in fear. Nobody knew that after the ninja left amidst the chaos, he had secretly entered a household, reached up to pull off the human skin mask on his face, revealing Orochimaru's visage. Did the plan fail? Sasori of the Red Sand was waiting for him here. This household had only one person, a ninja from the Sand Village, who was controlled by Sasori's secret Red Sand technique and naturally would not betray any information about Sasori. "It's not a failure." Orochimaru shook his head, laughing softly as he continued. "Didn't Pain assign me to act as a decoy to attract Jiraiya's attention? Now that Kagura and Jiraiya have arrived at the Sand Village, my mission should be considered complete, right?" Sasori really couldn't find any faults, nodded, and then continued. "But we'll have to ask Pain how long you're supposed to distract him here. It can't be too long, right?" Orochimaru narrowed his eyes, laughing lightly. "I still have many experiments to complete. Is the Akatsuki organization forcing me to stay here indefinitely?" "Of course not." Sasori quickly shook his head and continued. "But have you really not considered killing the Kazekage? Your human skin mask is quite excellent. Perhaps you could rely on the face-copying technique to disguise yourself as the fourth Kazekage Rasa. The Sand Village is not a wealthy village." Orochimaru shook his head, not interested in impersonating the leader of such a village. The risk was high enough, let alone the low reward, and more importantly, it might even result in a loss of money. Yes, being the Kazekage of the Sand Village truly was a job that required subsidizing with personal funds. The fourth Kazekage Rasa diligently collected sand gold, all of which was used to supplement the finances of the Sand Village and to train the village's ninjas. It must be said, Rasa was indeed doing his best to be an excellent Kazekage. In order to allow the Sand Village to survive for so long after the daimyo of the Land of Wind reduced the military forces, the fourth Kazekage Rasa had given almost everything. Even his wife on her deathbed had instructed him to take good care of Gaara. Gaara, however, was turned into the village's Jinchuriki. The next day, in the early morning, the red-haired boy woke up. Since his father had sealed Shukaku inside him, becoming a one-tailed Jinchuriki, this was the first good night's sleep Gaara had had in many years. Even Gaara had a dream. In that long dream, Gaara dreamed he had grown up and met the guy he saw during the day, but no matter what, he couldn't defeat the guy and could only call on Shukaku for help. Yet Shukaku stubbornly refused to come out and fight. Unfortunately, that was just a dream. In the harsh reality, I still hadn't matured. The Shukaku within me was clamoring to break free, eager to confront that guy and reclaim its pride. "Gaara!" The fourth Kazekage Rasa entered and commanded in a cold voice, "Starting today, you will collaborate with someone on an experiment. He will help you tame the tailed beast inside you." "Yes," Gaara responded, his expression cold as he lowered his head. "Let's go, I'll take you there." Leading him out of the room, the fourth Kazekage Rasa said gravely, "Remember, do not offend that brat named Akihara Kagura and don't cause any more trouble for the Sand Village." "Yes," Gaara responded coldly. That guy, could he really help him control the Shukaku? It seemed like a joke, perhaps something that could only help in a dream. Outside the Sand Village, Akihara Kagura and Jiraiya were waiting for the father-son duel. Jiraiya, looking at his disciple, seemed to understand his intentions and took the initiative to say, "You want to experiment with the one tail for that brat Naruto, don't you?" Having seen Akihara Kagura take care of Naruto Uzumaki before, Jiraiya gently reminded, "This might be a futile effort. Your experimental method, even if it's taming, won't fool the tailed beasts. Their intelligence is not low, almost equal to humans. The experiment with the one-tailed Jinchuriki cannot be applied to the nine-tails Jinchuriki. The difference in strength between the one tail and nine tails is vast. It's like the gap between a genin in the village and the first Hokage. Some things should not be said carelessly. The relationship among the tailed beasts of the ninja world is very poor. The relationship between the first-ranked nine tails and the last-ranked one tail is even worse than that between the top student and the worst student at the Konoha Ninja Academy. If Shukaku accidentally heard Jiraiya praising the gap between it and the nine tails, it would definitely make a great effort to take care of Jiraiya until his old age. Akihara Kagura is still young and doesn't have to worry about life and death, so he can speak without much concern. The example given by teacher Jirya doesn't quite work. I feel the gap between the one tail and the 9 tails might be even bigger than that between dogs and humans. When the fourth Keisuke Rasa and Gaara arrived, they happened to hear the exchange between Akihara Kagura and Jirya, as well as Akihara Kagura's words. Although the one tail of the sand village is indeed not strong enough, isn't it too much to insult their strategic weapon of the sand village like this? He is insulting me. How could that fox be much stronger than me? I will tear that bastard to pieces. Gaara, you brat, let me out quickly. I will tear him to pieces. Shukaku inside Gaara could hear Akihara Kagura's words and was instantly enraged by Akihara Kagura, causing a huge fuss in the sealed space, urging Gaara to let it out quickly. Gaara's brows immediately furrowed. Because the one tail inside him was desperately trying to break out, it was a bit troublesome to restrain the one tail's rampage with the strength of a young boy, especially when the one tail was in a bad mood. Let it out! Akihara Kagura stood up, flexing his fingers. This is on you! Gaara's eyes suddenly became sharp. The next moment, this red-haired boy's body erupted with a burst of violent chakra, and Shukaku, whose chakra had already recovered, burst out fiercely. Let Shukaku teach you a lesson again! Shukaku's bulky body sat in the desert with the wind and sand swirling around its body. The desert is its home field. This time, it would not be defeated as abruptly as yesterday. You brat! Shukaku raised its claws, as if making a ninja hand sign. This time let you know Shukaku's strength. However, this time Shukaku fared even worse. Before Shukaku could show its prowess, Akihara Kagura couldn't wait to absorb its chakra. A vine root shot out from the ground. This root quickly spawned a huge wooden figure that slammed Shukaku to the ground, tightly gripping the tailed beast's neck and absorbing its chakra. Until Shukaku's chakra was absorbed by Akihara Kagura, it no longer had the strength to maintain its body and could only shrink back into Gaara's body. The fourth Keisuke Rasa watched this scene in silence for a long time. The tailed beast, which had always been a huge threat to the sand village, was like a small kitten in the hands of Akihara Kagura, unable to stir up any wind or sand. The first day, Akihara Kagura looked at the fourth Keisuke Rasa carrying Gaara's body and continued, "It seems the experiment is useful. After beating it today, it seems to have become obedient. Perhaps." The fourth Keisuke Rasa couldn't really find any faults, because Shukaku obediently returned to Gaara's body instead of causing a ruckus as it used to do even when suppressed. Remember to come again tomorrow. Akihara Kagura checked the chakra absorbed by the 10 tails husk within himself. This method was indeed effective. The chakra of the tailed beasts is immense. Moreover, these tailed beasts can also automatically absorb natural energy to restore their chakra, with a recovery efficiency far higher than that of human ninjas. The next day, Shukaku was still very active. The fate of this tailed beast hadn't changed much. It was pinned down by a gigantic wooden figure and beaten up, its chakra completely drained. On the 7th day, Shukaku was not particularly active anymore. However, the innate nature of the tailed beast made it still very aggressive, only its fate hadn't changed at all, being unable to move due to a vine tied around its neck. On the 29th day, Shukaku finally underwent some changes. This tailed beast realized it might not be a match for Akihara Kagura. Of course, Shukaku would never admit it itself, but after being beaten up by Akihara Kagura's wood release during the day, at night Shukaku called out to Gaara in the ceiling space, demanding that Gaara must do something inside the ceiling space. Shukaku, dragging Gaara, stared at the boy it despised. "Brat, do you want to take revenge on that bastard?" "Of course." The red-haired boy frowned and said coldly, "But if you, this monster, can't beat him, what can I do?" "That's because..." Shukaku, this chubby raccoon-like creature, paused for a moment, then immediately shifted the blame to Gaara. "Because I am inside your body, I can't exert my full power. Some powers can only be used by a brat like you." Shukaku proposed its plan. "From tomorrow, you will let me use your body to fight." Gaara was somewhat confused. "You just need to obediently listen." Shukaku extended its paw and patted Gaara's head, still displaying its aggressive demeanor. "Leave the matter of revenge to me." The 30th day, outside the sand village, the desert was still vast and endless. When the fourth Keisuke Rasa took Gaara to meet Akihara Kagura, Shukaku unusually did not show itself directly but instead let Gaara and Akihara Kagura fight. Sand Hand! Under Gaara's control, a whirlwind of sand converged into a giant claw, just like Shukaku's, and directly grabbed at Akihara Kagura's body. Because Shukaku was willing to provide chakra, Gaara's jutsu power was greatly enhanced. However, This claw was dispersed with a punch by the wooden figure. From a distance, the fourth Kazekage Rasa noticed the change in his son, his eyes filled with surprise and joy. Gaara, is this using Shukaku's power? Has the Jinchuriki succeeded? This method, can it actually work? Jiraiya couldn't help but feel a bit surprised. Is this method of taming really effective? After all, Akihara Kagura's efficiency and frequency of beating up Shukaku far exceeded that of the previous Kazekage. Maybe this method of taming could really work. However, changes quickly emerged on the battlefield. No matter what, Gaara could never be a match for the wooden figure. The somewhat irritable Shukaku, the one tail, immediately revealed its true form, only to be caught by the head and beaten up by the wooden figure. The first joint effort of Shukaku and Gaara ended in an even more miserable defeat. Late at night, inside the ceiling space, Shukaku and Gaara sat there. This massively corpulent raccoon dog and the small red-haired boy both stroked their chins, presenting a somewhat endearing contrast. This won't do. Shukaku was very dissatisfied with today's battle results, even going as far as to blame Gaara. It's all because you, brat, are too weak to let Shukaku's great power manifest. Gaara was at a loss for words. As a child, Gaara had not learned much knowledge, let alone understood the specific details about tailed beasts and Jinchuriki, and could only bear the blame Shukaku shifted onto him. What can we do then? Gaara frowned, unable to think of a solution. It seems Shukaku will have to use its brain to fight. Unable to come up with a solution, Shukaku could only plan to think of a way to set traps during the battle tomorrow. Time flies. The weather in the Land of Wind is still filled with blowing sand. The villagers of the Sand Village gradually got used to one thing. Shukaku never rampaged in the village again, but was often beaten up outside the village. Outside the Sand Village, Gaara's progress was rapid. The flowing sand on the ground surged, trapping the wooden figure in quicksand. Supported by the chakra of Shukaku within him, Gaara's jutsu became increasingly powerful, along with the wooden figure being trapped in the quicksand. Under Gaara's control, piles of sand transformed into a giant sandman, which crashed into the wooden figure controlled by Akihara Kagura. During this time, Gaara and Shukaku became more resourceful in their techniques against the wooden figure, deliberately using the environment to set traps and limit the effectiveness of the wooden figure's techniques. Even so, the Sandman controlled by Gaara could not resolve the wooden figure, who directly flipped it over while trapped in quicksand. Akihara Kagura, controlling the wooden figure, grabbed the Sandman's head, directly turning it into flying sand, and then smashed its chest with a punch. "Let the Shukaku inside you come out!" As usual, Akihara Kagura called out for the Shukaku inside Gaara. Without a word, Gaara raised his finger. Shukaku suddenly revealed its true form, but its head was covered by a sand pit wrapping Gaara's body. This form allowed them to fight together. This time it's different. Gaara raised his finger. "I know it too!" Shukaku's palm fiercely hit the ground, and piles of flowing sand rolled up on the surface, covering Akihara Kagura's wooden figure, gradually forming a pyramid shape. Black seals appeared on the pyramid. This was Shukaku's sealing technique, capable of sealing away the target. This battle was the best performance by Shukaku and Gaara in history. They used traps to control the wooden figure's movements, and even the sand person who was crushed by the wooden figure had its dispersing sand as part of a carefully planned trap. Only with enough quicksand could they support Shukaku in sealing Kagura's wooden figure. As the black spell completely emerged on the pyramid, Shukaku finally completed the seal and burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha, let that bastard brat die inside! Shukaku the Great is invincible!" Boom! Just as Shukaku was laughing non-stop, even Gaara's lips showed a hint of a cold smile. A wooden figure's fist suddenly burst out from the pyramid. The expressions of these two guys suddenly changed. Kagura's wooden figure rapidly grew, becoming even larger than Shukaku's size, and placed its hand directly on Shukaku's head, like holding down a disobedient child, quickly absorbing the chakra inside it. How is this possible? Shukaku couldn't believe the hand pressing down on his head and desperately tried to struggle. How could my sealing technique possibly fail? It doesn't matter. Gaara's body was still trapped inside Shukaku. He raised his head to look at the wooden figure as large as a mountain and said in a deep voice, "You'll surely come up with another battle plan." "You little brat!" Shukaku didn't want to admit the truth and lose face. This was the best battle plan Shukaku could come up with, and it even progressed perfectly in this battle, but the reality turned out differently from what he imagined. What should be done? Was he destined not to defeat that guy named Kagura, destined to be beaten by that guy every day, in the distance, on a sandstone rock? Rasa and Jiraiya were still watching the battle. The attitude of the fourth Kazekage at this moment was completely different from the beginning. He sighed with some emotion. Lord Jirya's disciple is truly powerful. The Kazekage son is not bad either. Jirya chuckled lightly, not stingy with his praise. It looks like the past few months have yielded good results. Gaara and Shukaku's relationship has improved a lot, almost to the point of completely controlling the beast inside. Though they were not clear on the real relationship between Gaara and Shukaku, at least Gaara was able to use Shukaku's power, and Shukaku no longer rampaged through the village. Though they didn't know that Shukaku couldn't rampage because its chakra was completely drained during the day and had to recover at night. Right! The fourth Kazekage Rasa was very satisfied with his youngest son's current situation and casually brought up something. Several bodies were found in the village, their faces gone. It's likely someone is using their identities, Lord Jirya, who wants to assassinate me. Jirya hesitated and did not speak. Late at night, the temperature in the sand village was very low. Jirya lay on the bed in the inn, looking at Akihara Kagura, who was still somewhat energetic next to him, and took the initiative to praise. "Kagura, how long have we been out of Konoha? More than a year, I guess." Akihara Kagura thought for a while and began to calculate. Akihara Kagura and Jirya hadn't been to many places yet, first turning around the Land of Fire to get a feel for the atmosphere of the ninja world, learning Sage Mode. Then the two went to the Land of Rivers, Jirya teaching him to train while slowly learning the life of ordinary travelers and incidentally destroying several of Orochimaru's experimental bases in the Land of Rivers, coincidentally encountering Orochimaru. Later, they obtained some information about the Akatsuki organization from a waitress. Then, they made a trip to the Land of Rain to deal with the affairs of the Akatsuki organization and the Rain Village. Finally, they arrived in the Land of Wind to resolve the assassination of the Kazekage. They stayed there, waiting for Orochimaru to appear while also taking the opportunity to beat up Shukaku, the One-Tail. I wonder how Nagato is doing. Jirya's thoughts were still with Nagato, whom he always believed to be the child of destiny. He sighed and said, "After this experiment of subduing the tailed beasts is over, I'll take you back to the Konoha village and hand you over to the old man. You have been training with me, yet I wasn't able to teach you much. I have taught you everything I could, and I even learned a lot from you. Today, I will pass on to you my most precious knowledge." As Jirya spoke, he took out a magazine with a beautiful woman on the cover, his expression becoming extremely solemn. How to correctly distinguish a real beauty? Akihara Kagura turned over and covered himself with a blanket. Did he really need Jirya to teach him this? After all, Jirya couldn't even tell the difference between white Zetsu and a beautiful woman. Inside the sand village, in Gaara's room, the little redhead boy was sleeping soundly. Ever since Shukaku had been returning to his body every day, exhausted and weakened from using up all his chakra, and with their relationship subtly changing recently, Gaara was able to sleep well without worrying about Shukaku suddenly going berserk. Inside the ceiling space, Shukaku was pondering in confusion. This plump raccoon cat, having no strategies left to deal with Akihara Kagura, finally chose to enter the space of Tailed Beast's unique communication method remotely. Shukaku believed that it lacked combat experience against wood release users and decided to ask its kind about it. It had heard that those guys had been captured by Hashirama, the first Hokage, more than once, so their experience must be richer than its own. "Hey, you stinky fox! How did you guys deal with wood release ninjas back then? You are dead, you bastard! Next time I see you, I'll give you a rebirth. From now on, let's not say things here that are detrimental to unity." The usually quiet-tailed beast consciousness space suddenly became lively because Shukaku's words directly touched their wounds, reminding them of the time when they were powerless to resist. A group of tailed beasts cursed Shukaku in the tailed beast consciousness space, giving him no answers, and some of them didn't even bother to pay him any attention. The strongest of them all, Kurama, looked disdainful and only gave Shukaku a murderous glare, as if wishing to bite this foolish raccoon cat to death the next time they met. "If you won't talk, then so be it. How petty!" Shukaku left the tailed beast consciousness space with disdain. With Shukaku's departure, the other tailed beasts also lost interest in sharing their experiences of being defeated in one move, and each left the space. Most of these tailed beasts got along well with their Jinchuriki, except for Kurama and Shukaku, who were temperamental and never willing to compromise with the Jinchuriki who sealed them. "Would release! A detestable power!" Kurama's eyes flashed with gloom. If there were no surprises, the person Shukaku encountered must have been that wood-release kid from Konoha, the one who has always taken care of his Jinchuriki, Uzumaki Naruto. If it was that wood-release kid, Shukaku would never be able to win against him no matter what. Just let Shukaku, that fool, learn his lesson the hard way. If given the chance, he would kill him for poking at his wounds today, inside the sand village, in a ninja's home. Sasori of the Red Sand was still creating his puppets. The sand village was the place least lacking in puppet parts in the ninja world, where he was like a fish in water. The only trouble was the possibility of being discovered. Of course, Orochimaru was somewhat helpless, because this wasn't a place for human experimentation. However, Sasori had been keeping an eye on him, making it impossible for Orochimaru to sneak away. He could only hide here studying forbidden jutsu while occasionally causing some trouble so as not to let Jiraiya think he had already left. Time quietly passed, until one day, no matter how Gaara tried to call Shukaku out, the usually berserk Shukaku would not come out at all. "I'm not in a good mood," was Shukaku's ridiculous reason. The real reason definitely couldn't be told to Gaara. Shukaku was grumbling inside Gaara's stomach. "Whether it's windy or raining, no matter how early I get up or how late I go to bed, I always have to be pinned to the ground and beaten by that damned brat. Was I brought into this world just to be beaten? Even that stinky fox Kurama never bullied me like this." Shukaku was becoming smarter. Since he clearly knew he couldn't win now, why bother fighting? It's better to stay inside Gaara, waiting until he can figure out a way to defeat Akihara Kagura before coming out. After all, this isn't a battle to the death. If he went out, he was sure to be beaten. The fourth Kazekage Rasa encountered such a situation for the first time and could only helplessly inform Akihara Kagura of the outcome, telling him he could rest for a day. Rest? Why rest? Akihara Kagura's body, which houses the husk of the 10 tails, has absorbed the chakra of the one tail, Shukaku, hundreds of times. Now his chakra level is quite abundant, even lighting up 3 eyes on the 10 tails shell. This indicates that the revival progress has reached at least 30%. With 2 more years of fighting Shukaku, it might be possible to revive the 10 tails shell. At this time, how could one stop to rest? This won't do. Akihara Kagura, frowning, allowed Gaara to leave first, then said to Rasa, "Right now, Shukaku is just worried about coming out and getting beaten again. Once we leave, Shukaku might become uncontrollable." "What should we do then?" The fourth Kazekage Rasa felt the situation might not be as severe. However, Akihara Kagura's method of taming beasts wasn't bad. At least Shukaku wasn't rampaging in the village anymore. Rasa felt it was better to listen to the professional's advice. Deceive, ambush. Akihara Kagura proposed a plan. This plan was straightforward. Deceive Shukaku by claiming that Akihara Kagura had left. When Shukaku starts rampaging, Akihara Kagura would suddenly reappear. Fortunately, this plan was vetoed by Jiraiya. Jiraiya knocked on his disciple's head, admonishing him, "You've vented enough. The rare trust established between the Jinchuriki and the tailed beast will be destroyed by such deceitful actions. We are Konoha ninja." Akihara Kagura frowned, reminding his teacher Jiraiya, a trust crisis between the one-tail Shukaku and its Jinchuriki in the sand village is, after all, a good thing for the Konoha, isn't it? The fourth Kazekage Rasa took a deep breath. Initially grateful to Akihara Kagura for helping to tame the sand village's tailed beast, he then heard this damnable brat utter such words. "When you 2 Konoha ninja are exchanging views, could you consider the opinion of this Kazekage of the sand village? There's another person standing here. I have other matters to attend to. I'll be handling official duties now." The fourth Kazekage Rasa turned and left, not wanting to interact with them anymore, determined to send these 2 troublemakers away soon. The Konoha and the Sand are ultimately 2 different villages. Even as allies, absolute trust is not possible, especially since Akihara Kagura, that little troublemaker, had the audacity to suggest a plan and thought to dispose of the Sand village's Jinchuriki right in front of him, daring to actually do it. "Teacher Jiraiya." Akihara Kagura glanced at Rasa's retreating figure, sharing his insight. "The fourth Kazekage seemed to really dislike us. It seems ninjas can never truly understand each other. Even when one speaks the truth, others will still hate him." Jiraiya felt this example was quite inappropriate, because no matter which ninja from the sand village heard what Akihara Kagura had said, they would likely not accept the destruction of the trust between Jinchuriki and tailed beasts. "We might have to leave." Jiraiya patted Akihara Kagura on the head. "But your experiment was a success. At least the Jinchuriki and the tailed beast have a common enemy they both hate, which will unite them against the enemy, gradually deepening their bond. This is the correct approach. Whether it's used in the cultivation of the relationship between tailed beasts and Jinchuriki, or between ninja and ninja, this method can be employed to foster relationships. The only question is, where should this common enemy come from?" Jiraiya's thoughts began to wander. If the 5 great ninja villages had a common enemy, an enemy so powerful that all 5 villages had to join forces to confront it, it might bring these villages closer together. But How could such a thing be possible? Jirya had to suppress this naive idea. How could there possibly be an enemy that required the combined forces of the 5 great ninja villages to confront? Today's events clearly displeased Rasa. The fourth Keizukage, Rasa, decided to use the excuse of Shukaku's unwillingness to appear to refuse any contact between Akihara Kagura and Gaara to prevent any issues with his own Jinchuriki. Coincidentally, Shukaku really did not want to come out. Akihara Kagura immediately lost interest in staying in the Sand Village. Jirya wanted to wait for Orochimaru in the Sand Village, but the fourth Keizukage, Rasa, made it clear that he wanted them gone. Reluctantly, Jirya had no choice but to tell him that the assassin was likely Konoha's S-ranked rogue ninja, Orochimaru. However, the fourth Keizukage didn't care. Fortunately, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, heard that Jirya and Akihara Kagura were in the Sand Village and sent an envoy to visit the village, ordering Akihara Kagura to return to Konoha. Jirya had to obey his teacher's command, taking Akihara Kagura back to Konoha, ending their training journey, which had lasted nearly 2 years. Before leaving, Akihara Kagura was discovered by Orochimaru. Akihara Kagura had the opportunity to settle a mission. System prompt: allow Jirya to investigate the Akatsuki organization's information to prevent Orochimaru's laboratory from being destroyed by Jirya again. Mission completed. Reward: 5-element seal. 5-element seal, a type of sealing technique, concentrates chakra on the fingertips. Using metal, wood, water, fire, earth to seal demons can seal the chakra leakage of tailed beasts. However, things went awry. When Orochimaru saw Akihara Kagura, his smile became more and more sinister. Going back to Konoha, Kagura, I can soon perform the living corpse reincarnation. Yes, 3 years have passed. Orochimaru could perform the next living corpse reincarnation. This was a topic that Akihara Kagura and Orochimaru could not avoid no matter what, because Orochimaru had always coveted Akihara Kagura's body. As Akihara Kagura grew stronger, Orochimaru's desire for his body intensified, becoming almost impatient. That was a powerful body that had inherited several Kekkei Genkai and had mastered techniques like the Flying Thunder God technique. Even a genius like Orochimaru could only dream of obtaining it. When does it start? Akihara Kagura frowned slightly, softly saying, I want to go back and make some arrangements first, at least to see the others once. I thought you would refuse. Orochimaru's smile deepened, nodding and saying, no problem, that actually saves a lot of trouble. Once I have your body, once we merge into one, I'll take good care of Kabuto and Nano for you. This was a promise, but also a threat. If Akihara Kagura refused to undergo the living corpse reincarnation, not handing over his body to Orochimaru, Orochimaru would not mind using Kabuto and Nanu as threats. Then I'll be leaving first. Just as Orochimaru was about to say something more, he caught sight of the shadow of the Sasori of the Red Sand, knowing that he had been under surveillance by him all along. Now, the appearance of the Sasori of the Red Sand here seemed to be for the purpose of tracking him. Not wanting to reveal any weaknesses in his interaction with Akihara Kagura, he quickly concealed himself and disappeared from the spot. After Orochimaru left, the Sasori of the Red Sands Haruko slowly approached Akihara Kagura and asked, Orochimaru must be a clever person, right? Even clever people can be blinded by great interests. Akihara Kagura shook his head and whispered, sure, a path, find him something to do so he stops thinking about taking over my body. The Sasori of the Red Sand nodded in agreement and reminded him, Orochimaru has been researching a forbidden jutsu lately, which might pose a threat to you. If it can be investigated, do so. Akihara Kagura was not concerned and continued, he's probably going to leave the Akatsuki organization if he succeeds in his research. Find more trouble for him. I need to return to Konoha to make some arrangements and prepare some surprises for him, so he doesn't always think he's so strong. All right. The Sasori of the Red Sand had no objections. Outside the Sand Village, Jirya and Akihara Kagura left the place. The fourth Keizukage, Rasa, came forward to see them off, sparing these two the trouble of lingering in the Sand Village. Akihara Kagura had already helped him out, so there was no need for them to cause any more trouble in the village. Let's go. Jirya put a wind-resistant hat on his disciple, feeling that his disciple had grown a lot taller than when they left Konoha. Kagura, you've grown a lot. It's all right. Akihara Kagura adjusted his hat. Since leaving Konoha with Jirya, Akihara Kagura had been training outside for nearly 2 years, and he was now 13 years old. This age wasn't very old. In a time of peace, many children at this age would have only graduated from the Ninja Academy for a year and might not even pass the Chunin exam. However, some geniuses had already reached high positions. For example, a genius of Akihara Kagura's age from the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Itachi, was also 13 years old this year and was directly assigned by the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo, the high-ranking officials of Konoha, to collect information on the Uchiha clan. Late at night, Uchiha Itachi left the Uchiha district. This well-known genius of the Uchiha clan quietly stepped into the Hokage building, knelt on one knee in front of a group of Konoha's high-ranking officials, and reported in a low voice about the family's situation. The Uchiha clan is organizing military weapons, gathering all Uchiha ninjas for assembly. They want to revolt. Shimura Danzo ominously characterized the Uchiha clan. It's not the final moment yet. Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head, not willing to directly label the Uchiha clan with this crime, and proactively said, I've already sent someone to bring back Jiraiya and Kagura the child. Once the Uchiha clan hears of Kagura's return, they should give up any other intentions. Uchiha Itachi bowed his head, unable to speak. If he had to say, his father, Uchiha Fugaku, first harbored such thoughts because of his son offending the future high-ranking official of Konoha, Akihara Kagura. Uchiha Fugaku had some political sensitivity, and upon learning that Akihara Kagura had been taken as a disciple by Jiraiya, he immediately understood the potential status Akihara Kagura could achieve in the future, gradually beginning to indulge the radicals within the clan. Akihara Kagura's return might even further exacerbate the conflict between Konoha and the Uchiha. Uchiha Itachi, kneeling before these high-ranking officials of Konoha, bowed his head, not uttering these words because the officials might suspect him for it. After all, Akihara Kagura and Jiraiya were both high-end combat forces of Konoha. If the Uchiha clan truly intended to rebel, these two would be the absolute main force in quelling the Uchiha clan's rebellion. Konoha village. Two weary figures arrived here. Two Konoha Chunin responsible for guarding the gate approached them and invited them to register their information. When they took off their cloaks revealing their true identities, Lord Jiraiya, Chunin Akihara Kagura, the faces of the two Chunin immediately showed a trace of surprise. Has anything significant happened in the village? As Jiraiya wrote down his and his disciples' names, he casually asked, hoping to glean some information from these two Chunin. Nothing significant, I guess. It seems like there really isn't anything major. But recently, quite a few Jonin who were out on missions have returned. The two gate-guarding Chunin shook their heads. Teacher Jiraiya, let's go have a bowl of ramen first. Akihara Kagura felt that nearly 2 years had passed since he left the village to train outside, and the village seemed to have hardly changed. All right. Jiraiya frowned slightly and followed behind Akihara Kagura towards the direction of Ikaraku Ramen. If it's nothing serious, why did the old man ask us to come back so early? I only know how to kill. Akihara Kagura, seemingly without much progress, casually replied, Perhaps the third Hokage wanted me to come back to assist in killing. You've really not grown at all, you brat. Jiraiya held his forehead, thinking that the road to correcting this child's way of thinking was still very long. At least try to restrain yourself a bit. On the commercial streets of Konoha, a young couple, looking around 13 or 14 years old, were walking around holding a bag of food. Both were wearing long-sleeved round necks with the Uchiha clan crest on the back, and ninja headbands from Konoha on their heads. It was Uchiha Itachi and his girlfriend Uchiha Izumi. Uchiha Izumi, holding the food bag, seemed to notice her boyfriend was preoccupied and didn't prattle too much about the goods sold in the roadside shops, carefully asking, Itachi-kun seems very weary. Is it because the recent missions have been tough? It's all right. Uchiha Itachi shook his head. During this period, the behavior of the Uchiha clan became increasingly aggressive, but Itachi was unable to stop any of it. Even his father, Uchiha Fugaku, couldn't influence the situation. A few days ago, Itachi reported the Uchiha clan's information to the higher-ups of Konoha, hoping that Konoha's leadership would not wish to start a war and would be willing to relax the restrictions on the Uchiha clan. Perhaps because Itachi could not explicitly state the reasons, or even if he was willing to speak out, given his low status, the Konoha leadership would not be willing to heed his advice. The Konoha leadership became even more vigilant towards the Uchiha clan, and the Uchiha clan grew more hostile towards the Konoha leadership. If this continues, an internal war will inevitably erupt. As Uchiha Itachi was deep in thought, the voice of Uchiha Izumi once again reached his ears. Hey, when did that guy named Akihara Kagura return to the village? What? Uchiha Itachi was still somewhat distracted. By the time Uchiha Itachi clearly heard the name of Akihara Kagura, he saw that former rival and a tall man with white hair walking towards them. Lord Jiraiya, Uchiha Itachi politely greeted. Have I heard that you two were rivals in the past? Jirya, seeing Uchiha Itachi, showed no hostility, even teasing his own disciple with a smile. Kaguya, you lost to him this time, didn't you? He's already got a girlfriend, and here you are 13 and still single. Some people are nearly 50 and still single. Akihara Kagura's words hit Jirya's sore spot. Jirya, furious, clenched his fists, boasting about his charm when he was young. When I was 13, the love letters I received could pile higher than you, kid. A bunch of little girls were sending me love letters. What's there to boast about that? Akihara Kagura frowned, seemingly finding his teacher's words somewhat boring. Then why are you nearly 50 and still single? Weren't you saying we were going to have ramen? Jirya, with a face full of rage, dragged Akihara Kagura away. After this teacher and disciple pair left, Uchiha Izumi curiously said, "Their relationship seems really good. Izumi, let's head back." Uchiha Itachi's expression turned serious. This matter must be reported to his father. After all, this matter could not be kept from Uchiha Fugaku, believing that his father would definitely realize the attitude of Konoha's higher-ups, suppressing the Uchiha clan's desire to revolt. Ikaraku Ramen. When Akihara Kagura arrived here, there was a female ninja with 2 kids snugly eating there, cursing under her breath. "That idiot Naruto finally passed. All my hard work tutoring you wasn't for nothing. How did Karin do in her exams?" Akihara Kagura casually sat next to them. "Lord Kagura!" Karin, who had been quietly eating her ramen, suddenly became excited, abruptly lifting her head and widening her eyes at the sudden appearance of Akihara Kagura. Uzumaki Naruto, who was eagerly swallowing ramen, couldn't speak conveniently and could only wave his chopsticks to greet. "Why did you come back?" Mitarashi Enko looked at Akihara Kagura, grumbling with annoyance. "Karin still came in second. I knew I shouldn't have agreed to tutor these 2 brats. If you want revenge, take it on me. I finally understand why the teachers at the ninja school are always angry." "You've been a home tutor for 2 years already." Akihara Kagura, looking very much the adult, discussed the sunk cost fallacy with Mitarashi Enko. "If you give up now, those 2 years would be wasted. Once they graduate successfully, you'll be completely free." Mitarashi Enko angrily picked up her chopsticks. "By the way," Akihara Kagura looked at Mitarashi Enko, who was still furious, and casually mentioned a name that made Mitarashi Enko freeze. "I have some interesting news for you. When I was training with teacher Jirya, we encountered Orochimaru. I heard that Orochimaru used to be your teacher. It seems your teacher has not been doing well lately." Mitarashi Enko put down her chopsticks and slowly narrowed her eyes. It had been a long time since she had heard that name. She whispered softly, "Orochimaru, huh? When I see him again, I will definitely kill him." Standing outside the door, Jirya was somewhat speechless. What kind of trouble has Orochimaru caused? "Good luck with that." Akihara Kagura sincerely wished Mitarashi Enko well, then took the opportunity to educate her. "So, when teaching students, you must be sincere to avoid a future where they grow up wanting to kill their teacher. If you don't properly teach Karin and Naruto, and they take you as a role model, wanting to kill you just like you want to kill Orochimaru, what will you do?" "Is that so?" Mitarashi Enko smiled and looked at the 2 little brats beside her. "I won't kill Sister Enko." Uzumaki Naruto, looking at Mitarashi Enko's smiling face, which was filled with a murderous intent, quickly raised his arm, swearing loyalty to the big sister who had been tutoring him. I don't have such thoughts." Karin carefully shook her head, whispering softly, "If someone wants to kill teacher Enko in the future, I will save her." "Karin, you're such a good child." Mitarashi Enko smiled warmly, ruffled Karin's red hair, and then patted Uzumaki Naruto's head, pinching Naruto's cheek. "Thinking you could kill me, you're 100 years too early. You better promise me to pass your exams next time." Mitarashi Enko continued to smile at Uzumaki Naruto, but a shade of murderous intent flashed briefly. "If your grades fall back, I will kill you first." "Understood." Uzumaki Naruto stuttered in response. Such an extreme method of education. Jirya, standing next to a ramen shop, shook his head helplessly. He did not disturb the gathering of his disciple and old friend, finding a place to hide by himself. It was only after Akihara Kagura and the others had finished their ramen and watched Mitarashi Enko leave with Uzumaki Naruto and Karin that they found Jirya. Just then, the 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, learned of Jirya and Akihara Kagura's return to Konoha and immediately sent the Anbu with orders for them to go to the Hokage's office. The one who came to convey the orders was, of course, Hate Kakashi. After 2 years of not seeing each other, Hate Kakashi still wore his mask when delivering orders, and by his side was a female ninja with purple hair, also wearing a mask. When Akihara Kagura and Jirya saw them while buying pear juice, Kagura casually asked Hate Kakashi, "Long time no see, Captain Kakashi. Would you like a drink?" After asking, Akihara Kagura looked at the purple-haired Kunoichi and continued, "Captain Kakashi, you have a new team member. Has my position in the Anbu been revoked?" Chunin Akihara Kagura. The female ninja with purple hair and wearing a mask, seemingly following Hade Kakashi's teachings closely, whispered, "Please do not directly call out the names of Anbu ninjas during missions. There's no need to lecture this guy." Hade Kakashi interrupted his subordinate helplessly, looking at Akihara Kagura. "Your position in the Anbu is still secure. Let's go to the Hokkage's office now. The third Hokkage has been waiting for you. Perhaps there is something important." The Hokkage's office. Sarutobi Hiruzen seemed even older. His tenure as Hokkage had been too long, and the recent internal strife in Konoha had worn him down. Seeing Jiraiya and Akihara Kagura enter, his mood seemed to brighten a bit. "Kagura has grown up a lot." Sarutobi Hiruzen held his pipe in his mouth, noting that Akihara Kagura seemed to have grown up quite a bit. After a casual greeting, he instructed, "Kakashi, take Akihara Kagura and acquaint him with the examination tasks for promotion from Chunin to Jonin." "Yes," Hate Kakashi nodded and then left with Akihara Kagura. "Hey, old man!" Jiraiya looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen, seemingly very familiar with his own teacher, and grinned. "So, you hurried us back just to have Kagura promoted to Jonin. Has this little guy completed enough missions of the required level?" "This is a special promotion by the Hokkage." Sarutobi Hiruzen had the authority to select Jonin and even had a full reason for it. "Kagura has made significant contributions to the relationship between Konoha, the Mist Village, and the Rock Village. These contributions are sufficient for the little guy to be promoted to Jonin." Whether in times of war or peace, Akihara Kagura's strength and achievements were enough for Konoha to promote him to Jonin. In other words, it would be strange not to promote him. "Let's talk seriously." Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Jiraiya, his eyes becoming particularly firm. "The Uchiha clan poses a potential threat of rebellion, and promoting Kagura to Jonin is of great significance. It's to let the Uchiha clan understand that the village's higher-ups have absolute control over them in terms of military power, making them realize their rebellious actions cannot succeed." Regarding these matters, Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't hide them from Jiraiya, because just by staying in the village for 2 days, Jiraiya could keenly sense something was off in the village atmosphere, with Anbu appearing frequently around the Uchiha clan's area and the Uchiha ninjas gathering frequently, even gearing up for combat. "I shouldn't have brought Kagura back." Jiraiya shook his head and sighed, not wanting his disciple to become a tool or pawn for the higher-ups of Konoha, especially as one used to suppress internal dissent. "Jiraiya," Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Jiraiya, his expression grave. "This is to ensure peace within the village. I have issued a summoning order to you and Tsunade, but Tsunade ignored my letter." "That's to be expected." Jiraiya knew his old teammate well. "You want Tsunade to deal with the village's ninjas as enemies." "Tsunade is a medical ninja. She wouldn't agree to your request." "But," Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at his disciple and continued solemnly, "to potentially quell any rebellion by the Uchiha, we must possess overwhelming power to facilitate a peaceful resolution of the issues between Konoha and the Uchiha." The third Hokkage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, wasn't a person who favored oppressive military force. However, he couldn't be without it either, as military force is the basis for negotiation. Konoha was at a historical crossroads. Any power was extremely important to Konoha at this time. Sarutobi Hiruzen specially summoned his 2 disciples and many ninjas performing missions outside for this purpose. If any mistake occurred and the Uchiha clan's rebellion caused great damage, it could potentially doom Konoha. If the Uchiha issue could be resolved peacefully, that would be best. If there were no more internal issues in Konoha, along with Konoha's current diplomatic advantages, there would be no external wars. Konoha would welcome a long period of complete peace. "Let's hope for a peaceful resolution." Sarutobi Hiruzen stood by the window and sighed softly, instructing, "Don't leave Konoha during this period, Jiraiya." "Forget it, I'm not interested." Jiraiya shook his head and frowned. "It's enough that Kagura stays in Konoha. I've completed the mission you gave me well. That little guy has already learned Sage Mode." "Oh!" Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes lit up. "If that's the case, then Akihara Kagura, the little guy, could learn the even more powerful sage techniques left by the first Hokkage. In this way, Konoha would be more confident in resolving the issue with the Uchiha clan. Even if the Uchiha clan really decided to rebel, with the secret Mangekyou sharing an eyes hidden within, the village would have someone capable of opposing them. If the Uchiha clan, at all costs, secretly kidnapped the living Three-Tails Jinchuriki, the fourth Mizukage Yagura, and the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, Uzumaki Naruto, who lived in Konoha, Akihara Kagura learning the Sage Mode techniques left by the first Hokage would be enough to resolve these troubles. In a hidden room. This is where the Jonin of Konoha gather. The Jonin of Konoha hold great power, as they represent the true upper echelons of the village's strength. Even the appointment of a new Hokage requires the trust and votes of the Jonin. The leader of the Jonin, named Narashikaku, is a ninja of high intelligence, celebrated as Konoha's genius strategist. He always manages to come up with the best plans. As the leader sat at his desk, he revealed a wry smile upon seeing Hade Kakashi walking in with Akihara Kagura. Narashikaku is a clever ninja, fully aware of Konoha's current situation and understanding why Sarutobi Hiruzen would promote Akihara Kagura to Jonin. Is there nowhere to sit? Akihara Kagura frowned as he entered. There was only one set of desk and chair in the room where Narashikaku sat, seemingly prepared for an interrogation. It appeared that those coming for investigation had no choice but to stand. This is quite the troublesome situation. Narashikaku sighed inwardly, not wanting to press others with his status and the rules to avoid causing displeasure. Compared to other clan ninjas, the Nara clan is seen as a symbol of wisdom, always leaving room for their rivals even in normal times, let alone for a true wood-release genius. Hey, hey! Hade Kakashi felt anew the trouble Akihara Kagura could cause, sighing softly. You're here for the examination. You can sit here. Narashikaku surprisingly picked up a folder from the desk, stood up with a pen in hand, intending to offer his seat to Akihara Kagura. Forget it! Akihara Kagura shook his head, feeling it was still somewhat awkward. Sitting there makes it seem like I'm being interrogated for something wrong. It's just a simple conversation. Narashikaku's attitude was extremely polite, seemingly already familiar with Akihara Kagura's character, and explained with a smile. This is a necessary discussion before a ninja in the village is promoted to Jonin. I might need to ask some questions to decide if you can be promoted to Jonin. A quiz, huh? Akihara Kagura, sensing some malice, waved his hand and was about to leave directly. This is too much trouble. I'd rather not be promoted. I could choose not to ask. Narashikaku immediately added, his flexibility evident as he quickly wrote his own comments on the paper in front of him, without allowing Akihara Kagura any room to argue, and congratulated Akihara Kagura on his promotion with a very sincere smile. Congratulations on your promotion to Jonin. Now you can go re-register your ninja information. Throughout this, Hade Kakashi watched, recalling his own promotion to Jonin at the age of 12 during the war era, which was not as outrageous as today. Thank you. Akihara Kagura glanced at Narashikaku. System prompt, you have a new superior, Narashikaku, rewarded with a newcomer's welcome package unlocking new traits. Light and shadow. When light appears, someone covers the light, and a shadow appears like a reflection of another world. The host can freely travel through the shadow world and control the enemy's shadow in battle. This trait is quite useful. For Akihara Kagura, he can initiate stealth attacks through shadows, controlling the enemy's shadow to puppeteer the enemy itself, unabashedly speaking. This technique is even more practical under the sunlight than the Flying Thunder God technique. Akihara Kagura, looking at Narashikaku, also showed rare courtesy. If there's anything you need help with in the future, please let me know. It's truly an honor. Narashikaku smiled and nodded in agreement. After Hade Kakashi and Akihara Kagura left, Narashikaku still smiled, watching their departing figures, never showing any disrespect from beginning to end. Swish! A hidden door slowly opened. An elderly-looking man came in, frowning and asking, Shikaku, isn't this too hasty? Narashikaku, sitting back in his chair, hand behind his head in a lazy posture, seemed not the least bit worried about his manner of doing things. It's just a formality, why make it complicated? You, this guy. The man could only shake his head helplessly. A Jonin has many responsibilities to bear, must have sufficient responsibility. Compared to a Chunin, a Jonin is absolutely a leader, typically leading a group of ninjas, and must be responsible for his subordinates. That's true. Narashikaku, while speaking, slightly turned his head to look at his old friend, a meaningful smile on his lips. The most important thing is still strength, right? Narashikaku looked up at the dim ceiling, revealing his truth. The future, or perhaps now, that kid is already very strong. Besides, in Konoha, another truth exists. The Hokage may not be the strongest person in the village, but the strongest person in the village will definitely become the Hokage. Let's go. Narashikaku called to his friend. Sorry for making you come for nothing today. Let's call up Choza and have a drink tonight. On the other side, Hideki Kakashi, like a dutiful senior, took Akihara Kagura to re-register his ninja information, as well as to inform him about matters related to Jonin. A Konoha Jonin belongs to the upper echelon of the village, not necessarily required to wear the ugly green vests, enjoying a certain degree of freedom in dress, and from then on being recognized and allowed by the village to undertake some S-rank missions. If the promotion from Genin to Chunin is a rank advancement, then from Chunin to Jonin is a leap in rank, even having the authority to offer suggestions to the Hokage. Besides, the most important, a Jonin can learn some of the top techniques within Konoha. Although Sarutobi Hiruzen can also reward some ninjutsu teachings to ninjas he deems excellent, like an award, Jonin has the complete authority to request to study the top techniques in the village, including some forbidden jutsu. Very good. When Hideki Kakashi took Akihara Kagura back to the Hokage office, he also complimented him. Although your promotion was quite hasty, becoming a Jonin at this age is also quite excellent, only a year later than me. That's because I've been training with teacher Jiraiya. Akihara Kagura and Hideki Kakashi are very familiar with each other and don't mind having a casual chat. I should have been promoted to Jounin at the age of 11. That's true. Hideki Kakashi agrees with this statement. He just looks at the peaceful village and sighs softly. After all, we are living in a time of peace. A time of peace. The promotion of ninjas in the village is naturally more troublesome. Of course, even in times of peace, Akihara Kagura's contributions would have been more than enough for a promotion. When Hideki Kakashi brought Akihara Kagura back to the Hokage office, Jiraiya and Sarutobi Hiruzen seemed to have had some disagreements. You should have killed Orochimaru. Hearing about Jiraiya's encounter with Orochimaru, Sarutobi Hiruzen solemnly advised his pupil, Orochimaru is more troublesome than you imagine. He has been conducting forbidden jutsu research and illegal experiments which will sooner or later threaten the safety of Konoha. In that case, you should deal with Danzo even more. Jiraiya couldn't help but chuckle, bringing up Danzo Shimura. If it weren't for Danzo, Orochimaru wouldn't have gone this far. Compared to the trouble Danzo has caused for Konoha, Orochimaru is nothing. Danzo! Sarutobi Hiruzen falls silent, sighing, Jiraiya, when you sit in this position, you'll understand my difficulties. I don't want to understand such difficulties. Jiraiya has no interest in dealing with these intrigues. Jiraiya prefers to be free rather than being tied here by his teacher to learn politics. When Jiraiya mentions Danzo, he can't avoid talking about his pupil. Speaking of which, Kagura has been deeply influenced by Danzo. Even knowing the mistakes Danzo has made, he still wants to return to the route, always clamoring to change the route in his own way. Old man, this matter is now up to you to handle. Sarutobi Hiruzen also feels a headache. Just then, Hideki Kakashi brought Akihara Kagura back to the Hokage's office, causing both of them to look sideways. How did the promotion examination end so quickly? After hearing the assessment method from Narashikaku, Hiruzen could only marvel at the intelligence of the Konoha military advisor and announced Akihara Kagura's new position. Akihara Kagura, you are now a Jonin. Starting today, you will be reassigned from the Anbu to serve as my assistant and guard. Akihara Kagura tilts his head. What exactly is going on? System prompt, Superior Hideki Kakashi removed, Superior Narashikaku removed. Now Akihara Kagura has so few superiors. Nagato, Pain, and Uchiha Itachi belong to the super-villain camp, while the small villain Orochimaru, that supervisor, is about to turn hostile. Within the Konoha camp, the relationship with his supervisor, Shimura Danzo, is just for show, ready to turn hostile at any moment. Jiraiya, his teacher, is wary of his extreme personality and hardly dares to instruct him. When Sarutobi Hiruzen assigns missions, they are always very vague and difficult to conclude, often resulting in copper coins rather than gold. Rarely, today Akihara Kagura just got a new Jonin team leader, Narashikaku, but that supervisor hasn't provided a mission yet, and the superior-subordinate relationship is already gone. At this time, removing 2 supervisors for Akihara Kagura, an employee, is like losing 2 sheep. Although Akihara Kagura had already obtained Hideki Kakashi's Chidori during the incident in the Rock Village, stripping Hideki Kakashi bare, but he hasn't skinned Narashikaku's deer yet. Perhaps. This is the trouble with working within the organization. Your superiors could be replaced at any moment due to position changes. If I really become the Hokage in the future, how am I supposed to work? However, as of now, this kind of change is somewhat too unpleasant. Akihara Kagura was a bit unhappy about losing a superior, but soon realized how amazing a position as the Hokage's assistant and guard is, because the Hokage guards can receive guidance from the Hokage. The Konoha village's Hokage guards need to follow the Hokage closely for a long time. Naturally, being a guard for the Hokage requires certain strength, which inevitably requires the Hokage's assessment. Among the daily tasks of Sarutobi Hiruzen, there is one task which is to train and teach the Hokage guards, definitely guiding them in their training. Besides, there's the most important point. The candidates for the Hokage guards and assistants are mostly Hokage candidates themselves. A Hokage keeping an excellent ninja by their side, especially someone who could potentially succeed as Hokage, is a signal in itself. The Kage of other ninja villages usually keep their favored successors close to facilitate guidance. Besides facilitating guidance for these successors, the village Kage also hope they learn how to become the Kage of a village, learning to handle the village's internal and foreign affairs, so that these successors understand how to work when they take over, at least having a path to follow. After hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen's orders, everyone present didn't find it strange, because they all knew Akihara Kagura was very likely to become a Hokage candidate. "I have taught everything I could." Jiraiya glanced at his teacher, then at Akihara Kagura, before turning to walk towards the door, softly saying, "If you've really considered it, the rest is up to you, old man." "I know." Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded. Could his teaching of the young Akihara Kagura not surpass that of Shimura Danzo? First day at work, Akihara Kagura met his new colleagues. In fact, there aren't many members of the Hokage guards, usually just a genin team, which is a team made up of special jonin. At other times, for the Hokage safety, other teams or the Anbo are called upon as backup for the guard team. Akihara Kagura looked around. This team was actually all acquaintances. Shunui Genma, Reido Namiyashi, Yamashiro Yaba, these three were all examiners during his Chunin exams, including Iwashi Tatami, whom he hadn't seen much. "Am I not under Captain Genma's command?" Akihara Kagura frowned. He didn't receive a system prompt, doesn't belong to this team. "No." Shunui Genma, holding a senbon in his mouth, oddly shook his head, explaining to Akihara Kagura, "Actually, you should be our superior now, right?" Akihara Kagura's gaze flickered. "Genma, you guys go out first." Sarutobi Hiruzen called for Genma's team to leave, but asked Akihara Kagura to stay, and kindly inquired about a diplomatic matter. "Kagura, you had contact with the Mizukage before. Now the Mist Village has requested the Mizukage to visit their village for a while, hoping the Mizukage will return to Mist. I plan to let the Mizukage leave Konoha village. What do you think?" Akihara Kagura frowned, then suddenly relaxed, and responded in an organized manner. "Actually, letting Yagura live to return, he would probably commit suicide. Killing Yagura and then sending his body back to the Mist Village would be the utmost kindness, helping him out to avoid him having to do it himself in the future." Sarutobi Hiruzen silently clenched his pipe, slowly lit it, took a deep inhale, and exhaled a smoke ring, assessing the successor's answer. "The intention behind this idea is good, it's just that its execution might seem a bit extreme to others." Sarutobi Hiruzen felt somewhat exhausted. Whenever the topic of external affairs came up, Akihara Kagura's ideas were often extreme. If a problem could be solved by killing, he wouldn't consider a second option. For instance, a document Sarutobi Hiruzen casually pulled out stated, "Takumi Village wants to raise the price of ninja tools on Konoha, and we need to send someone to negotiate. Kill the person who wants to raise the price." Akihara Kagura's ideas were very pragmatic. For another example, Sarutobi Hiruzen drew another document. "The land of waterfalls and the land of frost are experiencing conflicts, and they hope we can help mediate. Destroy these two villages and annex their land." Akihara Kagura's thoughts were all for the benefit of Konoha. After hearing Akihara Kagura's methods, Sarutobi Hiruzen could only smoke furiously. If Sarutobi Hiruzen were to evaluate Akihara Kagura, he would say that this child was really suited for the Anbu, but not quite fit to become a Hokage. But that's not acceptable. No Hokage could see a talent like Akihara Kagura and waste it. They must find a way to nurture this child to become the next one. After smoking through a pack of cigarettes, Sarutobi Hiruzen started to handle official duties in front of Akihara Kagura, teaching him how things should be done. "First, we deal with the issue of Lord Mizukage." Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Akihara Kagura and gently instructed, "We must first send the Anbu to escort the fourth Mizukage back to the Mist Village, then request the Mizukage to allow the Hokage to visit the Mist Village once, to prevent him from thinking he is a hostage." This was just a pretext. In reality, Sarutobi Hiruzen would never recklessly leave Konoha to visit another ninja village, and such visitation promises could always be cancelled for any reason. "He's just a hostage, isn't he?" Akihara Kagura looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen, even using the person in question to make his point. The fourth Mizukage Yagura is quite prepared to be a hostage. Shall I bring him over and ask him? But we can't treat him as a hostage. Sarutobi Hiruzen hoped the child would understand his deeper meaning. If you were sent to the Mist Village and lived there for 2 years, that would be fine. Akihara Kagura thought for a moment, then responded, If the people of the Mist Village made my stay unpleasant, just destroy the Mist Village. Sarutobi Hiruzen once again took up his pipe, exhaled a rich ring of smoke, and rang the bell to summon a team of Anbu, directly ordering them to follow his instructions. This matter had to be carried out as soon as possible. After all, the conflict between the upper echelons of Konoha and the Uchiha was getting more severe. Sending the fourth Mizukage Yagura away as soon as possible could also prevent any issues with this three-tails Jinchuriki. Yagura's stay in Konoha wasn't short. During this time, the relationship between Konoha and the Mist Village had greatly improved, and the trade between the Land of Fire and the Land of Water was unceasing. There was no need to keep him any longer. Sarutobi Hiruzen also issued orders to send envoys to the Takumi village for negotiations, hoping they would continue to guarantee the original prices. Otherwise, Konoha would gradually reduce the purchase of ninja tools, as a major ninja village does not need many ninja tools in non-war times. Besides that, there was also the conflict between the Land of Waterfalls and the Land of Frost. The Sarutobi Hiruzen dispatched a team of ninjas to investigate the conflict situation and invited the leaders of 2 villages to Konoha, presenting a stance that Konoha would mediate the matter. Akihara Kagura's proposal was very good. Sarutobi Hiruzen did not adopt it at all. If one proposal was adopted, Konoha would have wasted all its previous efforts. Adopting 2 proposals would start a war. Adopting 3 proposals would trigger the 4th Great Ninja War. Konoha had many matters that needed the Hokage's attention. However, this was not something Sarutobi Hiruzen could handle alone. If in the future you encounter situations without ideas, or if your ideas are too simplistic, Sarutobi Hiruzen resolved a few matters first and then continued to instruct Akihara Kagura on the side. You can also discuss with others, ask for their opinions. A decision made by one person is inevitably prone to oversight. Just at this time, Hokage assistant Shimura Danzo and 2 Hokage advisors arrived at the Hokage office, assisting him in handling official duties and convening meetings on some major issues. Let me introduce. Sarutobi Hiruzen pointed to Akihara Kagura by his side, actively introducing his new role. Kagura is my new guard and assistant. This selection. Koharu Yudatane's eyes narrowed as she observed Akihara Kagura and nodded. It is an appropriate choice, but isn't he too young? Indeed, a bit young. Mitokado Hamura adjusted his glasses and continued. I remember this child is only 13 years old. By the time he is 30, it would be almost. I don't think it's appropriate. Upon seeing Akihara Kagura by Sarutobi Hiruzen's side, Shimura Danzo's face immediately soured. Monkey, I've already mentioned to you. Kagura. Sarutobi Hiruzen glanced at Akihara Kagura, not wanting him to hear the dispute with Shimura Danzo, and ordered, Take half a day off this morning, go rest. Yes. As Akihara Kagura passed by, he specifically glanced at Shimura Danzo, his eyes revealing a trace of confusion, seemingly curious as to why this superior seemed to be hostile towards him. Strictly speaking, this was the first time he met Shimura Danzo after the Yakashi Kabuto and Yakashi Nano incident. After Akihara Kagura closed the door, the Hokage office erupted into an argument, with Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo's voices louder than the others. I absolutely disagree with Akihara Kagura becoming a Hokage candidate. Danzo, I am the Hokage. Sarutobi, you will regret this. If you hadn't taught this child too extremely, I wouldn't need to bring him to my side to cultivate him at this age. That child is inherently extreme. He is a pure trickster. He is a scheming fellow. He deceived me in the matter of Yakashi Nano. You were wrong about that. A child from an orphanage willing to save the head of the orphanage, that should have been praiseworthy. For a moment, Shimura Danzo was somewhat at a loss for words. The identity of this child from the orphanage was initially brought up by him to Sarutobi Hiruzen, and it was also he who had placed his hopes on Akihara Kagura. Could it be that he should reveal the truth? That Akihara Kagura was someone he had brought over from Orochimaru himself, and that he had been in cahoots with Orochimaru? That Akihara Kagura, who came from an orphanage, had been deceiving him all along, making him believe that Kagura was not from an orphanage? Monkey! Shimura Danzo stared at Sarutobi Hiruzen, speaking in a grave tone. One day you will understand that everything I have done was for the sake of Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen, unfazed, glanced at Shimura Danzo. Then, for the sake of Konoha, please assist the village's future hawkage properly. Stop arguing. Koharu Yudate quickly interrupted them, shifting the topic. Let's discuss the Uchiha clan first. Has Uchiha Itachi not sent the information from their side yet? It will arrive tonight. Sarutobi Hiruzen's mood eased. He said solemnly, however, we no longer need to worry about them betraying us now. Even though Jirya might leave the village, the strength of Kagura is sufficient to deal with the potential threat of the Mangekyo Sharingan. The Uchiha clan's Mangekyo Sharingan is too sinister, even including Uchiha Obito's nearly invincible space-time ninjutsu. As Sarutobi Hiruzen has aged, he cannot guarantee his victory over the Mangekyo Sharingan, but with Akihara Kagura's wood release, he believes they are enough to suppress the Uchiha clan. Shimura Danzo did not object to this, nodding, since we have the strength, let's quickly eliminate those who wish to rebel. To be honest, no one present wished for the Uchiha's downfall more than Shimura Danzo. After finally acquiring the eyes of Uchiha Shisui, he did not expect them to be snatched away by Uchiha Obito in an instant. He also wanted to acquire more Sharingan as material for the Izanagi. No! Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately disagreed with Shimura Danzo. Now that we have enough strength to prevent the Uchiha clan's idea of rebellion, we need to inform them as soon as possible, letting them realize that only peace is the only way out. That's just temporary peace. Shimura Dan's and Sarutobi Hiruzen's attitudes diverged again. As long as we have a period of peace, everything can still be slowly changed in the future. Using violence to solve the Uchiha clan only weakens Konoha's strength. Sarutobi Hiruzen was dissatisfied with Shimura Danzo's extreme methods, even starting to blame him. Danzo, it's all because you are too selfish, wanting to keep wood release for your own use, unwilling to send Akihara Kagura to the Ninja Academy, making his thoughts become too extreme. Akihara Kagura was never meant to become the hawkage. Shimura Danzo was infuriated by Sarutobi Hiruzen's accusation, having carried many burdens in the illusionary world 2 years ago and still having to carry them in the real world. Who would be happy with that? Let's not talk about this anymore. Koharu Yudate quickly interrupted their argument, saying, Akihara Kagura is too young after all. The discussion of him succeeding as hawkage can be delayed, but the threat of the Uchiha clan is imminent and must be resolved quickly. Let's wait for Itachi's information first. Sarutobi Hiruzen sat back down, calming down. Tonight, the Uchiha clan will hold another clan meeting. Then let's deal with official business first. Mitokado Hamura quickly smoothed things over. Konoha Hospital. Yakashi Kabuto rested in his office. Just then he suddenly noticed a change in the shadows on the ground. The shadow moved to an open space. This is... Before Yakashi Kabuto could react, a pitch-black figure emerged from the shadows, slowly transforming into the appearance of Akihara Kagura. Kabuto's heart skipped a beat, looking at this terrifying entrance. He couldn't help but push up his glasses. What kind of technique is this? Just a little trick with shadows. Akihara Kagura sat on the table, not elaborating further. The initial use of the light and shadow trait allowed Akihara Kagura to experience its tremendous utility, enabling him to move freely within the shadows. Congratulations on becoming a Jonin ninja! Without asking further, Yakashi Kabuto softly expressed his congratulations, then continued. The village just announced this yesterday. I was wondering when you returned to the village, planning to find an opportunity to visit you, but you came over instead. I've had a falling out with Orochimaru. This statement made Kabuto's expression change drastically. Yakashi Kabuto quickly lowered his head, starting to think intensely about the trouble their falling out with Orochimaru would bring. Do Din Nano and I need to prepare to defect. Orochimaru will not let us go. There's no need for Din Nano. Akihara Kagura shook his head, softly saying, regardless of whether I was really a child from the Konoha orphanage before, from today onwards, treat me as if I was pretending to be from the orphanage, as if I was scheming to usurp the position of the hawkage of Konoha. Kabuto fell silent. At this moment, Yakashi Kabuto didn't even know how to respond. Why go through all this trouble? Akihara Kagura had done so much for him and Din Nano. They had finally reunited only to separate again. Orochimaru intends to use me and Din Nano to threaten you. Yakashi Kabuto could only sit in his chair, thinking seriously. Why split with Orochimaru? Because he wants to take over your body. You knew. Of course. Yakashi Kabuto nodded, continuing. I formed a small team mainly to participate in the Chunin exams, to help Orochimaru scout some talents. I thought he wanted to enhance his own strength, but he told me outright that he needs some talents as backup containers. Do you think I should give myself up to him? Akihara Kagura looked at Yakashi Kabuto, softly saying, "As long as he takes over my body, Orochimaru won't trouble you guys anymore." Yakashi Kabuto quickly shook his head, whispering, "The dean would never agree. She's already felt guilty about the past. You've sacrificed a lot for us. I'll arrange for the dean to hide as soon as possible. You decide." Akihara Kagura looked at Yakashi Kabuto, directly handing over the task. "Make Orochimaru believe I'm not a child from the orphanage. Make him think I'm a cunning person. Let him know I don't care about your and Dean Nano's lives, letting him understand that I won't give up my body for you and Dean Nano." "That's difficult." Yakashi Kabuto's eyebrows were deeply furrowed as he reached to remove his glasses, gently wiping the mist from the lenses. "Originally, for the sake of myself and Dean Nano, you disregarded your own life to become Orochimaru's undercover agent, entering under Danzo's command. Orochimaru wouldn't easily trust, especially at this point in time. Orochimaru would definitely suspect this to be a plot." Putting his glasses back on, Yakashi Kabuto looked towards Akihara Kagura, who was sitting on his office desk. "Unless one of us, either Dean Nano or I, dies by your hand." Dean Nano! One of us must sacrifice ourselves. Only by doing so, Orochimaru would believe there are no bonds between us, perhaps even hatred, allowing at least one of us to survive." Yakashi Kabuto had more to say that remained unspoken. "In fact, among the three of us, one must make a sacrifice. Either Akihara Kagura sacrifices himself so that Dean Nano and I can live, or one of us, Dean Nano and I, must make the sacrifice." However, Yakashi Kabuto understood. No matter what, Akihara Kagura cannot be sacrificed. As Yakashi Kabuto was intensely struggling with the decision of when exactly Dean Nano and he should choose to sacrifice, Akihara Kagura's expression drooped. "This is so troublesome. Why does someone have to die?" Akihara Kagura casually picked up a pear from Yakashi Kabuto's office desk and took a bite. "We can't die, otherwise I'll make time to kill Orochimaru. After all, he's no match for me." "Wait!" Yakashi Kabuto's mood suddenly quivered, feeling his emotions undergoing a strange change. "Did you just say you can kill Orochimaru? He's no match for me. Then why not kill him?" "Because he's still useful. He possesses a lot of useful forbidden jutsu. This guy needs to be killed a few more times." "Well, I thought what? Nothing." Yakashi Kabuto's mood relaxed a bit. Akihara Kagura wouldn't lie to him about this sort of thing, would he? However, this guy has a precedent for secretly sacrificing himself. Yakashi Kabuto was genuinely worried about Akihara Kagura sacrificing himself, whispering, "I'll try to find a way to get close to Orochimaru as an undercover agent to see if I can steal his knowledge and also monitor his actions." "That works. Actually, I might not need to be so anxious." After finishing the pear, Akihara Kagura pulled out a paper to wipe the pear juice from the corner of his mouth, revealing a mischievous smile. "Something big is going to happen in Konoha soon. Maybe after these few days, Orochimaru will have a new target and won't focus on my body anymore. But we always have to be fully prepared." "Yes." Yakashi Kabuto nodded, a glint of sunlight reflecting off his glasses from the window outside. "We all want to sacrifice ourselves, but after going through great hardships to finally survive, we must live well. Not a single one of us can afford to not live on." At dusk, just as Akihara Kagura had said, a major event was indeed about to unfold in Konoha. Naka Shrine. Members of the Uchiha clan gathered here in groups, each with a look of determination and solemnity on their faces, especially Uchiha Fugaku, whose expression was particularly resolute. Ever since Uchiha Fugaku learned that Akihara Kagura had been promoted to the Hokage guard and assistant, he immediately understood the decision of Saruto by Hiruzen. He decided to take advantage of the clan's unity to launch a coup and seize the power of Konoha. This Uchiha clan assembly unanimously passed the resolution to initiate the coup, and Uchiha Fugaku showed no opposition. Only Uchiha Itachi was full of conflict, because his views diverged significantly from those of his father. After the assembly ended, Uchiha Fugaku suddenly called out to his son, "Itachi, don't rush to leave. I have something to discuss with you." After speaking, Uchiha Fugaku took his son to a stone monument that had stood in the Naka Shrine for generations. This is a stone monument passed down through generations of the Uchiha clan. It is said to contain content carved by the Sage of the Six Paths, and only those in the clan with the Sharingan can read it. Uchiha Fugaku looked at the monument and continued, "However, those with the Mangekyo Sharingan can read even more. Do you want me to tell you?" Uchiha Itachi's eyes turned a deep red. "There's no need." Uchiha Fugaku shook his head slightly, tilting it so his son could see his eyes. "Those were the Mangekyo Sharingan." "Mangekyo Sharingan!" It was the first time Uchiha Itachi had seen his father's eyes like this. All along, Uchiha Fugaku had been like an ordinary Uchiha ninja with the clan's pride, and his talent and abilities were not apparent. Nobody expected. Uchiha Fugaku had been hiding his depth so profoundly. Despite being the clan leader, he concealed his power, unwilling for it to be known by the clan, and even the higher-ups of Konoha were unaware of his capabilities. During the Third Great Ninja War, my friend saved my life at the cost of his own. With blood and tears, I obtained the Mangekyo Sharingan. Uchiha Fugaku looked down at the monument. He could read the content and even see the history on it. Even with the Mangekyo Sharingan, I can't read the text behind the monument. It seems our bloodline can go further. However, just this part of the content is enough. Konoha has always feared our clan's power, as you've seen with Konoha's hostility towards the Uchiha. When they don't change, we have no way to change anything. Especially when the third Hokage announced that little brat Akihara Kagura as his guard and assistant, I fully understood what the attitude of the higher-ups really was. The future of the village will continue to be hostile towards the Uchiha, continuing to persecute our clan. Uchiha Itachi found himself unable to refute. I was the one who offended Akihara Kagura first. Uchiha Itachi lowered his head, earnestly explaining his history with Akihara Kagura. Akihara Kagura came from the Konoha orphanage, always respecting the orphanage's dean Yakashi Nano and his friend Yakashi Kabuto. I was carrying out Danzo's mission and nearly killed them. Itachi, Uchiha Fugaku stared at his son and shook his head, saying, "At this point discussing these matters is meaningless. We must carve out a future for the Uchiha clan. I have always hidden the fact that I possess the Mangekyo Sharingan, fearing that our clanspeople would force me to initiate a coup d'etat earlier. I hope to see a change in the higher ranks of Konoha, which is why I delayed until now. Now, there is no other way. Apart from choosing a coup d'etat, there is no other path to take. It's not your fault, Itachi. The outcome was already sealed when the second Hokage isolated our Uchiha clan from Konoha. The existence of these eyes is to prevent the Uchiha from feeling powerless and regretful when protecting those important to them. Now is the time to use these eyes." Uchiha Itachi remained silent, pondering for a moment before suddenly suggesting a bizarre idea. What if I were to kill Akihara Kagura? If Akihara Kagura is killed, there would still be room for easing tensions between the Uchiha and Konoha, right? Uchiha Fugaku, as if seeing his son for the first time, looked at him incredulously. "You want to kill Akihara Kagura?" Uchiha Fugaku shook his head and softly said, "Since you already harbor the intent to kill someone within the village, why not choose to support the Uchiha in launching a coup? He is a candidate for the next Hokage of Konoha. Killing him would be no different from a coup." Uchiha Itachi fell silent again for a while before sharing his thoughts. "At least this way, there's a possibility for peace in the future without more sacrifices. Assassinating that kid won't be easy." Uchiha Fugaku looked at his son and said gravely, "Akihara Kagura's wood release has become strong enough to rival the Mangekyo Sharingan. I will do it." Uchiha Itachi knelt on one knee before his father, lowering his head and said, "If so, can you prevent the clan from initiating a coup?" This time, it was Uchiha Fugaku's turn to fall silent. The clan leader, who had been struggling to support the Uchiha clan, finally did not lie to his son. "Itachi, a fire has ignited on a thick bed of straw, and it can't be extinguished by a single bucket of cold water. If you can kill Akihara Kagura when the Uchiha clan rises in rebellion, we will be more confident. One Akihara Kagura cannot change the overall situation. By making him a candidate for Hokage at this time, the higher-ups of Konoha will no longer compromise with the Uchiha, and they will persecute our clan until its extinction. This means Uchiha Fugaku will not change his mind. Regardless of whether Uchiha Itachi kills Akihara Kagura or not, the coup is inevitable and must be carried out by the Uchiha clan." Uchiha Fugaku, looking at his son, softly persuaded, "Itachi, you are my son, please help our clan." Uchiha Itachi lowered his head in agony. The sky grew darker. The father and son left the Naka shrine separately. A team of Ambu ninjas appeared beside Uchiha Itachi, saying, "Captain, you came out later than usual today. Did something happen?" "I'm going to report important information to the higher-ups." Uchiha Itachi's eyes remained a deep crimson as he slowly closed them, burying his pain bit by bit. Inside the Hokage building, a group of Konoha's higher-ups were seated here. They were all waiting for important news from Uchiha Itachi while also discussing matters related to the Uchiha clan, with Akihara Kagura standing behind Sarutobi Hiruzen. Because Akihara Kagura would be the absolute combat force against the Uchiha clan, it was impossible for him to be absent. Sarutobi Hiruzen also wanted to take this opportunity to teach Akihara Kagura a lesson. However, something seemed subtly off. I think Lord Danzo's opinion makes a lot of sense. Why keep compromising with the Uchiha clan and wait for a peace that can never be assured when we could simply eliminate them? Indeed. Akihara Kagura strongly agreed with Shimura Danzo's view. This made Shimura Danzo's feelings particularly complex. This youngster didn't make him feel especially disliked, having indeed been influenced by him during his time in the route. No wonder the monkey had been blaming himself for influencing Akihara Kagura. Shimura Danzo once again had that thought and took the opportunity to speak. "Kagura, do you want to return to the route?" "Shut up!" Sarutobi Hiruzen interrupted Shimura Danzo with a single sentence. Just then, a sliding door slowly opened, and an Ambu member came to report that Uchiha Itachi had arrived to deliver the knight's intelligence. "The Uchiha clan wants to launch a coup." Uchiha Itachi knelt on one knee before everyone. "The situation is urgent." Shimura Danzo narrowed his eyes, finally finding an opportunity. "We must strike before they do. It's imperative. The Uchihas were once comrades in arms." Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head and continued in a deep voice. "I still want to try communicating to resolve the issue rather than resort to force. I'll think of a strategy." However, Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't think of a better solution, but Sarutobi Hiruzen was very calm inside because Akihara Kagura was right behind him, and Sarutobi Hiruzen had already been confident in resolving the Uchiha clan's coup. After this briefing, Sarutobi Hiruzen stayed in the Hokage building with Akihara Kagura, planning to teach Akihara Kagura some jutsu techniques while continuing to strengthen their own forces and think of ways to resolve the coup. "This is the sage techniques left by the first Hokage." Sarutobi Hiruzen pulled out a scroll and handed it to Akihara Kagura. "It would be best if you could master one or two of these in the next few days. In case a fight really breaks out, we might need to rely on wood release. After all, it's the natural nemesis of the Sharingan." "Are you asking me to kill Uchiha Itachi?" Akihara Kagura took the scroll and said softly, "Before teacher Jirya took me out of the village for training, that guy Uchiha Itachi must have received new power. Uchiha Itachi is a pacifist." Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head and solemnly educated his successor. "Kagura, do not harbor any ill will towards Uchiha Itachi because of past events. Those were mistakes made by Shimura Danzo, and Itachi too was a victim. Hopefully." Akihara Kagura lowered his head to look at the scroll in his hands. This scroll recorded numerous ninjutsu, including the sage art, Gate of the Great God, necessary for sealing the tailed beast. Clearly, this third Hokage also worried about the Uchiha clan controlling the tailed beasts. Besides that, there was the jutsu that Akihara Kagura most wanted to acquire. System prompt: Ninja Professor, trait activated. The host's chakra level has reached SSS class, capable of entering Sage mode. The Sage art, Gate of the Great God, being studied complies with the theory of ninjutsu. Learning of Sage art, Gate of the Great God, was successful. Sage art, Gate of the Great God, through utilizing Sage Chakra, summons a certain number of Torii gates to seal the opponent. Its sealing capability is extraordinarily strong, capable of easily suppressing the tailed beasts. System prompt: Ninja Professor, trait activated. The host possesses the wood release Kekkei Genkai. Chakra level has reached SSS class, capable of entering Sage mode. The Sage art, True Several Thousand Hands, being studied complies with the theory of ninjutsu. Learning of Sage art, Wood release, True Several Thousand Hands, successful. Sage art, Wood release, True Several Thousand Hands, only activatable in Sage mode. By bringing hands together, summons a statue of cannon with countless giant arms. The statue can attack enemies with thousands of giant fists, each capable of easily crushing mountains and rocks. Akihara Kagura's eyes flickered slightly. The scroll did not detail the power of the True Several Thousand Hands very clearly, merely noting this sage technique as one that could suppress the rampage of the Nine Tails. The first Hokage, wasn't this a bit too modest? Such a powerful technique merely used to suppress the Nine Tails' rampage. It seems just one wooden figure is needed to press down on the Nine Tails' head and pummel it. Is it difficult? Sarutobi Hiruzen even took the initiative to ask Akihara Kagura. "It's all right." Akihara Kagura shook his head. "I'll think of a way." Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a bit of a headache. "So how exactly should we communicate with the Uchiha clan? If it's just a simple concession, the already turbulent Uchiha clan will definitely be dissatisfied. If it's a large-scale concession, the other families and high-ranking officials in the village will also be dissatisfied. I'll continue to look at these techniques." Akihara Kagura nodded and watched as Sarutobi Hiruzen left. Suddenly, White Zetsu Oi emerged from the ground, saying, "Young man, after you dispersed, Shimura Danzo and Uchiha Itachi seem to have talked about something. They let Uchiha Itachi kill all members of the Uchiha clan to prevent a coup. He could spare the life of Uchiha Itachi's brother, Uchiha Sasuke. Otherwise, the third Hokage and you would eliminate the Uchiha together. Itachi seemed to have agreed. Oh, Akihara Kagura indicated that he was aware. This matter had not escaped Akihara Kagura's anticipation. Shimura Danzo always liked using the Uchiha to deal with the Uchiha. The origin of this clan's annihilation might lay in Shimura Danzo's enticement of Uchiha Itachi, who arrogantly believed he had resolved the peace between Konoha and the Uchiha clan, arrogantly preserved the Uchiha clan's bloodline, and arrogantly arranged his brother's fate. I had warned him a long time ago. Akihara Kagura had long anticipated the fate of Uchiha Itachi. Long ago, out of consideration for their past as teammates, Akihara Kagura had warned Uchiha Itachi both openly and secretly. Even during the incident in Rock Village, Akihara Kagura explicitly advised Uchiha Itachi to abandon the mission given by Shimura Danzo, urging him not to kill Yakashi Kabuto and Yakashi Nano, who were very important to him, and instead join him in saving Hatake Kakashi in Rock Village. However, Uchiha Itachi considered the lives of Yakashi Kabuto and Yakashi Nano as the price for gaining Shimura Danzo's trust. Even after realizing Danzo's darkness, he was willing to delve deeper into it. This guy did not care about the lives of those important to Akihara Kagura. He never cared about Akihara Kagura as a teammate, if one must say. Actually, the two of them had already become enemies. Out of respect for Hatake Kakashi, Akihara Kagura had already been tolerant enough towards Uchiha Itachi. He chose to jump into the abyss himself. Since he jumped in, he should not dream of leaving the darkness in this lifetime. After saying this, Akihara Kagura seemed to think of something and suddenly asked, "Oi, is Abaido still in Konoha?" "Yes, Abaido has returned to the Naka Shrine." White Zetsuoi nodded and said, "It seems that Abaido really likes Uchiha Itachi. I still don't understand what makes Uchiha Itachi better than you. Who made Uchiha Itachi a member of the Uchiha clan? Anyway, that guy will never like us." Akihara Kagura chuckled and casually took credit for Uchiha Itachi's defection. "Now go immediately and tell Uchiha Abaido that the matter of forcing Uchiha Itachi to defect will soon bear fruit. Besides, I need his help with something else. There may not be another Kyuubi incident, and he might not be able to break the seal on Uzumaki Naruto. I am the future Hokage of Konoha and do not wish to see the village suffer any more losses. However, before Yagura, the Three-Tails Jinchuriki is sent away tomorrow. The third Hokage, to avoid displeasing the Mizukage, has lifted the seal on the Three-Tails Jinchuriki. We could stir up trouble with the Three-Tails as well. He once controlled Yagura, didn't he? Or let another pair of Mangekyo Sharingan control Yagura. Uchiha Itachi, having agreed to slaughter his clan for Shimura Danzo, certainly can't stay in Konoha, right? Uchiha Abaido can just recruit Uchiha Itachi into the Akatsuki organization to help with the first task. By the way, don't forget to remind Uchiha Abaido not to reveal my identity. Uchiha Itachi will definitely not be loyal to him. At most, he will only become a spy hidden in the Akatsuki organization, just like I'm a spy hidden in Konoha by the Akatsuki organization. Hey, is that possible? White Zetsuoi was puzzled for a moment and laughed, asking, "I just overheard that Uchiha Itachi would rather kill his entire clan. How could he dare to control the Three-Tails and cause turmoil in Konoha? That's not our concern. Just give him any reason. Test my power, test Uchiha Itachi's ability. I just hope for a result." Akihara Kagura looked deeply at White Zetsu and said solemnly, "It is up to me to quell the turmoil of the Three-Tails. This will earn me everyone's respect, make me a hero of Konoha, and help me secure the position of Hokage in the future. Tonight, a real drama will unfold, just like the fate of Wood Release and Mangekyo Sharingan many years ago. Some become rogue ninjas. Some become heroes. Naka Shrine. Uchiha Abaido is still waiting here, because, unless something unexpected happens, the Uchiha clan is about to launch a rebellion soon. At that time, the Uchiha clan will certainly not be a match for Konoha. This would be a perfect opportunity to collect more Sharingan as backups for the Izanagi technique, and also to recruit Uchiha Itachi, whom he had long had his eye on. Abaido! A figure emerged, revealing a wide grin before reporting, "The young man has completed your mission. He will soon force Uchiha Itachi to defect. However, he has encountered some troubles. He needs to prove the power of Wood Release to the higher-ups of Konoha." "Tusk!" Uchiha Abaido, with a disdainful turn of his head, coldly asked, "That brat always brings trouble. Does he want to have a big fight with Uchiha Itachi?" "Indeed." The figure nodded, smilingly saying, "The young man hopes that after Uchiha Itachi defects, he can control Yagura, the fourth Mizukage, who has had his chakra seal released, to create a disturbance with the Three-Tails, and then use Wood Release to defeat both the Three-Tails and Uchiha Itachi." "I see." Uchiha Abaido looked up at the sky, agreeing indifferently. All right, but that brat might not be able to defeat Uchiha Itachi and the Three Tails. The combination of the Mangekyo Sharingan and the tailed beasts is not just about control. It wasn't that Uchiha Abaido underestimated Ikehara Kagura. Over the past 2 years, Abaido had been observing Itachi, well aware of his remarkable talent, and knowing that Itachi had been secretly practicing Susanoo. The Susanoo of the Uchiha clan and the tailed beasts could create an earth-shattering force, not something that Ikehara Kagura's counterfeit would release could deal with. The last person who managed to handle Susanoo and the tailed beasts together was Hashirama, the first Hokage. However, Itachi and Ikehara Kagura were well-matched opponents. One had the incomplete Mangekyo Sharingan and the relatively weak Three Tails. The other had wood release through transplanted cells from Hashirama. Uchiha Abaido favored Itachi's Mangekyo Sharingan, but Ikehara Kagura had defeated the Pain Puppet and also possessed the Flying Thunder God technique, barely a powerful enough piece. It didn't matter who won or lost between these two. Whether Ikehara Kagura suppressed Itachi or Itachi suppressed Ikehara Kagura, it would be beneficial for Uchiha Abaido. Ideally, these two disobedient subordinates would both suffer. I'll go catch Yagura now. Uchiha Abaido was eager to see this scenario. After Itachi defects, I'll leave this task to him. After Abaido finished speaking, he turned to the figure again. By the way, tell Ikehara Kagura when he goes to suppress the Uchiha clan's rebellion, remember to spare the life of Itachi's brother. Don't let that brat Uchiha Sasuke die. This was important, because there might emerge a pair of eternal Mangekyo Sharingan between the brothers Itachi and Uchiha Sasuke, at which point the power of either Itachi or Sasuke would be greatly enhanced, serving their plan even more. All right, the figure then dove back underground. Ikehara Kagura also received this mission. System prompt, new mission Uchiha Abaido, spare Uchiha Sasuke's life when suppressing the Uchiha clan's rebellion. This mission wasn't just a reward handed over on a silver platter. Ikehara Kagura didn't even need to take action himself. A scroll appeared in the hands of Ikehara Kagura, and with a puff of smoke, Tendo Shisui's figure stood beside Ikehara Kagura. Accompanied by the chakra Ikehara Kagura channeled into him, this Six Paths puppet was revived. Under the dim light, Ikehara Kagura did not look at his puppet but instructed to himself, "It's not yet time to use you, but I believe this spectacle is indeed a rare sight." What spectacle? Tendo Shisui was curious. The Uchiha clan is about to stage a coup. Ikehara Kagura's words immediately tensed Shisui's nerves, who then softly instructed, "Help me monitor Uchiha Itachi and don't get discovered." "Do you want me to kill Itachi?" Shisui's voice trembled slightly. If Ikehara Kagura controlled him to confront Uchiha Itachi, whom he almost regarded as a younger brother in life, it would be too painful for him. "How could that be? I'm not some villain." Ikehara Kagura chuckled lightly and earnestly promised, "I won't let you kill Uchiha Itachi, at least not for now. But don't beg me." Ikehara Kagura tilted his head, looking at Tendo Shisui with a playful smile. "Don't ever come begging me. Don't ask me to allow you to kill Uchiha Itachi." Shisui immediately relaxed. As long as he wasn't asked to confront Uchiha Itachi, it didn't matter what Ikehara Kagura asked him to do, and how could he possibly beg Ikehara Kagura to kill Uchiha Itachi? What a joke! Even if Uchiha Itachi wanted to betray the Uchiha clan, Shisui could understand, because only he knew how heavy the burden of the family and the village was, which is why the living Shisui chose suicide due to being unable to bear it. Ikehara Kagura casually controlled Shisui's body to merge into the shadow below him. "I can let you sneak into the shadow to monitor him from within." Shisui's body completely vanished into the shadows. Now, what Shisui was most concerned about was the situation. He wanted to know when the Uchiha clan would start the coup and what the outcome of the inevitable conflict between Konoha and the Uchiha clan would be. Elsewhere, Uchiha Itachi returned home, still thinking about the conversation with Shimura Danzo, as their talk was crucial to the fate of the Uchiha clan and Konoha. Don't be fooled by what Sarutobi Hiruzen says. When it comes down to it, he will still choose to protect Konoha. Itachi, I hope you can make a choice. Whether to stand with the Uchiha clan, participate in their rebellion, and then have all the Uchihas annihilated together. Or choose to stand with Konoha, leave only your brother behind before the Uchiha rebellion, and help kill the rest of the Uchihas. Kill all the Uchihas? Correct. To protect the village, we must suppress the situation before the rebellion occurs, and the only ones who can shoulder this task are the double spies from both Uchiha and Konoha. Itachi, no one else but you is fit for this. Whether to choose the clan or the village. If you don't act, Sarutobi Hiruzen will definitely have Akihara Kagura do it, and you should know the deep grudge you have. You know how extreme Kagura's personality can be. Once the village has no choice but to send Akihara Kagura on the mission to annihilate the Uchiha, it won't be easy to resolve. Given what you once did to him, he definitely won't show mercy to the Uchiha, and your brother Uchiha Sasuke will surely not survive. Uchiha Itachi tossed and turned, unable to sleep. However, his younger brother Uchiha Sasuke was unaware of this. The little guy liked to sleep in his brother's room, and at this moment he was lying on the tatami mat next to Uchiha Itachi, sleeping soundly. "Sasuke!" Uchiha Itachi reached out and gently touched Sasuke's hair. As if feeling his brother's love in his sleep, Sasuke made a happy noise and then fell back into a deep sleep. The next morning, Konoha remained peaceful. Uchiha Itachi didn't go on any missions, but just stood quietly on a high platform in Konoha, watching over the tranquil village. Children at the ninja academy were still playing, and villagers were coming and going in the commercial streets of the village, selecting goods. Uchiha Itachi's hair fluttered in the wind. He closed his eyes, continuing to ponder the words of Shimura Danzo, thinking about his ultimate decision. Meanwhile, outside Konoha village, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, bid farewell to the fourth Mizukage, Yagura Karatachi, who refused the offer of an escort team from Konoha. After all, Hiruzen had already helped Yagura remove the seal inside his body, allowing the Mizukage to use his chakra again. Moreover, the ANBU from Mist Village would also be escorting him. A tall man with a shark-like face, carrying a bandaged ninjato, stood next to the fourth Mizukage, Yagura Karatachi. Kisame Hashigaki. Akihara Kagura stood next to Sarutobi Hiruzen, noticing this man. Kisame Hashigaki felt Kagura's gaze. Kisame Hashigaki slowly turned his head to look at Akihara Kagura standing next to the third Hokage. He knew this person was the wood-release ninja who had once caused an uproar in the Land of Water. The shark-faced man attempted to smile amiably, but it came across as somewhat cruel and bloody on his face. "May our two countries be forever at peace. I also sincerely hope for eternal peace." The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, and the fourth Mizukage, Yagura Karatachi, shook hands and said goodbye, standing at the gates of Konoha, watching as the Mizukage left with a group of Mist Village ANBU. Because of the information Uchiha Itachi provided the night before, Hiruzen could not delay any longer. Fearing that Yagura might get caught up in the internal turmoil between the Uchiha and Konoha, and hurriedly sent the Mizukage on his way. However, what Hiruzen never expected was that, less than half a day after the fourth Mizukage, Yagura Karatachi, and the Mist Village ANBU left Konoha, a figure appeared in front of them while they planned to rest by a river at noon. "Uchiha Obaido!" Yagura Karatachi's expression changed drastically, ready to mobilize his chakra, fearing that he would be controlled by Uchiha Obaido again. Uchiha Obaido, no longer concealing his true face, looked at Yagura Karatachi and the group of Mist Village ANBU and simply commanded in a cold voice, "Begin!" Click. Kisame Hashigaki, who had been standing next to Yagura Karatachi, swung the large sword in his hand. The bandage on the sword instantly burst open, and a Samehada burst out, biting into Yagura Karatachi's shoulder. Yagura Karatachi's chakra was rapidly absorbed by Samehada. The Samehada is one of the 7 most powerful ninja swords of the Mist Village, possessing the ability to absorb a person's chakra. This ability matches perfectly with its current owner, Kisame Hashigaki. A group of Mist Anbu were shocked, because no matter what, they could not imagine that Kisame Hashigaki would betray the Mist Village and choose to side with Uchiha Obaido. "Kisame!" The fourth Mizukage, Yagura, couldn't believe it and tried to turn around. "I'm really sorry, Lord Mizukage." Holding the Samehada in one hand, Kisame grinned and said, "I've had enough of this fake world. I want to see the new world." "Kisame, how dare you!" A group of Mist Anbu was about to charge at him. "Fire release, blast wave wild dance." Uchiha Obaido looked disdainfully at these Anbu, raised his finger, and a hurricane flew out of his eye socket, with a flame instantly falling into the hurricane. The fire, aided by the wind, expanded and burned this group of Mist Anbu to death. Just like many years ago, Uchiha Obaido was merciless against the Mist Anbu, only his mood seemed a bit more relaxed and pleasant this time. Just right. On the other side, Yagura also lost his ability to fight. Uchiha Obaido's Mangekyo Sharingan in his eye sockets quickly pulled Yagura's body into his own space, softly saying, "Kisame, I thought you knew my true identity and would choose to betray me." Kisame, carrying his Samehada great sword, grinned lightly and said, "Although you initially deceived me in the village using the name of Uchiha Madara, it doesn't matter to me at all. I'm just fed up with this fake world." "Good. Stand by." Uchiha Obaido looked at Kisame with satisfaction and continued, "When the time is right, I'll arrange for you to join the organization so you can understand the truth of this world. Then I'll be taking my leave." Kisame nodded his head and out of curiosity before leaving asked, "I saw that would release Brat. His chakra seems to be liked by Samehada. If there's a chance, can I kill him? You're not his match yet." Uchiha Obaido felt like this subordinate was also courting death. After all, since the leader of the Akatsuki, Pain, was defeated by Akihara Kagiura, it's unlikely that Kisame, no matter how strong, could defeat Akihara Kagiura. After watching Kisame leave, Uchiha Obaido's body also entered a space-time vortex, teleporting away from the spot. Evening. In the forest next to the Naka Shrine. Uchiha Obaido returned here to continue waiting for Uchiha Itachi. Today, Uchiha Itachi actually came here, quietly standing under a tree, seemingly waiting for Uchiha Obaido to appear. Just as Uchiha Obaido was about to speak, Uchiha Itachi saw Uchiha Obaido's figure appear and suddenly made a request. "I'd like to ask for a favor." "Oh!" Uchiha Obaido became interested, thinking of the news reported by White Zetsu Oi, and a smug expression appeared on his face. "It seems you've decided to join my organization. As long as you do me a favor." Uchiha Itachi looked at Uchiha Obaido, a struggle flashing in his eyes, but ultimately he spoke firmly. "Help me eliminate the Uchiha clan." The strength of the Uchiha clan was not weak. Even with the Mangekyou Sharingan, Uchiha Itachi felt somewhat apprehensive, as he needed to reserve some strength to confront his father, Uchiha Fugaku, who also possessed the Mangekyou Sharingan. Hee. Uchiha Obaido chuckled lightly, looking at Uchiha Itachi. "I've heard you're close with the higher-ups of Konoha, and have been ostracized by the Uchiha clan, just like Uchiha Madara was expelled back then. Have you started to hate the clan now? They are planning a coup." Uchiha Itachi lowered his head, unwilling to claim he was acting for the greater good of Konoha in front of this man, revealing his true intention. "The power of the Uchiha clan can't possibly be a match for Konoha. I want Sasuke to survive." "Is that so?" Uchiha Obaido spread his hands, grinning. "I also have a task for you. I've taken back the Three Tails Jinchuriki Yagura Karatachi. You control the Three Tails in Konoha to create chaos, to test the abilities of that kid, Akihara Kagiura." As Uchiha Obaido said this, he even took an interested tone, speaking of their Uchiha clan's tradition. When Uchiha Madara left Konoha, he controlled the Nine Tails with his Mangekyou Sharingan, and with Susanoo he enhanced the Nine Tails' power, battling the first Hokage. "Now it's your turn." "All right." Uchiha Itachi slowly nodded in agreement. When Uchiha Madara disregarded his clan's pleas and chose to defect, he controlled the Nine Tails with the Mangekyou Sharingan, fighting a deadly battle with his fated enemy, the first Hokage Senju Hashirama. Now he himself had to kill all his clansmen and defect from Konoha, also using the Mangekyou Sharingan to control the Three Tails and fight his fated enemy, Akihara Kagiura. All of this was like a fate that couldn't be escaped. Just then, in the shadow of a dark corner, the soul of Tendo Shisui was trembling continuously. He heard the exchange between Uchiha Obaido and Uchiha Itachi, and finally understood why Akihara Kagiura would think that he would definitely seek to kill Uchiha Itachi. The moonlight in the sky was bright, yet to some, this moon appeared as though it was cloaked in a layer of blood. Uchiha Itachi was crouched on a utility pole, resembling a crow about to swoop down for its prey, his eyes a deep crimson. In the next moment, Uchiha Itachi vanished from his spot. The moment Uchiha Itachi disappeared, the first wail of grief was heard. This genius of the Uchiha clan finally turned his ninja blade against his own people. It was an indiscriminate massacre. Regardless of age or gender, all fell under his blade. The smell of blood spread everywhere. A group of Uchihas, still in shock, screamed as they fled through the streets, with Uchiha Itachi swinging his ninja blade closely behind, cutting down his clansmen in the street. In the shadows under the moonlight, Shisui's soul watched all this in agony, desperately begging Akihara Kagiura to rush out and stop Uchiha Itachi to prevent this bloody slaughter. "At least, let me stop him, save some children." Shisui's soul desperately pleaded with Akihara Kagiura's will, witnessing Uchiha Itachi's indiscriminate killing, knowing that this genius ninja, once seen as a brother, had completely lost his mind. "Let's talk first. Do you know why he did this?" Akihara Kagiura's demeanor remained calm, even serene. "Uchiha Itachi killed his own clansmen solely to protect his brother, Uchiha Sasuke." Shisui's soul was frozen. Even Akihara Kagiura's physical form was still calmly drinking tea. Perhaps he was too close to Shimura Danzo, always claiming it was for the sake of Konoha, even believing he was doing it for Konoha, ultimately wanting only to ensure his brother's survival. "Let me save some children." Shisui, seeing the aftermath of Uchiha Itachi's actions, his soul shaking violently, his agony almost piercing his soul, just to save some of the Uchiha kids. Shisui had no hope of saving more, because the first person Uchiha Itachi killed was an old man who had lived near the entrance to the clan's residence, who had watched them grow up. Akihara Kagura. Shisui's soul's voice gradually quieted down, almost gritting his teeth as he spoke. If you didn't want me to save people, you wouldn't have let me out, right? You better think this through. Akihara Kagura shook his head, not understanding the thoughts of his own creation. If you save some people and their disappearance becomes known, it could prevent Uchiha Sasuke, Uchiha Itachi's brother, from surviving. Akihara Kagura questioned his own creation. Uchiha Itachi must believe that only by killing the other Uchihas can his brother, Uchiha Sasuke, survive. If you save even one person, Uchiha Sasuke's future could be jeopardized by Konoha. Akihara Kagura sensed the emotional turmoil of his creation, then suddenly chuckled. Although some children, like his brother, are innocent, Uchiha Itachi wouldn't care, as he deprives others of their lives to preserve his brother's life. Shisui found himself unable to answer. So many people are at fault. What a pity. You always said I was extreme. Now you see who truly is extreme. Akihara Kagura slowly set down his teacup and sighed deeply, saying, "All right, the night of clan annihilation is destined to happen. It's fated that someone must bear the burden of this mistake, and many have erred. The first Hokage made mistakes, the second Hokage made mistakes, the third Hokage made mistakes, both Koharu Yudate and Hamura Mitokado made mistakes, but Danzo and Uchiha Itachi were the greatest mistakes of all. Danzo always meddled in affairs he shouldn't have. After tonight, the power he so cherished will likely no longer be in his hands." Akihara Kagura clasped his hands together, sitting alone in his room, pondering over the situation in Konoha after this turmoil was still ongoing. This clan annihilation will undoubtedly cause upheaval in Konoha. To ensure the other clans of Konoha do not harbor resentment towards the higher-ups, a scapegoat must be found, and Shimura Danzo is undoubtedly to be ousted from the top by the third Hokage. At that time, will the third Hokage disrupt the route to enter the Anbu, or will he let someone who aspires to lead the route take control? If one becomes the head of the route, Danzo's people can no longer stay, and a suitable group of people will be needed. If you want to do something, just do it. But don't draw Uchiha Itachi's attention. Save those who can live out the rest of their lives, save those who are not so radical. They will aim for revenge against Uchiha Itachi, and they will be the root of my new route. I have always said that the position of Root's future leader is mine. Danzo has been reluctant to hand over that position to me, so I had to take it myself. The future will be interesting, won't it? The very person who wanted to eliminate Uchiha Itachi the most, Danzo, the first leader of Root, has to watch as his route is filled with the remaining Uchihas. Right, I shouldn't say that. The will of the Root requires forgetting their names. It seems they can no longer use the Uchiha surname. After all, they are the clan of coup plotters in Konoha. I will find a way to make these new subordinates, who must hide their real names, become strong, making Root the strongest armed organization in the future. Only in this way can I repay Danzo. I still remember the first time I met Danzo. The first thing he had me do was change a crude name that someone else had used. Shisui felt an inexplicable unease. Although he did not know the fate of the Uchihas that Akihara Kagura allowed him to save, it was better than letting them be slaughtered by Uchiha Itachi, the Uchiha clan's territory. Cries of anguish had already awakened many. Many Uchihas, upon learning that someone was slaughtering them, either locked their doors tight or fled their homes desperately, hoping to run towards the clan leader's family for protection. However, Uchiha Fugaku, the clan leader whom the Uchihas trusted, made no move. This leader of the Uchiha clan sat in his home, seemingly deaf to the cries outside, as if he had anticipated all of this. "Fugaku!" Uchiha Mikoto looked at her husband worriedly. "It's okay." Uchiha Fugaku calmly shook his head, his eyes a deep red, already in the form of the Mangekyo Sharingan, and whispered, "Don't worry, we just need to stay here. I've already sent a shadow clone to check the situation." "Okay." Uchiha Mikoto believed her husband, nodded her head, and then couldn't help saying, "Sasuke hasn't come home from school yet, could it be?" "It won't be." Uchiha Fugaku shook his head and softly replied, "Perhaps many people will be in trouble tonight, but Sasuke will certainly be safe. Others." Uchiha Mikoto frowned, listening to the occasional wails coming from within the clan's territory. "Which family has encountered trouble, I wonder?" "I'm sorry." Uchiha Fugaku remained kneeling in front of the collapse, only his palms were slightly trembling. "Perhaps something has happened to every family. Let's go change our clothes." If nothing goes wrong, something will happen to every household in the Uchiha clan territory. However, after Shisui's soul received permission from Akihara Kagura, he sneaked into a household under the cover of darkness. Shisui knew the male head of this household. This man advocated for a coup d'etat against Konoha. Even if he was saved, he might defy Akihara Kagura's orders in the future, likely leading Kagura to eliminate the surviving Uchihas. Akihara Kagura is an extremist. If he truly believes the Uchiha clan cannot be utilized, he would likely eliminate all Uchihas immediately to avoid risks. Shisui emerged from the shadows, dragging the elderly, women, and children of this household into the shadows, leaving only the man to face death. "I will let you keep your lineage." Shisui couldn't even apologize to this former clansman. Uchiha Itachi was desperately slaughtering within the Uchiha clan territory, while Uchiha Shisui avoided Itachi's path, doing his best to rescue survivors. However, Uchiha Itachi would eventually notice something amiss. Uchiha Itachi, wielding a ninja sword, killed a madman and sought his family but found no trace of them. "Are they hiding?" Uchiha Itachi frowned, and after searching to no avail, he had to temporarily leave to kill another family. This situation became increasingly common. This also led to Uchiha Itachi's worsening mood. Because the Konoha higher-ups had already grasped all information about the Uchiha clan, including the number of jonin and children, through his constant transmission of information. In this case, if the Konoha higher-ups do not believe he wiped out the Uchiha, what if the Konoha higher-ups do not acknowledge it? Would they still protect Sasuke for him? A shadow fell over Uchiha Itachi's heart, but since there was no turning back, he could only attempt to use Uchiha Obaido's contingency. Now, by killing his father Uchiha Fugaku and his mother Uchiha Mikoto, and causing a three-tails disturbance in the Uchiha clan territory, using tailed beast balls or other techniques to cleanse the territory, no matter where these people hide, they cannot escape. On a long street. This is the longest street of the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Itachi killed the last fleeing man and saw his father Uchiha Fugaku's figure at the end of the street. Uchiha Fugaku stood at the end. His eyes were the Mangekyou Sharingan, as if he could see through everything to the future. "Is this what you wanted me to see, Itachi?" "Look!" Uchiha Itachi, indifferent to the fresh blood on his face, his eyes also turned a deep red. "The future of the village, the future of our clan. Are you entrusting it to Sasuke?" Uchiha Fugaku's eyes returned to normal, and his body instantly turned into a puff of smoke. This was just a shadow clone sent to investigate. Uchiha Itachi's expression immediately became alert. He knew how powerful his father was, and he also knew how difficult it was to deal with the Mangekyou Sharingan, especially since he himself was a user of the Mangekyou Sharingan. Uchiha Itachi leaped onto an electric pole and quietly jumped into his home in no time, carefully checking if his father had left any traps. However, there were no traps in the house. Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Mikoto, dressed in ordinary clothes, knelt in the room, their eyes seemingly losing the desire for life, kneeling there as if their hearts were dead ashes, quietly waiting for the slaughter from their eldest son. Uchiha Itachi's figure stiffened. "I don't want to fight a bloody battle with my own son." Uchiha Fugaku showed no intention of resisting. His voice even seemed gentler than before. "Since you've already sided with them, then so be it." "Dad, Mom, we understand, Itachi." Uchiha Mikoto's voice was somewhat stiff, as if she was trying hard to suppress her emotions, not letting her voice become abnormal. "Take care of Sasuke." Uchiha Itachi painfully raised his ninja sword. "Don't be afraid." Uchiha Fugaku seemed to understand his son's intention, softly persuading his son to swing the ninja sword. "Our pain will be over in an instant. This is the path you've chosen. Even though our thoughts differ, I'm still proud of you. What a kind child. Since it has come to this, don't hesitate. I'm sorry, I have more important things to do." Uchiha Itachi swung his ninja sword in agony, and blood sprayed out as Uchiha Fugaku and his wife, who had been kneeling, fell down. "Tonight. There's still the need to wrap things up. There are still many people hiding in places like basements, just that he hadn't found them yet. He needs to meet up with Uchiha Obaido and use the power of the three tails to turn this clan land into barren ground. In the sky." The moon returned to normal, still as bright as before. However, the sky seemed to have turned red, as if it was stained with someone's blood. Uchiha Sasuke stayed a little longer at school after class, and on his way home he saw a pool of blood, as well as his parents who had been brutally murdered. Then, he also saw the brother who killed his parents. Uchiha Itachi grabbed his neck, choking the brother he had always loved, staring intently into Uchiha Sasuke's eyes. "Tsukiyomi!" Uchiha Itachi's Sharingan slowly transformed into the Mangekyou Sharingan, trapping Uchiha Sasuke in the Tsukiyomi Genjutsu, presenting everything that happened tonight within Tsukiyomi. "This is my foolish little brother." Uchiha Itachi, looking into Uchiha Sasuke's eyes, slowly revealed a trace of red, his voice becoming eerie and ruthless. Hate me, despise me, live on in ugliness. When you have the same eyes as mine, come find me for revenge. Nah-san. Uchiha Sasuke, unable to believe it, covered his head. The boy howled a few times in the Tsukuyomi before being completely overwhelmed by pain, and he passed out instantaneously. I need to use the power of the three tails. Uchiha Itachi, carrying the unconscious Uchiha Sasuke, appeared on a high platform looking at Uchiha Obaido, who had already finished slaughtering the Konoha police force on the other side. Tonight, both places were happening simultaneously. Uchiha Itachi was in charge of cleaning up the Uchiha clan area, while Uchiha Obaido took care of clearing out the Konoha police department building, both ensuring no one slipped through the net. The three tails, here you go! Uchiha Obaido stood on a high platform, looking at Uchiha Itachi, who appeared before him. A space-time vortex appeared in his Mangekyou Sharingan. The figure of the fourth Mizukage, Yagura, appeared before them. Why did you bring Sasuke? Uchiha Obaido became curious, contemplating a possibility. Oh, are you planning to leave Konoha with him? No, just to avoid collateral damage. Uchiha Itachi shook his head, put down Uchiha Sasuke, and crouched in front of the fourth Mizukage, Yagura. We need the power of the three tails to clear out the rest. Uchiha Itachi looked into Yagura's eyes. Suddenly, a massive tailed beast appeared in the Uchiha clan area. The moment the tailed beast appeared, it began to gather a tailed beast ball, and the explosion turned the Uchiha clan area into ruins. The explosion of the tailed beast ball was earth-shattering. This scene immediately awakened everyone in Konoha. Akihara Kagura calmly changed his clothes, gently opened his door, and saw a panicked ninja grabbing him. Hey, what exactly happened outside? Lord Kagura. The ninja recognized Akihara Kagura's identity and hurriedly reported. The three tails suddenly appeared in the village, going berserk in the direction of the Uchiha clan area. Before he could finish reporting, ANBU members came to inform Akihara Kagura that the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, ordered him to immediately head to the Uchiha clan area to confront the three tails. I'll head over immediately. Akihara Kagura put on his ninja forehead protector and leaped towards the direction of the Uchiha clan, with the wind gently blowing the tie of his forehead protector. Inside the Uchiha clan area, Uchiha Itachi stood on top of the three tails, controlling this massive turtle creature, attempting to have the three tails gather another tailed beast ball to continue cleaning the Uchiha clan area. A thick vine suddenly burst out. This thick vine directly grabbed the three tails by the neck. The three tails struggled desperately to break free, but it was unable to escape. Akihara Kagura! Uchiha Itachi did not need to think too much to know who had come, as only Akihara Kagura in the whole of Konoha could use such powerful wood release. Amaterasu! Blood flowed from one of Uchiha Itachi's eyes. Accompanied by Uchiha Itachi's soft chant, a black flame appeared out of nowhere on the vine, quickly burning it and freeing the three tails from its restraint. This was his Mangekyou Sharingan's jutsu, Amaterasu. As long as it was within sight, it could be released quickly, far beyond ordinary jutsu, and Amaterasu's flames would never extinguish unless controlled by the caster. Wood release, wood human technique. That vine was not dead. In fact, it grew a massive wooden figure from inside. It appeared before Uchiha Itachi. I need to ask. Akihara Kagura stood on top of the wooden figure, looking at the Uchiha clan area, now ruins and corpses everywhere. What exactly happened tonight? As you see, Uchiha Itachi's expression was indifferent. At this moment, Uchiha Itachi seemed to become another person. Standing atop the head of the three tails, coldly surveying the ruins of the clan's land, he opened his mouth to say, I killed all the Uchihas to test the power I had obtained. Ha! Akihara Kagura looked at Uchiha Itachi, a smile unexpectedly curving at the corner of his mouth. You've gone and done what I wanted to do, eh? I've been wanting to kill all the Uchihas. But you've killed so many people. Did you forget about some that might have slipped through the net? What? Uchiha Itachi furrowed his brows. This night of annihilation did not go very smoothly because, during the killing, he saw that some homes were left with only a grown man, while the elderly and children had hidden away. Having just controlled the three tails to use the tailed beast bomb, shouldn't it have killed all those who were hiding? After all, the Uchiha clan land is only so big. Could it be that Akihara Kagura sensed there were still people alive? While Uchiha Itachi was pondering, Akihara Kagura's gaze fell on Uchiha Itachi. I'm talking about you, the one that slipped through the net, Uchiha Itachi. As his words fell, Akihara Kagura controlled the wood human to charge forward. Uchiha Itachi controlled the three tails beneath him to meet the attack, only to watch helplessly as the three tails was brutally beaten down by the wood human's hand pressing it to the ground. For the first time, Uchiha Itachi felt the frailty of the tailed beasts. If the tailed beasts had only this much power, even if the Uchiha clan were to rebel and control the tailed beasts, they would still be no match for Akihara Kagura's wood human technique. From a distant platform, Uchiha Obaido watched the battle. White Zetsu's figure slowly emerged, staying beside Uchiha Obaido. White Zetsu watched the scene, seemingly having anticipated this. The power of the three tails cannot compare with that of the 9 tails. It's unlikely to defeat Kagura's wood human technique unless Uchiha Itachi uses Susanoo to enhance the three tails. Susanoo, mighty dress of the three tails! A red armor appeared on the three tails. Uchiha Itachi could no longer afford to think further, only quickly controlling his Susanoo to cover the three tails, barely donning a layer of scale-like armor on it. The power of the three tails suddenly changed. The turtle shell of the three tails was adorned with a shield-patterned armor, and every time the wood human's fist smashed down, that shield pattern would bring about a retaliatory force. It must be said, Uchiha Itachi's Susanoo and the three tails were quite compatible. Because both Uchiha Itachi's Susanoo and the three tails are known for their defense, the three tails' body is covered with spikes, and Uchiha Itachi's Susanoo possesses a Yata mirror, capable of reflecting some physical attacks. Akihara Kagura could clearly feel the trembling power transmitted from the wood human's fist, each punch reflecting the same force back onto the wood human's body. You and this turtle are really alike. Akihara Kagura's palms slowly came together. Yasakani no Magatama! Uchiha Itachi didn't wait for Akihara Kagura's next move. The moment he stood his ground in defense, he immediately launched a counterattack, and a bright light suddenly appeared from the mouth of the three tails. This bright light was mixed with the chakra of the three tails, specifically the power released by the fusion of the Yasakani no Magatama of Susanoo and the tailed beast ball chakra. This was a power even stronger than the tailed beast ball. The wood human spread its palms, caught the Yasakani no Magatama, pressed its hand onto the three tails, and a violent explosion ensued. The light was as blinding as the sun. Is my hand broken? Akihara Kagura frowned, looking at the shield-like patterned armor on the three tails. Is your defense that strong? Uchiha Itachi seized the opportunity, controlling the armored three tails to pounce on the wood human, biting into the human's broken arm as if it could tear the wood human apart. Intend to bite off the wood human's hand. Akihara Kagura's palms slowly formed a cross, and natural energy surged into his body, instantly entering Sage mode. Sage art, true several thousand hands. Roots sprang from beneath the wood human. A gigantic wooden statue of Cannon appeared beneath the wood human. Compared to this Cannon statue, the already massive wood human seemed tiny, only able to sit on the head of the Cannon statue. Behind this Cannon statue, numerous giant arms stretched out. That is! Sarutobi Hiruzen, leading the Anbu, arrived and tightened his pupils involuntarily upon seeing this. Is that the true several thousand hands recorded in the scrolls? You've got to be kidding. The Cannon statue of the true several thousand hands was larger than any statue built in Konoha, making the armored three tails controlled by Uchiha Itachi look like a toy. Compared to the size of ninjas and tailed beasts, which are like toys, the size of the true several thousand hands Cannon statue makes the tailed beasts look like toys. Frankly speaking, Sarutobi Hiruzen would never doubt that if the true several thousand hands were to collapse, it could cause a catastrophic impact on Konoha, not to mention that the technique hadn't even unleashed its power. Why was this technique, which could almost destroy heaven and earth, recorded in the scrolls as a technique to counter the 9 tails? Although the 9 tails also has the power to destroy Konoha, its size seems incomparable to that of the true several thousand hands. The first Hokage. Did he record his technique too modestly? Kagura! Sarutobi Hiruzen could only shout loudly, hoping to remind Akihara Kagura, who was controlling the true several thousand hands, do not harm Konoha, take the battle outside the village. Don't worry, third Hokage. Akihara Kagura's voice echoed down, not caring about the trouble. It will only take a few seconds to resolve this battle. For reference, fully Susanoo cloaked 9 tails versus true several thousand hands. After Akihara Kagura finished speaking, an arm from the Cannon statue behind the true several thousand hands reached out, directly grabbed the armored 3 tails on the ground, holding the body of the 3 tails in its hand as if holding a small doll. The sense of weightlessness under Uchiha Itachi's feet made his heart flutter, and he looked incredulously at the Cannon statue in front of him. At this moment, Uchiha Itachi felt as if he had returned to the past. 3 years ago, during the Chunin exam, that was when he met Akihara Kagiura, but he was defeated by a massive wooden dragon in the exam. Now, even though he had obtained the Mangekyo Sharingan, he hadn't expected Akihara Kagiura to possess an even more powerful wood-release technique, the cannon statue of the true several thousand hands. Merely seeing it involuntarily gives one a sense of oppression. Perhaps not many in the current ninja world have seen a technique of this level. Even seeing the size of Susanoo would amaze them, let alone seeing the incomparably larger true several thousand hands cannon statue. This cannon statue could subdue the three tails with just one hand. How is this possible? White Zetsu appeared even more alarmed than Uchiha Obaido, feeling as if it had perhaps misremembered the time. How is it possible to achieve this extent? Akihara Kagiura, this guy. Seems like he truly possesses the body of a sage. Otherwise, how could he possibly use this level of technique, a technique that only the first Hokage Senju Hashirama could perform? Even if one of the Uchiha Itachi or Uchiha Sasuke brothers activated their eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, they couldn't possibly be a match for Akihara Kagiura. This Akihara Kagiura, how could this Akihara Kagiura be so powerful to this extent? White Zetsu immediately began calculating darkly about the matter it had long been focused on. It still felt something was amiss. No matter how it calculated, Akihara Kagiura's age didn't add up. Could this kid really be the chakra reincarnation of Ashura, the son of the Sage of Six Paths? After all, Akihara Kagiura's actions are so extreme, it doesn't seem like those of the simple, stubborn, and foolish Ashura chakra holders, nor does his temperament match. However, without a doubt, Akihara Kagiura is a more suitable Rinnegan vessel than Nagato, and might even be more suited than Uchiha Obaido and Uchiha Madara to be the leader of the Eye of the Moon plan. Is this wood release? Uchiha Obaido felt his eyes were about to bulge out. No, is wood release really this powerful? How exactly did that guy Uchiha Madara survive? Akihara Kagiura, this kid is a bit too strong. If it weren't for my unique space-time ninjutsu of the Mangekyo Sharingan, I would have been hammered to death by this kid long ago. I'm going to save Itachi. Uchiha Obaido's eyes flashed with a space-time vortex, moving his body to instantaneously disappear from the spot, appearing above the three tails. Let's go! Uchiha Obaido placed his hand on Uchiha Itachi's shoulder, looking at the hand that grasped the three tails like a cannon figure, and said in a deep voice, "You're not a match for Akihara Kagiura now. Every technique has its weaknesses." Uchiha Itachi observed the cannon figure for a while and eventually determined that the figure's weakness must be Akihara Kagiura, who was controlling it from above. However, no matter what, he was unable to break through the opponent's defense. There's no need to continue fighting. Uchiha Obaido shook his head, moving Uchiha Itachi to instantly disappear from the spot. Even if you have a method to break through, the people of Konoha will be surrounding us soon. When Uchiha Itachi disappeared, the majestic Susanoo on the three tails also vanished. The hand of the cannon figure grasping the three tails almost instantly absorbed all of the three tails chakra, with the fourth Mizukage Yagura falling unconscious in the palm of the true thousand hand. Akihara Kagiura waved his hand, dissipating the true thousand-armed cannon figure. The next moment, a group of people surrounded Akihara Kagiura. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed in relief. His greatest concern was that the Uchiha clan's affair would cause too much damage to Konoha. The turmoil of the three tails tonight had indeed worried the old man deeply, but fortunately he had taught Akihara Kagiura the jutsu of the first Hokage ahead of time. Well done! Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the ruins of the Uchiha clan's land and the corpses scattered everywhere and commanded in a stern voice, "Seal this place immediately, recover all the bodies, and do not allow a single Sharingan to be lost." Understood. A group of ANBU immediately dispersed. It was all done by Uchiha Itachi. Akihara Kagiura glanced at the ruins and then at the shadows within the ruins, murmuring softly, "It seems this guy took the initiative to strike hard, exterminating the Uchiha clan. What exactly happened? I had a talk with him." Shimura Danzo approached, speaking slowly. "It seems Uchiha Itachi made the right choice by standing with us. I've already sent people from the route to recover the bodies at the Konoha police force." Danzo! Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression darkened. Looking at the devastated Uchiha clan's land, he rebuked loudly. "It's all because I was too indulgent with you, leading to today's outcome. From today onwards, your position as the Hokage advisor is revoked, and your root division is disbanded." "Lord Hokage!" Akihara Kagiura stopped Sarutobi Hiruzen, softly saying, "Lord Danzo was, after all, acting for the sake of Konoha." Moreover, Lord Danzo's strategy indeed led the Uchiha to annihilate each other today, resolving the trouble with the Uchiha clan and preventing the village from suffering greater losses. Shimura Danzo felt a slight affection for Akihara Kagura. Although this young one had deceived him, at least he had been taught by him, and his actions and style were still highly regarded. However, when Akihara Kagura said this, he suddenly changed the topic. Despite Lord Danzo's mistake, the root has made many contributions to Konoha. There's no need to disband it, right? I've always wanted to become the leader of the root, to use my own strength to protect Konoha from the shadows. You little brat! Anger flashed in Shimura Danzo's eyes. This young one really coveted his root. If I don't give it to you, you can't just take it. But this brat shouldn't think that by becoming the leader of the root, he can lead the root, right? Shimura Danzo then realized he could let Akihara Kagura become the leader of the root, thereby continuing to control the root in secret and even influence Akihara Kagura through the root. After all, Shimura Danzo had witnessed Akihara Kagura's power and again entertained the thought of using Akihara Kagura, a power that could easily annihilate a country. The root cannot be disbanded. Shimura Danzo looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen and argued convincingly. I can step back and serve as a consultant, letting Akihara Kagura take over the position of the leader of the root. After all, I am already old, and the village has resolved the Uchiha issue. I want to try. Akihara Kagura looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen, volunteering. Third Hokage, this has always been my ideal, to protect Konoha from the shadows. There's no need for that, right? Sarutobi Hiruzen did not fully agree, glanced at the unconscious fourth Mizukage, Yagura, and said softly, Today you solved the trouble brought by the three tails, you are a hero in the village. But the root still needs to exist. Akihara Kagura looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen and made his request. I just want to correct the mistakes left by Lord Danzo, to prevent incidents like those involving Yakashi Kabuto and the head of Yakashi Nano from happening in the village again. Danzo Shimura's fingers trembled with anger. This brat wants to take over the root to prevent incidents like those involving Yakashi Kabuto and Yakashi Nano from happening again. Can root ninjas still serve as tools if they develop feelings? However, Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Akihara Kagura with approval, thinking that it was rare for Kagura to come up with a not-so-extreme and even excellent idea. If that's the case, then the root will be entrusted to you during the time Danzo is dismissed. Bonds. That is the eternal topic of the ninja world. Akihara Kagura mentioned the incidents involving Yakashi Kabuto and Yakashi Nano, obviously aiming to eradicate the stubborn diseases within the root and allow its members to also possess bonds. Once such an idea is conceived, it already embodies a bit of the Hokage thinking. Sarutobi Hiruzen greatly appreciated Akihara Kagura's attitude towards bonds and took the initiative to say, Kagura, don't disappoint me in the future, but also continue to stay by my side on a regular basis. Continue to serve as my assistant, discussing the village's affairs together in place of Danzo. Danzo Shimura clenched his walking stick tightly. This brat has taken over my position. The brat I brought into Konoha has just like that taken over my position in Konoha. Shimura Danzo was dismissed from his position. Shimura Danzo, who followed alongside Sarutobi Hiruzen and Akihara Kagura, thinking he would still be like Koharu Udatain and Mitakado Hamura as one of the Konoha advisory elders, remaining a high-ranking member of Konoha. When speaking to Akihara Kagura, he still maintained a condescending attitude. Kagura! The will of the root is the essence of its existence. Even if you succeed the root, do not casually make any changes to the root I established. The root's ninjas are born for the darkness of Konoha. I understand Lord Danzo's point, but Akihara Kagura hesitated for a moment, glancing at Shimura Danzo, seemingly reluctant to hurt his pride. Aren't the current root ninjas all useless? What did you say? Shimura Danzo's face immediately turned sour. When I was in the root, starting to learn wood release, not a single person could withstand me for 10 seconds. As Akihara Kagura spoke, he happened to see a returning Ambu captain and casually mentioned an example. The root can't even pick someone who can defeat Kakashi. Shimura Danzo clenched his teeth in resentment. The famously known Sharingan Kakashi is considered weak. There are hardly any ninjas in Konoha who are better than Hadate Kakashi, and who could be a match for you, youngster. Even Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't be your opponent. Hey, you! Hadate Kakashi, holding an unconscious youth in his arms, just about to report to Sarutobi Hiruzen, heard Akihara Kagura badmouthing himself. Though I am indeed not much, you make it sound like I am really bad. You heard wrong, I was praising you. That doesn't sound like a compliment. Kakashi, this is. Sarutobi Hiruzen planned their exchange, looking at the youth in Hade Kakashi's arms, and frowned. I remember this child. Is this Itachi's brother, Uchiha Sasuke? There's still one that slipped through the net. Kagura! Sarutobi Hiruzen stopped Akihara Kagura, well aware that the Uchiha clan posed no threat anymore, with only Uchiha Sasuke remaining, and there was no need to do anything further. Even the Uchiha's Kekkei Genkai is very important to Konoha. Severely affected by Genjutsu. After examining, Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately ordered, "Is he the only survivor? Take this child to the hospital first." Yes, Hade Kakashi immediately left with Sasuke. Akihara Kagura no longer objected. System prompt. The mission of quelling the Uchiha clan's rebellion, leaving Uchiha Sasuke alive, has been completed. Reward, transcription seal. Transcription seal, through eye contact, set conditions in advance, and through the Mangekyou Sharingan, seal the jutsu formula in advance in one's own or the target's eyes. When the conditions are met, the jutsu will be automatically activated. Kakashi is an excellent ninja. Sarutobi Hiruzen glanced at Hade Kakashi and corrected Akihara Kagura's statement. It's rare to find someone in the village who can match Kakashi. Akihara Kagura did not argue, whispering, I learned a lot from Captain Kakashi in the past, so I plan to train my subordinates in the way Captain Kakashi did. This won't do. Shimura Danzo interrupted Akihara Kagura before he could finish, immediately expressing his objection. Kagura, I am the founder of the root, no one is more. Lord Danzo. Akihara Kagura interrupted Shimura Danzo, softly uttering a phrase very familiar yet loathed by Danzo. Now I am the leader of the root. When I was in the root, I had already thought of reforming it. Danzo's eyes narrowed slightly. This damn brat. But it didn't matter. Danzo believed in his control over the root, and the other root ninjas still had the cursed seal. They would still obey his commands. Danzo! Sarutobi Hiruzen took the opportunity to support his assistant, speaking sternly. I have removed all your duties, now you can go back and rest well. What? Danzo's eyes widened involuntarily. However, Akihara Kagura already understood what Sarutobi Hiruzen meant. System prompt. Superior Shimura Danzo has been removed. This is the power of the Hokage. Just one sentence can remove all your boss. Now, Akihara Kagura's only superiors in Konoha are Sarutobi Hiruzen and his teacher Jiraiya. As for Shimura Danzo, he really didn't get it. Perhaps this old man didn't understand that this time, by stripping him of his position as the Hokage's assistant and the leader of the root, he would not be able to wield power for some time. Not for any other reason. Because Konoha no longer had any internal or external trouble. If Danzo continued to wield power, he would not only be unable to nourish Konoha, but would become a parasite that drained it. Of course, Akihara Kagura would still respect Danzo. After all, Danzo was the one who brought him back to Konoha. He wouldn't refuse to help just because the system didn't reward him. If Sarutobi Hiruzen, as the Hokage, could not tolerate Danzo continuing to lead power in Konoha, then help Lord Danzo, help him find a better position. However, before Akihara Kagura could say anything, Danzo left angrily, with the two root ninjas who had been following him unsure of what to do. Although Danzo was the controller of the cursed seal. But Akihara Kagura, as the current leader of the root, also had a significant reputation. If they left with Danzo now, would they really not be beaten by this new boss? Akihara Kagura was not a petty person. He waved at them saying, First, take Lord Danzo home, then return to the root base to report. Yes, Lord Kagura. These two root ninjas had long been accustomed to shouting this phrase. Shimura Danzo coldly turned his head to glance at his former subordinates, suppressing the rage in his heart, and slowly left the place with the aid of his cane. As Shimura Danzo was on his way home, he encountered Uchiha Itachi head-on. This man had just caused a commotion and was now seeking to fulfill a promise from Shimura Danzo. Uchiha Itachi! The two root operatives immediately tensed up. I've come to have you fulfill your promise. Uchiha Itachi, looking at Shimura Danzo, coldly said, Never harm Sasuke. Once you break your promise, I will leak Konoha's information to enemy countries. Shimura Danzo indeed felt a bit troubled, because he was no longer a high-ranking official in Konoha, but instead it was Akihara Kagura who had become a high-ranking official. Given Akihara Kagura's attitude towards the Uchiha clan, the safety of Uchiha Sasuke was indeed uncertain. Akihara Kagura has replaced me as the leader of the root. Shimura Danzo shared news that immediately made Uchiha Itachi's scalp tingle, before continuing, If he dares to harm Uchiha Sasuke, I will stop him. Uchiha Itachi's gaze was filled with skepticism. If Akihara Kagura wanted to kill Sasuke, what could Shimura Danzo possibly do to stop him? Uchiha Itachi believed he was strong enough tonight, yet controlling Susanoo and the Three Tails, he would still be directly crushed by Akihara Kagura. Who else could stop that man from killing? However, there was another person. Uchiha Itachi thought of another person he wanted to see, and his body instantly transformed into a flock of crows, disappearing from Shimura Danzo's sight. He's also a bastard. After cursing under his breath, Shimura Danzo then ordered the two root operatives beside him, I want you to bring back all the Sharingan eyes in the root base. Send them all to my house. Yes, Lord Danzo. The two root operatives dared not object. Elsewhere, Sarutobi Hiruzen, along with Akihara Kagura, had finished their patrol. In the entire Uchiha clan, only Uchiha Sasuke was found to be a survivor. The other Uchiha clan members had probably all been killed, and some bodies couldn't even be found, likely destroyed by Uchiha Itachi's first-tailed beast bomb. As Sarutobi Hiruzen and Akihara Kagura returned to the Hokage office, both sensed someone hiding here. Akihara Kagura raised his finger. No need to ask. This chakra was very familiar tonight. Kagura! Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head, stopping Akihara Kagura's actions, and sighed, Kagura, you leave first. I have matters to attend to. Akihara Kagura furrowed his brows. Don't worry. Sarutobi Hiruzen already knew that the person hiding here was Uchiha Itachi. He knew Uchiha Itachi's purpose for coming here was definitely not to assassinate him. After all, Akihara Kagura was right here. Sarutobi Hiruzen was also worried about a conflict arising between Akihara Kagura and Uchiha Itachi, and continued, So much has happened tonight, you should go back and rest now, Kagura. That's an order. Akihara Kagura could only instantly leave the spot. After Akihara Kagura left, the figure of Uchiha Itachi appeared instantly, kneeling on one knee behind Sarutobi Hiruzen as if he was still that ninja loyal to Konoha. I have guessed as much. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed and continued, Regardless, I should first thank you. At least after tonight, Konoha has avoided a civil war and maintained peace in the village. However, I still have some regrets. The ones I had the highest hopes for were you and Kagura, because you have been good at thinking from a young age, while Kagura acts somewhat recklessly. I thought you two would be able to support Konoha together in the future, even arranging for you to be his teammate. I'm sorry. Uchiha Itachi apologized softly. I thought Kagura was extreme enough. Sarutobi Hiruzen did not turn around, but said with some sadness, I didn't expect your actions to be even more extreme than his. The person who should be apologizing is me. It's all my fault for not finding a way to deal with the Uchiha and Konoha issue in time, making your generation bear our mistakes. You all were supposed to be the future of Konoha. Uchiha Itachi bowed his head deeply. Sarutobi Hiruzen stopped his lamentation and spoke about his handling of Uchiha Itachi. Starting tomorrow, Konoha will regard you as a rogue ninja who killed his clan, listing you on the wanted list for capture, dead or alive. That's only natural. Uchiha Itachi did not argue. What are you planning to do? This time I found Uchiha Abido to help. He asked me to join an organization called Akatsuki. I plan to stay close to Uchiha Abido and gather information on him and Akatsuki. Uchiha Itachi mentioned the name of the Akatsuki organization, even thinking ahead about his future, planning to follow Uchiha Abido as a rogue ninja. Abido, huh? Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed again. As they talked about Uchiha Abido, they had no idea that Uchiha Abido was watching them from not far away, and there was another person also observing here. This is a spy infiltrating our Akatsuki. Akihara Kagura stood next to Uchiha Abido, chuckling softly. After Sarutobi Hiruzen had Akihara Kagura leave, he then found Uchiha Abido, coming here to watch the spectacle. HMPH doesn't matter. Uchiha Abido did not care, snorting coldly. After all, we are short on manpower. Uchiha Itachi is just a pawn for capturing the tailed beasts anyway. Uchiha Abido cared more about what was before him and Akihara Kagura. However, you really are terrifying. Perhaps even Uchiha Madara, the ancestor of the Uchihas, would not be your match. Who knows? Akihara Kagura would not be careless. The threat of this world has never vanished. Even that entity, Zetsu, floating with half of its body, behind it lies a considerable threat, one that even Akihara Kagura must be wary of. All right. Uchiha Abido's figure vanished into a spatial vortex, leaving behind only one sentence. Don't forget your once-made promise. I'll go ahead to the designated place to wait for him. We should go too, Kagura. Zetsu's figure also slowly sank into the ground. Akihara Kagura nodded, vanishing instantly from the spot. On the upper floors of the Hokage residence, Uchiha Itachi and Sarutobi Hiruzen were still talking. Uchiha Itachi was very worried about the safety of his brother, Sasuke, hoping that his brother would not encounter any mishaps. I'm worried that Kagura might bear a grudge for what I've done in the past. I will look after him. Sarutobi Hiruzen reassured Uchiha Itachi, softly saying, "Your brother might hate you more, but Kagura won't hurt him. I will also remind Kagura to abandon any thoughts of revenge against you, to avoid any trouble if you meet him." "Thank you, Lord Hokage." Uchiha Itachi bowed his head in thanks, finally feeling relieved. However, when Uchiha Itachi and Sarutobi Hiruzen finished their conversation and were about to leave the Hokage residence to meet Uchiha Obaido at the designated place, they encountered the last person they wished to see on their way downstairs. Akihara Kagura. Akihara Kagura seemed to have been here all along, never leaving. Upon seeing Uchiha Itachi descending the stairs, he finally spoke. "I had been hoping you would stage a good play of assassinating the Hokage, so I could justifiably kill you. Do not harm Sasuke." The first sentence out of Uchiha Itachi's mouth was somewhat painful, because saying this seemed somewhat feeble and powerless. He had once almost killed the person most important to Akihara Kagura by his own hands. Uchiha Itachi believed that Akihara Kagura was hiding here, must have overheard his conversation with the third Hokage, and must have learned the truth about the night of the clan's annihilation. He also knew that Uchiha Sasuke was still the most important person to him. However, Uchiha Itachi could not possibly silence him. Even threatening Akihara Kagura was difficult to accomplish. Because Uchiha Itachi knew just how extreme Akihara Kagura's personality was, it was impossible for him to be threatened by Itachi, and it might even put Sasuke in greater danger. The only useful thing might be Kato Matsukami Mangekyou Sharingan left by Shisui. But it was not yet the critical moment, and Uchiha Itachi did not want to use that eye, as the Kato Matsukami required a significant cooldown period. "Sasuke!" Akihara Kagura looked up at the night sky, seemingly nostalgic for the past. "I still remember the Chunin exams back then. That kid was very confident in you, and you treated him like a treasure. Thinking about it now, times have really changed. Do not harm him." Uchiha Itachi clenched his fist, quietly stating his condition. "I can secretly eliminate your enemies. Maybe you still trust Danzo, but tonight I saw Danzo and he was very dissatisfied with you becoming the leader of the route." "You saw Danzo?" Akihara Kagura glanced at Uchiha Itachi with an even brighter smile. "Did Danzo promise you anything? I no longer believe in Danzo. Have you always trusted him?" Akihara Kagura spread his hands, smiling brightly. "Remember, Uchiha Itachi, I've warned you more than once to stay away from Danzo. Getting too close to him will make your life miserable." A bead of cold sweat appeared on Uchiha Itachi's forehead. At this moment, Uchiha Itachi vaguely understood everything. Has Akihara Kagura been warning him to stay away from Danzo from the beginning? At that time, you... Uchiha Itachi clenched his fists, recalling the scenes where he and Akihara Kagura were under Kakashi's command and how Kagura targeted him. Every meeting, Akihara Kagura was keeping him away from Danzo. Uchiha Itachi remembered their final parting. If back then, in the inn in the land of Earth, he had chosen to go with Akihara Kagura to rescue Kakashi, instead of going to assassinate Yakashi Kabuto and Yakashi Nano. Akihara Kagura knew his mission might be to assassinate Yakashi Kabuto and Yakashi Nano, so initially he persuaded him to follow him to the rock village to rescue Kakashi. Uchiha Itachi stared tightly at Akihara Kagura. "Back then, when we were in the land of Earth, it seems you already knew about my mission." At that time, I myself was not sure who the assassination target was, but Akihara Kagura already knew for certain that I would assassinate Yakashi Kabuto and Yakashi Nano. "I understand Danzo very well." Akihara Kagura did not deny it and said softly, "Yakashi Kabuto and Yakashi Nano are very important to me, so I went to warn them when you were about to meet them." "If at that time..." Uchiha Itachi took a deep breath and closed his eyes. "If at that time I had not gone on the mission, but went to rescue Captain Kakashi with you." Akihara Kagura did not respond to his words, but instead asked, "Do you remember the words that Captain Kakashi liked to say the most?" Akihara Kagura looked at him and added his own answer. "Those who fail missions are trash, but those who don't cherish their comrades are worse than trash. Moreover, you wouldn't do that." Akihara Kagura stared at Uchiha Itachi and chuckled. "The Uchiha clan is born proud, never liking to entrust their fates to others, always thinking they can solve everything by themselves, only to realize their powerlessness in the end, leading to their destruction." Uchiha Itachi could not refute. "Enough!" Uchiha Itachi took a deep breath and closed his eyes. "Talking about this now is meaningless. It was my mistake in the past. What exactly do you want to do? Help me take care of someone." Akihara Kagura leaned slowly against the wall. "Shimura Danzo!" Uchiha Itachi thought of Shimura Danzo he had just mentioned. He didn't care about Shimura Danzo anymore. "If you need, I will find an opportunity to assassinate him." "Do I look like I need to kill someone with your help?" Akihara Kagura shook his head and looked up at the distant sky. Didn't you just mention something about the Akatsuki organization? I found out a bit of information. Orochimaru is in the Akatsuki organization. Although he is an S-rank rogue ninja, I think your strength is passable, so consider recycling trash. Akihara Kagura paused slightly at this point and revealed a sinister smile. Give Orochimaru a bit of trouble for me. Okay. Uchiha Itachi nodded. Although Akihara Kagura did not say why not to let him kill Orochimaru, perhaps he wanted to take revenge on Orochimaru personally, but he thought there was no problem with this. As for Sasuke, I won't particularly trouble him. Akihara Kagura waved his hand and continued, I've always quite enjoyed watching the drama of brothers killing each other. That little guy might even cling to me. After all, I'm the only one who has ever defeated you. Maybe he will seek me out for the power of revenge. Uchiha Itachi became somber. This was the destiny he had set for himself and for Uchiha Sasuke. If one were to speak seriously, Uchiha Sasuke indeed might choose to seek Akihara Kagura for the sake of revenge. Because in the entire village of Konoha, only Akihara Kagura had ever defeated him. Whether in the Chunin exams or this night, Akihara Kagura was the victor. Let's go. As if Akihara Kagura knew that Sarutobi Hiruzen seemed to be coming down from the Hokage office, he urged with a voice, If we leave any later, I'll have to start pursuing Konoha's S-rank rogue ninja. Uchiha Itachi dashed towards the outskirts of the village. As long as Akihara Kagura would not harm Uchiha Sasuke, Uchiha Itachi felt relieved. He also did not want to waste the trump cards he had left by clashing with Akihara Kagura. When Uchiha Itachi left, Akihara Kagura looked up at the light and his body slowly sank into the shadow of the ground. The power of light and shadow was indeed convenient. No matter where one wanted to appear, no one would notice. After Akihara Kagura entered the world within the shadows, he saw a dense crowd of figures, all of whom were clan members Uchiha Shisui thought would not cause trouble. These people had all awakened the Sharingan. Many were holding their heads, crying, because they had all witnessed the scene of Uchiha Itachi slaughtering their clansmen. Filled with hatred for Uchiha Itachi, each of their eyes was a deep crimson. All have activated the Sharingan. Akihara Kagura even saw a few children with the Sharingan. Yes, Shisui could only nod. These people had all witnessed the destruction of their clan. Seeing Uchiha Itachi slaughtering the clan's powerhouses, the hatred for Uchiha Itachi was enough to awaken their Sharingan. Should we send them away? Shisui asked Akihara Kagura. To be honest, Shisui was also a bit worried. Because he was no longer among the living, he also had no way to settle these clanspeople. Initially, he just wanted to save as many people as possible without thinking about what to do after saving them. The outside world thought the Uchiha clan had been annihilated. What should these survivors do? They surely couldn't live here, could they? Just the problem of food and water was not easy to solve. My genjutsu world should be enough, right? Akihara Kagura touched his own eye socket, murmuring, Let them live in the genjutsu world to temper the strongest group of people to assist me. The strongest group. I will help them transplant Hashirama cells. Due to genetic modification technology, the transplantation experiment of Hashirama cells is definitely effective on the members of the Uchiha clan. They have activated the Sharingan and can perfectly balance the power of Hashirama cells. Not only can Hashirama cells enhance their power, but they also give these individuals a hope of awakening the Mangekyou Sharingan in the future, reducing the trouble of blindness. Besides, the most important thing is that it also facilitates the arrangement of their identities in the future. It can completely be regarded as a consequence of Shimura Danzo's unauthorized and secret experimentation with Hashirama cell transplantation. Shisui, he is not. An elderly Uchiha stood up. Do not ask. Shisui sternly stopped the other party and said in a deep voice, Never ask about things you shouldn't. Just follow his orders and don't endanger others. Shisui had already explained this matter. Once these surviving Uchihas caused trouble, making Akihara Kagura feel embarrassed, Shisui believes that Akihara Kagura would act faster than Uchiha Itachi in drawing his sword. In order to continue the family legacy, everyone must not ask too many questions or cause trouble. In the future, they might not even be able to use their names. Akihara Kagura glanced at Shisui, then left the shadow world and quickly headed to the Root's headquarters, as there were quite a few things to do tonight. Root headquarters. These Root ninjas had received the news that Akihara Kagura was about to become the head of the Root. They did not consider opposing it, nor could they. It seems there was no need to oppose anyway. When Akihara Kagura was at the Root, he pressured them to call him Lord Kagura, implicitly being the second in command of the Root. There have even been rumors circulating that Uchiha Itachi and Akihara Kagura were competing for the leadership of the Root. Obviously, Uchiha Itachi became a rogue ninja. Akihara Kagura won in this competition. However, they would still habitually follow Shimura Danzo's orders, as they have been controlled by Danzo's curse mark for a long time, and it had already become a habit. 2 root ninjas planned to leave with several glass bottles. These bottles contained bright red eyes, all of which were obtained from the Konoha police force, clearly intercepted by Shimura Danzo after he forced Uchiha Abido to flee. These 2 root ninjas planned to deliver them to his house as per Danzo's orders. Suddenly, 2 vines shot out, quickly wrapping around their bodies. Lord Kagura! The 2 root ninjas immediately bowed their heads in submission. Destroy these things on the spot! Akihara Kagura flipped through the scattered glass bottles, speaking coldly. The Sharingan of the Uchiha clan! Don't you know I despise the Uchiha the most? This is what Lord Danzo wanted, one of the root ninjas whispered as a reminder. By inheriting root, I've inherited Lord Danzo's will. Akihara Kagura stood in front of him, looking into his eyes. Do you intend to defy my orders, to defy Lord Danzo's will? The root ninja felt his head spinning. Whose orders should he follow? Following my orders is the same as following Lord Danzo's, Akihara Kagura said, lowering his voice as he patted the ninja's shoulder. First, go and notify everyone to assemble and see me. Yes, the root ninja could only obey. All personnel of Root quickly arrived at the location. Root's combat personnel were only the size of 1 squad. Due to Uchiha Itachi's defection tonight, now only 16 remained. In addition to this, there were logistics and training classes. The training class consisted of orphans collected by Shimura Danzo, who were made to kill each other in a method similar to rearing gu, with the survivors becoming official members. These children would completely lose their emotions and become killing machines. Akihara Kagura couldn't be bothered with these matters, taking time to send people to the orphanage, allowing children who wanted to attend school to do so, and giving something for the head of the medical department, Nano, to do. I am Akihara Kagura, the new leader of Root. I have inherited Lord Danzo's position and his will. Starting today in this Root, my will is Lord Danzo's will. Now I issue the first prohibition since taking office. Apart from me, no one else is allowed to mention Lord Danzo's name, because only I, as the leader of Root, can represent Lord Danzo's will, and only I have the right to mention Lord Danzo's name. The group of Root ninjas still felt something was off. However, when asked to elaborate, they didn't find anything particularly wrong. Since Akihara Kagura had succeeded as the leader of Root, he indeed could represent Danzo's will. Furthermore, the curse marks of tongue binding in your bodies will be lifted, because Lord Danzo can't be bothered to deal with you trash any longer. When Akihara Kagura was sent to Konoha by Orochimaru, he had learned how to lift the curse mark of tongue binding, simply to save the retired old man, Shimura Danzo, some worry. From this moment on, nobody is allowed to disturb Lord Danzo. If Root faces any issues in the future, I will consult Lord Danzo, and only I will be allowed to see him. Any member of Root who dares to defy my orders privately, to see Lord Danzo behind my back, to snitch on me in front of Lord Danzo, I guess you all know the consequences. You probably know me well. You should remember, what I like to do the most is killing. Root base. The Root ninjas were all released from the cursed tongue eradication seal. However, while the physical cursed tongue eradication seal imposed by Akihara Kagura was removed, the psychological seal remained. They were still prohibited from mentioning Shimura Danzo. Besides the cursed tongue eradication seal, Shimura Danzo also used other means, including devices for mental control, to brainwash these ninjas. Akihara Kagura was decisive, selecting a guy named Yamanaka Fu from these Root ninjas to be responsible for rebrainwashing the group, ensuring they completely forget Shimura Danzo and avoid causing trouble for Lord Danzo. Besides this, there were some children from the Root that needed handling. One child, however, proved difficult to manage. This was a young fellow named Aburame Torun, who was only 11 years old and somewhat solitary. This child, belonging to the Aburame clan, couldn't easily be sent back. He did not wish to return to his clan, possessing a unique ability involving nano-level poisonous insects that could kill others by destroying their cells upon contact. Even if Aburame Torun were sent back, he might not have the chance to become a ninja. It's estimated no one would want to be his teammate, as they would have to wear protective suits, and he wouldn't even be allowed to participate in the Chunin exams. This child seemed to have nowhere else to go. You and Yamanaka Fu come serve as my personal guards. Akihara Kagura felt he was gradually becoming like Shimura Danzo. Could it be, becoming the leader of the Root really took on Shimura Danzo's script? Fu, take the remaining children to the orphanage. Akihara Kagura looked over the remaining children and said, Tell Dean Nano I will allocate some funds from the route to the orphanage so the children can attend school when they're old enough and find jobs when they grow up. Yes, a group of root ninjas accepted the order. The root ninja selection system established by Shimura Danzo over many years was completely dismantled on the first night after Akihara Kagura took office. Among them, a little devil named Sai took a moment to look at Akihara Kagura, seemingly wanting to remember what Kagura looked like. Konoha Orphanage. Yakashi Nanu and Kabuto were still comforting the children of the orphanage. After all, the events of tonight were too shocking, even comparable to the Nine Tails disturbance years ago, with the emergence of the true Thousand Hands causing fear among many children. Before they could finish calming them, someone knocked on the door of the orphanage. When Yakashi Kabuto opened the door, he saw a group of root ninjas, which immediately made him tense, fearing that Shimura Danzo wanted to cause trouble for him and Yakashi Nano amidst the night's chaos. "We are here on Lord Kagura's orders." Upon seeing Yakashi Kabuto, Yamanaka Fu immediately explained his purpose, pointing to a group of kids behind him. "These are orphans once taken in by the root. Lord Kagura has instructed us to bring these orphans to the orphanage." "Lord Kagura?" Yakashi Kabuto looked at Yamanaka Fu with confusion. "Yes," Yamanaka Fu nodded, appearing somewhat polite. "Lord Kagura has become the new leader of the root tonight and has ordered us to bring these children here." "The leader of the root?" Yakashi Nano walked over, somewhat surprised by the news he had heard. "Did Shimura Danzo die tonight?" Yakashi Kabuto furrowed his brow. If that was the case, it was indeed great news for them. Yamanaka Fu remained silent for a moment, then gestured to his mouth and whispered, "Lord Kagura has forbidden any of us from mentioning that person's name again. However, according to Lord Kagura, that person has merely retired." "Then let's not mention it." Yakashi Kabuto immediately acquiesced. Yakashi Kabuto didn't want to hear the name Shimura Danzo either. Yamanaka Fu seriously conveyed Kagura's orders. "Lord Kagura has instructed us to inform Dean Nano that the children are to be sent to the orphanage. The children who should attend school can go to school. Lord Kagura will allocate some funds from the route for the orphanage." Yakashi Nano nodded seriously. Yamanaka Fu, along with a group of root ninjas, left, leaving behind a bunch of kids at the Konoha orphanage. Watching these somewhat anxious children, Yakashi Nano revealed a tender smile in his eyes and softly comforted them. Having once been in the Roots training program, Yakashi Kabuto was very familiar with the environment there. He couldn't help but feel fortunate for these kids. However, Yakashi Kabuto was more worried about Akihara Kagura. Tonight's events were too significant. Whether Akihara Kagura was related to the last appearance of the giant cannon statue, and whether he had been injured in the battle, were of concern. The Konoha hospital had only received one Uchiha orphan, but Yakashi Kabuto took the opportunity to learn some news. This turmoil had actually resulted in many deaths. "What's wrong, Kabuto?" Yakashi Nano noticed Kabuto's unease. "It's nothing." Yakashi Kabuto immediately hid his emotions and smiled, saying, "I want to visit the root base to see Kagura. I have something to discuss with him." "All right." Yakashi Nano did not stop him. If the route was indeed led by Akihara Kagura, she going to come out of retirement to prevent Kagura from leading the route without achieving any results. Elsewhere, at Shimura Danzo's home. Shimura Danzo was still waiting for the root ninjas to deliver the Sharingan to him, but no one had arrived, giving him a faint sense of something going wrong. "This won't do." Shimura Danzo touched the bandages around his eye sockets, which were actually empty, hoping to use the batch of Sharingan for the Izanagi technique. Only in this way could he possess greater combat power. Shimura Danzo became restless, picked up his cane, and hurried to the root base. He was very worried that something had happened to the batch of Sharingan. The lingering influence of Shimura Danzo was still present, making entry into the root's base a non-issue. However, all members of the root kept their heads low, none daring to speak more to him than necessary. However, no sooner had Shimura Danzo entered the root's base than Akihara Kagura seemed to sense his arrival, coming personally to greet him. Lord Danzo's timing is impeccable. Upon seeing Shimura Danzo, Akihara Kagura immediately waved the root's ninjas away, speaking softly, "I have to go to a meeting at the Hawkage office tomorrow morning. There's a discrepancy in the count of Sharingan eyes, and I needed to ask Lord Danzo about it." "You brat!" Shimura Danzo's gaze sharpened. Was this brat threatening him? When Akihara Kagura brought up the matter, he appeared troubled. "I've just reviewed the batch of Sharingan eyes kept by the root, and there are only 11. The number is odd. Regardless, this doesn't match up with the number of casualties reported by the Konoha police force. Has Lord Danzo perhaps intercepted another batch on his own?" "I have not." Shimura Danzo clenched his teeth, declaring firmly, "When I led the route there, we were already a step too late. Uchiha Abido had already stolen a batch of Sharingan eyes from the corpses of the Konoha police force. This matter, Shimura Danzo was truly wronged, because not only he needed Sharingan eyes as consumables for using Izanagi, Uchiha Abido also collected Sharingan eyes as consumables. The members of the Konoha police force were killed by Uchiha Abido, who also collected a batch of Sharingan eyes first. It was fortunate that Shimura Danzo arrived in time, or else even those Sharingan eyes would not have been obtained." Akihara Kagura looked at Shimura Danzo in surprise, the reason being very real. Uchiha Abido himself has the Mangekyo Sharingan, why would he steal Sharingan eyes? Shimura Danzo felt unable to answer. Was he expected to reveal the truth about Izanagi? Such a thing was absolutely impossible. But he couldn't bear this false accusation, because he couldn't reconcile the deficit of Sharingan eyes no matter what. "I don't want to explain." Shimura Danzo stared at Akihara Kagura, his voice deep. "Why Uchiha Abido would steal Sharingan eyes, I am not clear, but the root has collected only so many Sharingan eyes. Uchiha Abido cannot provide proof for Lord Danzo." Akihara Kagura looked at Shimura Danzo, continuing seriously. "This discrepancy in numbers has to be resolved as soon as possible, either by replenishing or destroying them. The Root's ninjas have only come into contact with the batch that Lord Danzo ordered to be delivered to the base." Shimura Danzo felt like he was going to lose his mind. At this moment, where was he supposed to find more Sharingan eyes to balance the books? Why do I have to cover this loss myself? The Sharingan that Uchiha Abido took away, why should he be the one to make up for this loss? Everyone believes that our Root division has obtained a considerable number of Sharingan. Akihara Kagura looked at Shimura Danzo and continued seriously. "If the third Hokage asks about this during the meeting at the Hokage Tower tomorrow, should I say that the Root division only destroyed 11 Sharingan? Doesn't this number sound too suspicious?" Shimura Danzo felt like he was going to be driven mad. Even if this number was suspicious, it wouldn't match up anyway. "The Root ninjas can prove for me." Shimura Danzo stared at Akihara Kagura, finding his favorable evidence. They all saw that the Root division only obtained so many Sharingan. But Akihara Kagura looked at Shimura Danzo and continued, "The Root ninjas can only prove that the Root division obtained so many Sharingan. They cannot prove that Lord Danzo obtained so many Sharingan. The third Hokage will not believe this. Tomorrow, when Sarutobi Hiruzen asks." Shimura Danzo could only take this blame and said in a deep voice, "Just claim that the Root division destroyed 154 Sharingan. This number matches the 77 corpses at the Konoha police force building. I can pretend that your and Orochimaru's matter never happened." "So many." Akihara Kagura frowned slightly, his expression subtly pleading. "Isn't the account for these Sharingan a bit too off? Can't Lord Danzo hand over another batch?" "I do not have any." Shimura Danzo was nearly driven mad. He originally came to Akihara Kagura to demand Sharingan. Why did he end up owing Akihara Kagura over 100 Sharingan instead? "This account is too large." Akihara Kagura shook his head, unwilling to bear this risk for Shimura Danzo. "I can help Lord Danzo erase a zero. Lord Danzo can personally write down this account, transferring 140 Sharingan from the Anbu." Shimura Danzo was a bit stunned. He didn't gain anything, yet had to write an IOU. "I've said." Shimura Danzo glared at Akihara Kagura, furiously said, "I can forget about you and Orochimaru's matter. Don't forget where you originally came from. You were originally just an experiment of Orochimaru to take away Yakashi Kabuto and Yakashi Nano from me. You deceived both me and Orochimaru." "Akihara Kagura, don't forget, it was I who brought you back to Konoha." Shimura Danzo watched Akihara Kagura with a sinister tone returning to his voice, threatening, "You'd better think it through. If it becomes known to the Hokage that you stayed at Orochimaru's research base until you were 10 before being brought back to the Konoha village, do you think he would still trust you?" "I don't want the third Hokage to know about this." Akihara Kagura met Danzo's gaze and continued, "Similarly, I need Lord Danzo's assurance that you won't disclose this matter, ensuring that Dean, Kabuto, and I aren't disturbed in our lives." As Kagura spoke, his expression gradually became more sincere. "I am aware of the troubles I carry, which is why I chose not to aspire to become the Hokage, but instead to lead the Root." Danzo's expression softened significantly. If this young man doesn't want to be Hokage, Danzo thought, then Akihara Kagura is indeed taking a step back, and it seems he truly wishes it so. "We maintain peace by imposing mutual restrictions." Akihara Kagura looked at Danzo and shared his intention. As long as you write an order calling upon 140 Sharingan, I won't hand this order to Lord Third Hawkage. It serves as a reassuring promise to me. Anyway, this matter is already a fact. Akihara Kagura, watching Danzo's somewhat unpleasant expression, continued, Everyone already believes you've acquired so many Sharingan, so writing one more order doesn't really matter, does it? I will help you conceal this matter. Should the Third Hawkage ask tomorrow, I will claim all the Sharingan were destroyed and will not reveal that you've hidden over 100 of them. Danzo fell silent. This scapegoat was inevitably his to bear, wasn't it? Pen! Danzo released his cane and extended his hand towards Akihara Kagura, still maintaining the pride he had as the former leader of the Root. Akihara Kagura respectfully handed Danzo a pen. As long as Danzo was willing to take the blame for the shortfall of Sharingan, if the Root's ninjas all had Sharingan in the future, it could be attributed to Danzo conducting human experiments. Shimura Danzo still had his principles. This former leader of the Root was concerned about his own dignity. Therefore, Shimura Danzo left an order for himself to retrieve 143 Sharingan from the Root, clearly not needing the little devil, Akihara Kagura, to sweet-talk him into wiping the so-called loose ends. When Shimura Danzo left, he was still furious. His purpose in coming to the Root was merely to obtain the 11 Sharingan that would be useful to him, but not only did he end up getting nothing, he even owed more than 100 Sharingan. Just when Akihara Kagura personally saw Shimura Danzo off, he saw Yakashi Kabuto arrive at the Root base, which intensified the anger in Shimura Danzo's heart. Yakashi Kabuto, this guy, so he decides to show up now. Shimura Danzo stared at Yakashi Kabuto, then turned to Akihara Kagura. An orphan has taken control of the Root. Even the dogs from your orphanage are being raised by the Root, aren't they? Yakashi Kabuto respectfully bowed his head towards Shimura Danzo. Yakashi Kabuto's personality was never showy, as he was still unaware of the situation and did not want to offend Shimura Danzo carelessly, bringing trouble to Akihara Kagura. I hadn't thought of that. Akihara Kagura's mouth curved into a smile, seemingly like a villain, and said to Yakashi Kabuto, Kabuto, after you go back, send the dogs raised by the orphanage here to the Root. I'll arrange a ninja dog unit for them. You damn brat! Anger flashed in Shimura Danzo's eyes. Now we are restraining each other. Akihara Kagura looked at Shimura Danzo, utterly indifferent to his anger, simply gesturing with the scroll in his hand. Lord Danzo, you wouldn't want the Third Hawkage to find out about your affairs, would you? Damn it! Shimura Danzo stormed off in a rage. Kabuto! As Akihara Kagura watched Shimura Danzo's retreating figure, he placed his hand on Yakashi Kabuto's shoulder. From now on, don't worry about Danzo's threat. Still, be cautious. Yakashi Kabuto shook his head, his personality being very cautious, and softly suggested, Shimura Danzo has always acted despicably. Kagura, if you still have any leverage in his hands, I'll think of a way to eliminate him soon, to prevent any trouble he might cause. After saying this, Yakashi Kabuto didn't care whether Akihara Kagura agreed and started inquiring about what he cared about most. Kagura, are you hurt? What exactly happened tonight? The Dean and I are concerned about you. The Uchiha were annihilated by Uchiha Itachi. Akihara Kagura explained lightly what happened that night. That guy also wanted to stir up the Three Tails disturbance but was stopped by me. With his strength, he's no match for me. Uchiha Obaido rescued the person. Yakashi Kabuto's pupils suddenly constricted. The Uchiha clan was a millennium-old noble ninja clan. Even though Yakashi Kabuto had always wanted to take revenge on Uchiha Itachi and the Uchiha clan, he couldn't think of a way. He never expected that a noble clan would disappear overnight. Find a way to inform Orochimaru about this. Akihara Kagura looked at Yakashi Kabuto, softly saying, Tell Orochimaru I need his help. Uchiha Itachi possesses the Mangekyou Sharingan, and I need to obtain Uchiha Itachi's Mangekyou Sharingan to become even stronger. Do you want Orochimaru and Uchiha Itachi to kill each other, or do you want the power of the Mangekyou Sharingan? Yakashi Kabuto frowned, sensing the difficulty of the situation. I'll also think of a way. According to the intelligence I've collected in secret, the owner of the Mangekyou Sharingan. I want them to kill each other. Akihara Kagura shook his head, gazing at Yakashi Kabuto, and continued, However, I also want Orochimaru to think that I desire the power of the Mangekyou Sharingan, letting him know that I've already contemplated betraying him. At this point, Akihara Kagura spread his hands and looked at his palms. I can't really hand over my body to him. Even if I wanted to, he shouldn't have the courage to take it, right? That makes sense. Yakashi Kabuto nodded, pondered for a few seconds, and immediately had an idea. Then, in the future, I will secretly tell Orochimaru, asking him to spare the dean as a price for betraying you and defecting to him, taking the opportunity to lurk by his side and find a way to learn the forbidden jutsu that Orochimaru holds. Will he believe it? He will. Yakashi Kabuto didn't want Akihara Kagura to worry and brought out his acting skills as a former spy. I've been a spy in the route for 5 years. I've been to the most dangerous places. I understand the likes of Orochimaru very well. He won't doubt me. If you need help, you can find someone. Akihara Kagura glanced at Yakashi Kabuto and continued. Orochimaru is still in the Akatsuki organization, and Sasori of the Red Sand in there is my man. If you need someone to cooperate, you can ask Sasori for help. Yakashi Kabuto felt a bit strange. Whenever he wanted to sacrifice for Akihara Kagura, wanting to do something very difficult, the thing Akihara Kagura casually mentioned made him feel like it became easier to accomplish. This feeling made Yakashi Kabuto feel that doing things was very easy. Let's get this done as soon as possible. Akihara Kagura looked at Yakashi Kabuto and continued. Better sooner than later. Orochimaru is about to have an unpleasant time soon. You must appear by his side when he is most in trouble. I understand. Yakashi Kabuto no longer thought too much, nodded and said, Tomorrow, under the guise of carrying out a mission, I will take the red copper armor and the sword of Sumi away from Konoha. After saying this, Yakashi Kabuto took another look at Akihara Kagura, making sure he wasn't hurt. Then I'll go first to report back to the head sooner so as not to worry them. This night seemed especially long. Yakashi Kabuto knew the news wasn't too worrying, but others were slower to receive it, and many people in Konoha were scared by this sudden change. Especially the Hyuga clan, who also rely on the power of their eyes as a Kekkei Genkai, immediately felt a sense of sadness upon hearing about the Uchiha clan's massacre. The news about the Uchiha spread quickly throughout Konoha. The entire Uchiha clan was slaughtered by Uchiha Itachi, leaving only an orphan named Uchiha Sasuke, who was seriously injured and stayed in the hospital. This news shocked everyone. In the ninja school of Konoha, 8-year-old Uzumaki Naruto and Karin had already been promoted to the 3rd grade. The entire 3rd grade saw Uchiha Sasuke's seat empty, and they also learned about the Uchiha clan's massacre. Uchiha Sasuke was once the most envied child in the entire class, the younger son of the head of the prestigious Uchiha clan, who would have awakened the family's Kekkei Genkai in the future. His family loved him dearly, and Uchiha Sasuke often boasted about having a brother who loved him. Now, Uchiha Sasuke became an orphan. The brother he used to boast about became the perpetrator of the clan's massacre overnight, becoming the biggest enemy of Uchiha Sasuke's life. Sasuke-kun, are you okay? A little girl with pink hair and a broad forehead looked worriedly at the empty seat in the classroom. That guy! Uzumaki Naruto has always disliked Uchiha Sasuke, who is popular in the class. Now, seeing Sasuke's seat empty, he didn't say anything. Sasuke's brother was scary from the past. Yamanaka Ino knew some things about Uchiha Itachi. She frowned at the empty seat and whispered, his brother and Lord Kagura, Kakashi-senpai, were teammates. When Kakashi-senpai was in danger, he didn't rescue him but went to assassinate someone important to Lord Kagura. It's not surprising he ended up committing such an act as annihilating his clan. This is as big an incident as the one 8 years ago. Nara Shikamaru also glanced at Uchiha Sasuke's empty seat. He knew more from what his father told him and whispered. His brother controlled the 3 tails, trying to use its power to destroy Konoha. Fortunately, it was stopped by the ninja of the village, Akihara Kagura. Nara Shikamaru held his head, resting it on the desk behind him, recalling his father, Nara Shikaku's evaluation of Akihara Kagura and Uchiha Itachi. They're all terrifying folks, one comparable to Uchiha Madara, another to the first Hokage. While they were still discussing, their teacher, Yumino Uruka, walked in with a pale-skinned boy, obviously a new transfer student for the class. Quiet, please! Yumino Uruka calmed all the children down and said, This is the new transfer student in our class, Sai. Introduce yourself to everyone. This pale-skinned boy seemed not used to seeing so many children and was trying hard to think of what expression to show, eventually just putting on a fake smile. Hello, everyone, I'm Sai. This little guy didn't know what to do. The only guidance he ever received was from his deceased brother, who told him that to survive, he must forget all emotions. After being sent from the route to the orphanage, Sai met the gentle like a mother Yakashi Nano, which made him feel a warmth he had never experienced before. Yet, he still couldn't manage to get along with the children as Yakashi Nano advised. He's quite handsome. The girls in the class had a good first impression of Sai. No matter what, Sai indeed looked good. Although in their eyes he wasn't as attractive as Uchiha Sasuke, he could still be considered a handsome boy. Yumino Uruka quickly patted his shoulder, gently saying, Introduce a bit more about yourself like what you like. What I like. Sai's eyebrows slightly furrowed, then relaxed, mentioning a name that everyone he met praised, showing a fake smile. I like Lord Kagura. Now, everyone Sai met liked Akihara Kagura. For instance, the head of the orphanage where he currently lived, Yakashi Nanu and Yakashi Kabuto, seemed to like Akihara Kagura very much, and he thought he should do the same. That guy! Yamanaka Ino, with the strongest sensory ability, Kagura's mind's eye, saw through Sai's two-fake smile at a glance, immediately frowning and becoming cautious towards Sai. Such a fake smile! Uzumaki Naruto, straightforward person, bluntly pointed out Sai's fake smile. You don't like Kagura at all! I really like Lord Kagura. Sai still wore that fake smile on his face. Sai, go take a seat. Yumino Uruka felt as if he had encountered another problematic student again. He had no choice but to let Sai sit down first before he began to talk about Uchiha Sasuke. By the way, everyone should already know about Sasuke. Sasuke is our classmate, our companion. From now on, it is forbidden to mention last night's events in front of Sasuke, understand? Yes. Group of kids promptly agreed. However, Uchiha Sasuke would not forget because of this. This boy who had just experienced the night of his clan's annihilation was lying on the hospital bed. His spirit had not yet recovered. He just covered his eyes with his hands, preventing his tears from falling. That night, Uchiha Sasuke lost everything but gained a pair of scarlet Sharingan eyes. The Sharingan eyes he had once envied so much, the method of their awakening was so terrifying. Uchiha Itachi. Uchiha Sasuke no longer called him brother. He had resolved to regard that person as his most significant enemy to be killed at all costs. I must kill you at any cost. It looks like this little guy will recover soon. The doctor, Yakashi Kabuto, who came to check on him, noticed that Uchiha Sasuke was waking up quickly. He quietly instructed the nurse from outside the door. I'm leaving the village today to go on a ninja mission. There's no need to use sedatives on him anymore. Let him be discharged after some time, elsewhere. In the Konoha village at the Hawkage building, Akihara Kagura was participating in the first high-level meeting. The event that occurred last night was so shocking that even the Konoha village couldn't suppress the news, and more troubles were to follow. The first matter, dealing with Uchiha Itachi, is to directly issue an S-class rogue ninja wanted order. We don't need to worry about the truth behind the night of the Uchiha clan annihilation anymore. Approved. This was Shimura Danzo. Approved. This was Hamura Mitokado. I'll go kill him when I'm free. This was Akihara Kagura. Cough, cough, there's no need to rush. Sarutobi Hiruzen coughed lightly and immediately brought up the next matter. The second matter is about the fourth Mizukage, Yagura Karatachi. What should we do with him? Shimura Danzo couldn't help but frown, feeling that Yagura Karatachi's fate was somewhat tragic. This Mizukage really had a hard life, being controlled by the Mangekyou Sharingan repeatedly, and this time he almost caused the Three Tails disturbance in the Konoha village. Should we send him back to the Mist Village? Hamura Mitokado looked towards Sarutobi Hiruzen. According to what the Mizukage said after waking up, it was his subordinate, Kisame Hashigaki, who betrayed him and sided with Uchiha Obaido. Send him back, Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed. The fourth Mizukage, Yagura Karatachi, was indeed a hot potato. Sarutobi Hiruzen really didn't want to keep him in the Konoha village any longer, as continuing to do so could lead to more problems, and the Mist Village would surely harbor resentment against the Konoha village. Killing him is also an option. Akihara Kagura casually proposed his suggestion. After all, there's a precedent for this. We can also push the blame onto Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Obaido, making the Mist Village even more hostile towards them. Sarutobi Hiruzen fell silent for a while, then looked up at Akihara Kagura and asked about another matter. I heard that last night Danzo went to the root base again. This must be Danzo's teaching, right? Don't follow in Danzo's footsteps. You are now the leader of the root. Akihara Kagura remained silent, tacitly acknowledging the matter. Actually, Kagura's idea indeed aligns with the interests of Konoha. Hamura Mitokado did not reject the method proposed by Akihara Kagura, considering that this child's thinking was similar to Shimura Danzo's, which was fortunate since he also took over Danzo's position. Let it be. Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head, not wishing for Kagura to become another Shimura Danzo. We should still send the person back. It has not been easy for this Mizukage, for the sake of Mist Village. Kagura, I now issue a Hawkage order. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked towards Akihara Kagura, intending to entrust the mission to the strongest person in the village. This time you will personally lead the team to escort the fourth Mizukage back to Mist Village, ensuring the Mizukage's safety at all costs. There must be no mistakes. I understand. Akihara Kagura had no choice but to take on the mission. System prompt. New task, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Safely escort the fourth Mizukage, Yagura, back to Mist Village. After accepting the task, Akihara Kagura still took the initiative to remind. When I originally brought the Mizukage back, he seemed to have a tendency towards suicide. Koharu Yutate interrupted Akihara Kagura, saying in a deep voice, "Even if the Mizukage wishes to commit suicide, we cannot let him die on the way. Just send the person back." "Okay," Akihara Kagura agreed. "Let's talk about the next matter." Koharu Yutate nodded in satisfaction, bringing up the survivor of that night of the clan annihilation. "Regarding Uchiha Sasuke, this child need not be worried about." Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke of the person who was most affected by that night's annihilation. "The conflict between Konoha and the Uchiha, along with last night, has dissipated into smoke. Only Uchiha Sasuke is left alive. From now on, let him live a peaceful life as an ordinary ninja." Akihara Kagura truly did not believe Sasuke could enjoy a peaceful life. "That child!" Hamura Mitokado adjusted his glasses and sighed. "That child must have already been tainted with deep darkness, probably harboring great hatred towards Uchiha Itachi." At this point, both Hamura Mitokado and Koharu Yutate stopped, their gazes turning towards the direction of Akihara Kagura. Usually, at this time, someone should say something right. Akihara Kagura, hesitating, looked at the two advisory elders, seemingly trying to grasp their intent. Then, hand Uchiha Sasuke over to the root. Seeing the evidently more relaxed expressions on Koharu Yutate and Hamura Mitokado, Akihara Kagura knew he had guessed correctly and immediately followed up. "Then let's send Uchiha Sasuke to the root. I'll find time to arrange a fatal mission for him, eliminating this hidden danger." "This," Koharu Yutate hesitated. "This isn't right, is it?" Hamura Mitokado also felt that something was not quite right. Normally, shouldn't it be about nurturing at the root? Why would they think about sending that child to the root to be eliminated? But it doesn't seem entirely wrong either. The remnants of the Uchiha clan indeed should be dealt with. There's no need for unnecessary actions. Sarutobi Hiruzen gave the two advisors a reproachful look and ordered in a deep voice, "Let the child, Uchiha Sasuke, continue his studies at the Ninja Academy." This was something Sarutobi Hiruzen had promised Uchiha Itachi. If Uchiha Sasuke were really sent to the root, it was likely that by the next day they would receive a report from Akihara Kagura that Uchiha Sasuke had been sacrificed after being killed by an enemy using wood release. All right then. Akihara Kagura didn't really have much interest in this matter. Since the future reorganization of the root already had a long list of applicants, with many survivors of the Uchiha waiting in line, how could Uchiha Sasuke possibly skip the queue through the back door? "I have something to report regarding Lord Danzo." Akihara Kagura shared his thought. "Can I request for Lord Danzo to return to the root to continue serving as an advisor? There are many situations in the root that I'm not very familiar with yet, and Lord Danzo has a lot of experience. It would be a waste to let Lord Danzo stay idle at home." "Did Danzo tell you to say this?" Sarutobi Hiruzen stared intently at Akihara Kagura. "I thought so myself." Akihara Kagura spoke ambiguously. "Some things need to be figured out on your own." Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head, persuasively spoke, and then coldly said, "If Danzo comes to see you again, you can tell him that as long as I live, he should not even think about regaining any power." Akihara Kagura fell silent. Initially, Akihara Kagura was just trying to feel out the situation. If Sarutobi Hiruzen agreed, he would have Danzo confined within the root. If Sarutobi Hiruzen did not agree, he would just turn a blind eye. Actually, Kagura's idea is also viable. Koharu Yutate and Hamura Mitokado had a good impression of Danzo. They were old friends for many years, having weathered the storms of the ninja world together and maintained Konoha to this day. Perhaps there was no need to be so heartless. Being able to spare his life is already fortunate. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked coldly at the two senior advisors, educating them with an unprecedented severity. If Danzo is not dealt with, all the ninja clans in Konoha will feel threatened, and Danzo must face the consequences for his actions. Everyone in Konoha with a bit of status knew about the conflict between the Uchiha clan and Konoha, and many could guess some truths behind Itachi's massacre of the Uchiha. Without a doubt, Konoha's higher-ups bore responsibility for this matter. The influence of Shimura Danzo enticing Uchiha Itachi to slaughter the Uchiha clan has been extremely detrimental. If not addressed, will the clans truly be willing to follow the commands of the Konoha higher-ups when facing external enemies in the future? Politics is not as simple as just giving orders at will. If it weren't for Akihara Kagura, the powerful wood-release ninja who could suppress others' malevolent intentions with his strength, Sarutobi Hiruzen would have countless troubles on his hands. Kakashi! Sarutobi Hiruzen called out to the Anbu ninja standing by, instructing, "Gather all the clan leaders of Konoha and allocate their clan lands." This is the division of interests. The Uchiha clan has become a blank slate. Although it is on the edge of Konoha, it is still within the village and protected by the village's barrier, so it was promptly allocated to other clans. Taking this opportunity, Sarutobi Hiruzen also introduced Akihara Kagura to all the clan leaders, making them understand that the Konoha higher-ups have both carrots and sticks. In fact, most of Konoha's clans have already begun to live dispersedly, not always gathered together, such as the most prosperous clans like Inoshika-cho and the Sarutobi clan. The only exception, the Hyuga clan. However, the leader of the Hyuga clan, Hyuga Hayashi, seemed to have no intention of resisting the higher-ups, just sitting quietly in the meeting room, listening without voicing any opinion. After attending this meeting, Akihara Kagura was tasked with the mission of escorting the fourth Mizukage, Yagura Karatachi, who was still somewhat weak. Compared to the last time, the personnel escorting the fourth Mizukage, Yagura Karatachi, had significantly increased, with Konoha directly deploying the village's strongest forces and the entire Anbu. Of course, Sarutobi Hiruzen was also worried about Akihara Kagura's impulsiveness in handling tasks, specifically assigning Hadate Kakashi to keep an eye on him, fearing that Akihara Kagura might impulsively harm the Mizukage on the way. Hadate Kakashi watched Akihara Kagura and a group of Anbu ninjas, then glanced at the fourth Mizukage, Yagura Karatachi, feeling a sense of change over time. 3 years ago, it was they who brought the fourth Mizukage, Yagura Karatachi, back to Konoha, with the Anbu following behind like a tail. 3 years later, they were again escorting the fourth Mizukage, Yagura Karatachi, back to the Hidden Mist village with the Anbu assisting in the escort. The only thing that made Hadate Kakashi feel nostalgic was that the team once acting together was missing a person. That was his former subordinate Uchiha Itachi. And the roles had changed. Akihara Kagura had become the leader of the route. Hadate Kakashi looked at Akihara Kagura, feeling somewhat nostalgic, thinking back to when Akihara Kagura, under his command, always talked about wanting to become the leader of the route, and now he actually did. The journey was quite safe. Due to the time difference, Konoha's rival ninja villages had not yet had time to react, all being shocked by the extermination of the Uchiha clan. The entire ninja world was shocked by Uchiha Itachi's decisive and terrifying act. A powerful ninja clan that hadn't been destroyed for 1,000 years was exterminated by Uchiha Itachi alone. The Clan Killer. This title was officially bestowed upon Uchiha Itachi. Of course, the most shocking event in the ninja world was still Akihara Kagura's defeat of Uchiha Itachi. Some even believe that Akihara Kagura of Konoha has already acquired the power of the god of ninjas, Senju Hashirama. The Land of Rain, the base of the Akatsuki organization. Uchiha Abaido and Uchiha Itachi arrived here, and just when they did, they saw Orochimaru. The 3S-ranked rogue ninjas from Konoha reunited here. A smile formed on the corner of Orochimaru's mouth, because he had also received news about Uchiha Itachi and even received more detailed battle reports. Yakashi Kabuto, risking being discovered by the Sasori of the Red Sand, passed him a message, hoping to meet in person. Orochimaru was just planning to leave the Akatsuki to meet Yakashi Kabuto, but he ran into Uchiha Itachi first and smiled, saying, "Is this a gathering of fellow villagers? What a coincidence!" Uchiha Abaido chuckled softly. Orochimaru! Uchiha Itachi had anticipated Orochimaru's arrival, because Akihara Kagura had informed him of this and even asked him to take care of Orochimaru as part of the deal where Akihara Kagura would not harm Uchiha Sasuke. "Let's go, Orochimaru." The Sasori of the Red Sands puppet Haruko approached, ignoring Uchiha Abaido and Uchiha Itachi, and coldly said, "Didn't you say you've stayed in the Sand Village too long and fallen behind on your experiments, and today you were going to collect materials? I have things to do, I'll be leaving first." Orochimaru followed the Sasori of the Red Sand, not planning to continue the idle chat. Orochimaru coveted Uchiha Itachi's Mangekyou Sharingan, but he was more interested in the news about Akihara Kagura. The title of the new god of ninjas was quite prestigious. This time, Orochimaru left under the pretext of collecting experimental materials, aiming to secretly meet with Yakashi Kabuto and exchange messages while the Sasori of the Red Sand was not paying attention, deep within the Akatsuki base. Uchiha Itachi met the leader of the Akatsuki. Pain handed Uchiha Itachi a ring, signifying his official membership in the Akatsuki, acknowledging Uchiha Itachi's strength. Pain, well aware of his junior's strength, earnestly praised, "Escaping from Kagura's hands has already proven your strength." Uchiha Itachi didn't know how to respond, only frowning at Pain, who had the Rinnegan, making sure he wasn't speaking ironically. Pain, speaking coldly and seriously, said, "The Akatsuki has nearly been defeated by Kagura. Even I am no exception. It's not a disgrace for you." Yes, Uchiha Itachi felt like he was living in the shadow of Akihara Kagura. However, Pain did not reveal Akihara Kagura's identity because only the high-ranking members of the Akatsuki knew of Kagura's undercover status. Pain seriously introduced some basic information about the Akatsuki. The goal of the Akatsuki is peace in the ninja world. For this purpose, we gather exceptional ninjas, regardless of their origins and experience. Uchiha Itachi of Konoha, welcome to join the Akatsuki. From today on, you are the Itachi of the Akatsuki. Uchiha Itachi put on the ring of the Akatsuki organization, took out his kunai, and deeply scratched a horizontal line across the ninja forehead protector before putting it back on his head. "Have you all ever fought with Akihara Kagura?" Uchiha Itachi casually asked, seemingly curious about some of Akihara Kagura's past experiences. "Don't misunderstand, I'm just curious." "It doesn't matter." Pain seemed not to care about his defeat, knowing that the junior was one of their own. The Akatsuki organization was almost destroyed by Akihara Kagura's hands, which is not unspeakable, but with the Akatsuki we don't have to worry about his threat anymore. "Why?" Uchiha Itachi looked at Pain, curious. "Does the Akatsuki organization have the power to deal with Akihara Kagura? This is not something you need to know now." Pain shook his head, assigning Uchiha Itachi a teammate, Juzubiwa from the Mist Village, an S-rank rogue ninja, as his partner in the Akatsuki. "From today on, you and Juzubiwa will form a duo to carry out missions." "Yes," Uchiha Itachi nodded, raising a concern he was more interested in. "Orochimaru, has he been in the Akatsuki organization all this time?" "The Akatsuki organization seems a bit unreliable." Uchiha Itachi initially thought that by following Uchiha Obaido, he had joined a group of S-rank rogue ninjas and was somewhat surprised by the organization's strength. But the leader of this Akatsuki organization seems a bit naive to directly admit that the Akatsuki was almost destroyed by Akihara Kagura. "Aren't you afraid new members might think you're too weak?" However, having witnessed Akihara Kagura's power himself, Uchiha Itachi does not think the Akatsuki organization is weak. Surviving from that guy's hands is proof of strength. Uchiha Itachi is still worried about Akihara Kagura hurting Uchiha Sasuke and wants to quickly fulfill their agreement to find a way to properly deal with Orochimaru. "Orochimaru?" Pain recalled Orochimaru's hardships during this period and rarely spoke. "Orochimaru was on a mission in the Land of Wind and only returned from Sand Village last month. To attract Jiraiya's attention, Orochimaru spent some time eating sand in Sand Village in the Land of Wind, which is also considered dedication to the Akatsuki organization." However, Pain still does not trust Orochimaru. According to reports from Sasori of the Red Sand, Orochimaru is not to be trusted, still harboring ill intentions towards the Rinnegan and even trying to extract information about Nagato from him. The Land of Rain, a cave in the mountain. Yakashi Kabuto waited here for the arrival of Orochimaru. After Orochimaru and Sasori of the Red Sand arrived in a town, seeing Sasori engrossed in buying parts uncontrollably, Orochimaru took the opportunity to come here and meet with Yakashi Kabuto. "Lord Orochimaru." When Yakashi Kabuto saw Orochimaru, his attitude was respectful and sincere. "I'm sorry, I must meet with you to discuss something about Kagura." Yakashi Kabuto cautiously put forward his idea. "I can find a way to lure out Akihara Kagura. Could Lord Orochimaru possibly ambush and kill Akihara Kagura?" "What happened?" Orochimaru frowned. "Kagura replaced Danzo as the head of the root." The first piece of information Yakashi Kabuto shared immediately made Orochimaru realize something was amiss. What happened to his ally Shimura Danzo, the heavens of Konoha? How did it suddenly change? How did Akihara Kagura become the head of the root? Although Orochimaru had guessed that Akihara Kagura was destined to become a high-ranking official in Konoha, he did not expect the man to move so fast, not staying in the Anbu but becoming the head of the root. What about Danzo? Orochimaru was still thinking about continuing to use Danzo. Danzo has lost all his power. Yakashi Kabuto's words made Orochimaru completely disappointed in Shimura Danzo. Then he continued. After Kagura became the head of the root, he again used the funding issues of the orphanage, hoping that I and the dean could re-enter the root as spies. Besides, Kagura wants more because the root lacks ninjas willing to follow his orders. Kagura hopes the dean can select a group of children grown up in the orphanage to send to the root for training, to train a group of ninjas loyal to him. Orochimaru's brow furrowed, and he said in a low voice, "It seems like a story of a dragon slayer becoming a wicked dragon. How long has that kid had power, and already ambition sprouts from it? What exactly is going on?" If Akihara Kagura really became, as Yakashi Kabuto said, becoming a child lost for power and strength, would he really willingly become his vessel? Orochimaru's heart suddenly throbbed. What exactly happened here? How much time has passed? The last time Akihara Kagura met in the Sand Village, he even proposed wanting to go back and see Yakashi Kabuto and Yakashi Nano to arrange for the aftermath. How long has it been? That child changed, became the head of the root, and forced Yakashi Kabuto and Yakashi Nano into a dead end. The scheming of that child. Isn't it a bit too heavy? Initially pretending to sacrifice everything for himself, then sacrificing everything for Shimura Danzo, and later for Yakashi Kabuto and Yakashi Nano, but now for his own sake, he can sacrifice everything. Can Akihara Kagura now, for the sake of power, not hesitate to make Yakashi Kabuto and Yakashi Nano spies, and even harm the children of the orphanage? Could that guy really sacrifice for Yakashi Kabuto and Yakashi Nano anymore? It's not because ambition sprouted from power. Yakashi Kabuto shook his head, looking at Orochimaru, and said, "Kagura came for power from the beginning. He never really thought about saving us. All along, Kagura's purpose has been to use me and the dean to create a trustworthy identity for him as a child from the Konoha orphanage." Orochimaru immediately fell silent. Orochimaru originally thought that Akihara Kagura had lost his way due to power, but it turned out that what Kagura did was even more scheming than he had imagined. There was no need for Kabuto to lie to himself about such matters, as it served as a reminder to be wary of Kagura. Once Kagura really was like that, it would not be easy to deal with Akihara Kagura. Orochimaru could only think of using some underhanded tactics to deal with him. Orochimaru looked towards Kabuto in front of him, beginning to ponder the methods to counter Kagura. Undoubtedly, he must use Kabuto to try and deceive Kagura. Kabuto! Orochimaru gazed at Kabuto, asking, "To you, is the current Kagura no different from Shimura Danzo? In fact, he has gone even further than Danzo." Kabuto weakly clenched his fist and lowered his head, continuing in a low voice, "The dean is still troubled by this matter. Kagura used her, and yet she feels guilty for having lost Kagura in the past. However, she does not want to harm other children because of it. So, you want my help to kill him?" Orochimaru looked at Kabuto, focusing on his eyes. "Correct." Kabuto pushed up his glasses, speaking solemnly, "I'm worried that if this continues, the dean might not live much longer. I hope Lord Orochimaru can find a way to kill Kagura. I don't want to kill the vessel I most desire." Orochimaru shook his head, rejecting Kabuto's suggestion. He found it difficult to kill Kagura and did not want to, still thinking about taking over Akihara Kagura's body. "But he doesn't want to become your vessel anymore." Kabuto spread his hands, earnestly continuing, "When Kagura heard that I came to see Lord Orochimaru, he even wanted to tempt Lord Orochimaru with his body, luring Lord Orochimaru to obtain Uchiha Itachi's Mangekyou Sharingan for him." Kabuto must explain the seriousness of the situation to Orochimaru with a worried expression. "Kagura's strength is already very powerful. Once he obtains the Mangekyou Sharingan, having the two most top-tier Kekkei Genkai in the ninja world, there might be no one in Konoha or even the ninja world who can stop him. At that time, Kagura will definitely not want to become Lord Orochimaru's vessel and might even harm Lord Orochimaru, trading Lord Orochimaru's life for the position of Hokage. He is now using me and the dean to secure his position as the leader of the Root Division." "Stop talking!" In fact, Orochimaru understood the seriousness of the issue better than Kabuto. Is this something he doesn't want to stop? Is this something he can stop? However, Orochimaru is more aware of Akihara Kagura's strength. The child's progress is too fast. If he were to confront Kagura now, he could almost be certain of defeat. This is not something that can be resolved with a surprise attack. Akihara Kagura's power has surpassed the limits reachable by ordinary ninjas. Even Pain is far from his match. Orochimaru does not believe he can deal with Kagura through a surprise attack. This requires more methods. Actually, Orochimaru has always thought of keeping a backup plan. The lives of Kabuto and Nano are his backup plan. Unexpectedly to Orochimaru, once Kagura gained power, he immediately turned against him. Even the backup plan Orochimaru had for threatening Kagura now requires Orochimaru's help to deal with Kagura, with the hostages asking the kidnapper for help. This is truly something Orochimaru had never expected. However, Orochimaru still wants to see Akihara Kagura in person, to think about how to deal with Kagura based on how Kagura treats him. "Go back first, continue to stay hidden." Orochimaru looked at Kabuto with a profound gaze. I will find a way to deal with Kagura. Stay hidden by his side and wait for me to meet Kagura first. Okay. Kabuto immediately nodded, continuing, but Kagura told me he needs Lord Orochimaru's help to obtain Uchiha Itachi's Mangekyou Sharingan. Orochimaru's eyebrows furrowed tightly, then suddenly relaxed as he chuckled. I know, I will help him obtain those Mangekyou Sharingan. Isn't Akihara Kagura being a bit too greedy? However, for Orochimaru, this was just perfect, as he too desired Uchiha Itachi's Mangekyou Sharingan eyes, even planning to use the Mangekyou Sharingan to set a trap. First, he would obtain Uchiha Itachi's Mangekyou Sharingan eyes, then set a cursed seal trap on them. As soon as Akihara Kagura transplanted those Sharingan eyes, he would fall into the trap, allowing Orochimaru to take over his body. At that time, could kill two birds with one stone. Not only could he obtain Akihara Kagura's body, but also the Mangekyou Sharingan eyes. Wait here for me, don't move! Orochimaru looked at Yakashi Kabuto, smiling as he continued, I will personally take down Uchiha Itachi's Mangekyou Sharingan eyes and give them to him. I hope that after the transplantation, he will hand over his body to me. But Yakashi Kabuto was still worried and wanted to persuade Orochimaru. No need to say more. Orochimaru waved his hand, comforting Yakashi Kabuto, just wait here for my news. I will rush back to the Akatsuki organization immediately, trying to take Uchiha Itachi's Mangekyou Sharingan eyes. You bring them back to help Akihara Kagura with the transplantation. After speaking, Orochimaru had no intention of continuing the conversation with Yakashi Kabuto, waved his hand and left the cave. Orochimaru had finally thought of a plan to obtain Akihara Kagura's body and immediately planned to call Sasori of the Red Sand back to the Akatsuki base to implement this plan as soon as possible. After Orochimaru left, Yakashi Kabuto wiped the sweat from his forehead. Despite being a spy, deceiving Orochimaru was not easy, and for this he had indeed slandered Akihara Kagura quite a bit. You've thrown quite a bit of mud on Akihara Kagura's body. A hoarse and old voice appeared in Yakashi Kabuto's ear. Who's there? Yakashi Kabuto's face immediately turned ugly as he saw a figure clad in the same cloud-black robe as Orochimaru crawling out. Just call me Sasori. It was Sasori of the Red Sands Haruko. Lord Sasori! Yakashi Kabuto quickly bowed his head. This guy, is he Sasori of the Red Sand? As a spy who had contact with Orochimaru, Yakashi Kabuto knew a bit about Sasori of the Red Sand's identity, only learning from Akihara Kagura before leaving Konoha that Sasori was his man. However, Yakashi Kabuto was still unsure of the relationship between Sasori of the Red Sand and Akihara Kagura. Kagura asked me to protect you. Sasori of the Red Sand looked at Yakashi Kabuto, continuing, as soon as you are exposed by Orochimaru, I will appear immediately to interrupt your conversation. Thank you. Yakashi Kabuto bowed his head in thanks. Is there anything you need me to do? Sasori of the Red Sand looked at Yakashi Kabuto, actively asking, as long as it's about Orochimaru's intelligence in the Akatsuki organization, I can help you convey it. Even helping you deal with Orochimaru is not impossible, it's just that killing that guy might be a bit troublesome. Yakashi Kabuto carefully lowered his head. When I came, Kagura told me I need to appear at Lord Orochimaru's most difficult moment. Then let's wait here for a few days. Sasori of the Red Sand nodded, giving an answer. I'll go find Orochimaru to rendezvous. Orochimaru is definitely going to seek trouble with Uchiha Itachi, but he's certainly no match for Uchiha Itachi. I'll report him to the leader of the Akatsuki for harming a colleague. Pain will surely expel him from the Akatsuki. At that time I will ask Pain to pursue and kill Orochimaru, and soon Orochimaru will be in the most difficult situation. Silence fell upon Yakashi Kabuto. Why does this seem a bit too easy? In fact, things were even easier than Sasori had described to Yakashi Kabuto. Orochimaru, impatient in the town, finally found Sasori and immediately dragged him back to the Akatsuki base, looking for trouble with Uchiha Itachi. It was somewhat coincidental. Fortunately, they came back in time. Uchiha Itachi had not yet had the chance to follow Juzo Biwa on a mission when Orochimaru came looking for him to catch up, seemingly wanting to talk about something in private. Hey, newbie! Juzo Biwa glanced at Uchiha Itachi, then at Orochimaru and warned his partner. Orochimaru is very dangerous, it's best not to go see him. It's okay. Uchiha Itachi shook his head, not heeding his advice, because Uchiha Itachi also wanted to talk with Orochimaru in private. Uchiha Itachi planned to teach Orochimaru a lesson he would never forget, lest Kagura refuse to acknowledge it in the future. On the lakeshore of the Akatsuki base, Orochimaru looked at Uchiha Itachi, who had followed. A smug triumph flashed in his eyes. He didn't even intend to hide it, suddenly turned his head, and from his sleeve, a long snake swiftly wrapped around Uchiha Itachi's body. "Do you know what eternal life is, Itachi?" Orochimaru looked at Uchiha Itachi, whispering with a slight smile. "Unfortunately, I don't know yet, so I need a body that can live longer, a body that can lead me to eternity. Your Mangekyou Sharingan is the key to obtaining that body. After all, this is a matter of your desire." Uchiha Itachi's eyes turned deep red, as if he wasn't concerned about Orochimaru's threat or the long snake binding his body. Orochimaru furrowed his brow. Orochimaru immediately realized he couldn't move his body at all. Nothing had happened. Orochimaru quickly realized the issue. He thought he had directly ambushed and wrapped Uchiha Itachi's body, but it was just Uchiha Itachi's Mangekyou Sharingan Genjutsu. However, this was just the beginning. Uchiha Itachi looked at Orochimaru before him. One of his eyes slowly turned into the Mangekyou Sharingan, whispering, "The brevity of life compared to the vast expanse of time is in itself a great fortune. If you feel your life is too short, then give it a try." The next moment, Orochimaru felt he entered a black and white world. Orochimaru looked up at this black and white world. No, this place was not purely colorless black and white, because there was a blood-red moon in the sky. Orochimaru looked at his body and found himself tied to a cross, then looked around. All around were Orochimarus tied to crosses, which suddenly brought a surge of fear in Orochimaru's heart. What kind of genjutsu is this? This is the power you wanted to obtain. Uchiha Itachi's figure appeared beside Orochimaru, softly explaining, "This is my Tsukuyomi world. In the world of Tsukuyomi, all factors such as time, location, and mass are under my control." After saying this, Uchiha Itachi raised his ninja sword and directly stabbed into Orochimaru's body, splashing blood. "I hope you remember this moment, feel the length of life, and will no longer fantasize about so-called eternity. The sky is red. The world is in black and white. The world under Uchiha Itachi's Tsukuyomi seems devoid of life." Orochimaru, with his head lowered, still has a cold smile hanging from his lips, showing utter disdain for Uchiha Itachi's methods, not fearing in the slightest the pain of a ninja blade piercing his body. "Itachi, is this the extent of your genjutsu?" One of the 3 legendary Sannin of Konoha, how could he possibly fear such an illusory torture? If this young Uchiha Itachi thinks this would make him afraid, then he is greatly underestimating his senior, isn't he? Truly worthy of being Orochimaru. Uchiha Itachi, unfazed, pulls out the ninja blade and stabs Orochimaru again, blood splattering anew, yet his voice remains calm. "There's something you forgot. Everything in the world of Tsukuyomi, including time, is under my control. This is just the beginning. We are to experience 72 hours here, and in the time to come I will continue to stab your body with this blade. The pain of being pierced by the ninja blade is just as real as in reality." 72 hours! Orochimaru's pupils suddenly dilated. If it were just a stab or two, Orochimaru wouldn't care much, but 72 hours? How many times does Uchiha Itachi intend to stab him? "As I said, the time of Tsukuyomi is under my control." Uchiha Itachi, indifferent to his thoughts, pulls out the ninja blade again and slowly plunges it into his chest. Not even a second has passed in the world of Tsukuyomi. Orochimaru can feel the length of life here. As Uchiha Itachi moves, one after another, illusions of Uchiha Itachi approach, raising their ninja blades, all stabbing into Orochimaru, blood flowing from the wounds. Yet, these illusions of Uchiha Itachi, like emotionless machines, coldly stab Orochimaru one after another. "Ah!" Orochimaru finally cries out in pain. This Tsukuyomi illusion is like a nightmarish interrogation for Orochimaru. Orochimaru has no idea when it will end, unable to count the time of his torture, with only the caster, Uchiha Itachi, knowing the exact flow of time. Until Orochimaru doesn't know how many times he has been stabbed, only feeling the pain of being pierced by the ninja blade, he hears Uchiha Itachi's voice. 1 second has passed. Uchiha Itachi, calm and indifferent, utters words that chill Orochimaru's heart. 71 hours, 59 minutes, and 59 seconds to go. Only 1 second has passed. Orochimaru feels the pain he just experienced, the injuries he suffered in that single second, surpassing all the injuries he has endured in his life by far. Yet, has only 1 second passed. For the first time through such torture, Orochimaru feels the length of life, yet he can only stand helplessly crucified, watching as countless ninja blades stab into his body one after another. "Ah!" Orochimaru's pained moan echoes in this black and white world. In the real world, when Uchiha Itachi finally releases Orochimaru from the Tsukuyomi illusion, Orochimaru's body involuntarily falls to the ground, gasping for breath, his forehead covered in cold sweat, his arms still trembling. Such a level of genjutsu! Orochimaru's voice was trembling, the pain in his brain still present, rendering him unable to recover from the agony. How is this possible? Nothing is impossible. Uchiha Itachi looked down at Orochimaru, who was lying on the ground with two kunai flashing in his hand, seemingly intending to do something more to Orochimaru. You brat! Orochimaru stared at Uchiha Itachi and let out a low laugh. You actually want to kill me here? Of course not. Uchiha Itachi watched Orochimaru and slowly shook his head. But at least I'll give you a profound lesson so you won't harbor any more covetous thoughts. Fortunately, their confrontation was interrupted by someone else. The arrival of Sasori of the Red Sand with his Haruko puppet said coldly, bullying your senior just after joining the Akatsuki organization. Uchiha Itachi's hand flicked, and he instantly retracted his kunai. Upon seeing Sasori's arrival, Orochimaru's eyes flickered with disdain. Sasori's arrival indeed saved him, but it also made him feel humiliated. Sasori was definitely going to mock him, right? Can you still stand, or can't you? Sasori's Haruko puppet crawled to Orochimaru's side, noticing that Orochimaru couldn't stand up, and even extended its tail to wrap around Orochimaru's body, dragging him away from there. It seems I have to thank you. Orochimaru was being dragged by Haruko, looking somewhat embarrassed. No need to thank me. Sasori dragged Orochimaru to a mountainous staircase in front of the Akatsuki organization's base, then suddenly stopped, apparently wanting to do something else. Orochimaru was still wondering why he stopped, but then turned his head to see the staircase, his expression suddenly changing. Wait, what are you trying to do? Sasori suddenly took off the ring from Orochimaru's hand, loosened Haruko's tail, and threw Orochimaru directly onto the mountainous steps, letting Orochimaru roll down the steps. What are you trying to do? Orochimaru gritted his teeth as he tumbled down. I'm actually saving you. Sasori's Haruko puppet responded in a hoarse voice, continuing coldly. This is to save some face for you, considering we once carried out missions together. I'm now going to see Pain to report that you wanted to kill a newcomer to the organization, betraying Akatsuki. I've wanted to kick you out of Akatsuki for a long time. Run! Today is your chance to escape. From tomorrow on, I will hunt you down. Enjoy the remainder of your time, for your eternal life can never compare to my eternal art. Bastard! Orochimaru could only curse resentfully. Still suffering from the aftereffects of the Tsukuyomi illusion, Orochimaru had no strength to resist and rolled down the cliff, not even having a chance to grab a lifeline. That bastard Sasori. To think he would take advantage of this moment to attack him. Orochimaru was well aware that in his current state, there was absolutely no possibility of escaping the pursuit of Sasori of the Red Sand. He had to find a way to save himself. Orochimaru tumbled down the mountain and hastily released a small white snake clone from beside his feet, sending it to quickly bring Yakushi Kabuto to save him. Sasori of the Red Sand glanced at Orochimaru rolling down the steps and slowly turned around to head towards the base. He still had to report Orochimaru's defection to Pain. Uchiha Itachi also witnessed this scene. This newcomer, who had just joined the Akatsuki organization, understood the relationship between the members of the organization and felt the competitive corporate culture within the Akatsuki. Newcomer! Sasori looked at Itachi and calmly taught him a lesson. If you lose to another newcomer in the future, Orochimaru's fate today will be yours. Itachi lowered his head. Inside the cave of the Akatsuki base, Pain, without hesitation, agreed to Sasori's request and retracted Orochimaru's ring. In Pain's view, Sasori, who had truly faced hardships, was one of their own. Orochimaru at best was just a pawn that could be discarded at any time. Since Orochimaru wants to betray the Akatsuki, then it's up to you to take care of him, to prevent him from leaking information about the Akatsuki. Okay, Sasori nodded. Pain even proactively asked Sasori for his opinion. During this period, Conan will look for a more suitable partner for you, Sasori. What do you think? The stronger, the better. Sasori did not make any troublesome demands. In the land of rain, inside a hidden cave, Yakushi Kabuto was obediently waiting for Orochimaru, but instead of Orochimaru's arrival, he received a message from the small white snake sent by Orochimaru, asking him to come for a rescue. When Kabuto reached the foot of the Akatsuki base following the small white snake, he saw Orochimaru covered in blood, and even his clothes were torn and tattered. Orochimaru had bruises all over his body from rolling down the mountain steps and could only lie motionless in a patch of grass. Orochimaru was in too much of a sorry state. Where could one see any semblance of the legendary Sannin of Konoha? Because Orochimaru's brain was still suffering from the aftereffects of the Tsukuyomi Genjutsu, he couldn't even perform the Orochimaru-style body replacement technique, and even moving his fingers was difficult. Kabuto was puzzled. What exactly happened? How did Orochimaru end up like this after such a short time? When they parted, he had made him promise not to move and said he would quickly retrieve Uchiha Itachi's Mangekyou Sharingan, but when they met again, why did he look like a beggar thrown out? Lord Orochimaru! Kabuto's eyes slightly narrowed, but ultimately he didn't take any action. Instead, he quickly crouched beside Orochimaru, his face filled with worry as he used medical ninjutsu to heal his wounds. Kabuto! Orochimaru finally saw his savior. At this moment, Orochimaru even felt somewhat fortunate that the person by his side was Yakashi Kabuto. Because Yakashi Kabuto is a medical ninja, he can help heal injuries. Due to Yakashi Kabuto's strength not being very strong, he is still within his control. First, take me away from here. Orochimaru, looking at Yakashi Kabuto's worried face, commanded in a deep voice, "Find a place to hide first, Sasori. That bastard will come chasing after us tomorrow." Yes, Yakashi Kabuto immediately carried Orochimaru on his back and asked softly, "What exactly happened? Did Sasori and Lord Orochimaru have a conflict?" Orochimaru slowly closed his eyes. He really didn't want to talk more about it. How could he say that he was instantly killed by a genjutsu from Uchiha Itachi, and then tortured in a genjutsu world for 3 days and nights? Let's go first. Orochimaru didn't want to mention this painful memory, just instructing, "Now I can't concentrate to use ninjutsu. I'm no match for Sasori." As for Kihara Kagura, Orochimaru could only set that aside for now. The most pressing matter now is to evade Sasori's pursuit. He doesn't think Sasori is the type to show mercy, probably treating him like a toy that can be played with at any time. Yakashi Kabuto took Orochimaru to a hidden cave. Orochimaru still lay on the ground unable to move. The aftereffects of Tsukiyomi were too severe, even causing greater damage to his soul that had been through reincarnation. "Lord Orochimaru, it's time to take your medicine." Yakashi Kabuto took good care of Orochimaru. In fact, through his own diagnosis, Kabuto understood that Orochimaru was affected by Uchiha Itachi's Tsukiyomi because he had seen the case with Uchiha Sasuke when he was in Konoha. Of course, Kabuto didn't deliberately mention it. Kabuto knew very well when Orochimaru could recover and what treatment to use for recovery. "Lord Orochimaru, your injury will need at least 1 more month." "I understand." Orochimaru took out a scroll and threw it to Kabuto. "Now I'm teaching you a little trick. It contains a precious item." "What?" Kabuto opened the scroll, which was written with 3 words. "Third Kazekage." Orochimaru was not in the mood for riddles, softly talking about his achievement. "I have completed a jutsu formula, Edo Tensei, a jutsu that can resurrect the dead." "Resurrect the dead?" Kabuto's palm tightened. At this moment, Kabuto immediately understood why Akihara Kagura had him infiltrate Orochimaru's side. Just this jutsu alone held considerable value. "I got a little material from that bastard Sasori, successfully summoned the 3rd Kazekage. Just release what's inside the scroll when that bastard Sasori comes after us. Try using the 3rd Kazekage to stop Sasori's pursuit. The only trouble is my spirit can't control the will of the 3rd Kazekage." Orochimaru droned on about the flaws of this jutsu. He originally had difficulty controlling the will of the 3rd Kazekage, and after being hit by Tsukiyomi, it became even harder. "However, this is only temporary." Orochimaru, looking at Kabuto, continued in a deep voice, "As long as my injuries heal and I perfect this jutsu a bit more, in the future I could obtain even more powerful individuals." Even when Orochimaru said this, his mouth could even smile. "Reviving the legendary god of ninjas, the 1st Hokage Senju Hashirama for my use, and the resurrected Edo Tensei can use endless chakra. That time, your concern, Kagura, will not be my match. Too bad. Since conspiracy is not an option, then I will have to use other means." This is Orochimaru's trump card. Once the Edo Tensei is perfected in the future, it will become Orochimaru's trump card to once again be able to suppress Akihara Kagura and obtain Akihara Kagura's body. After praising his own forbidden jutsu, Orochimaru began to paint a grand picture for the only subordinate who could help him. "Follow me closely, Kabuto. Just perfect this jutsu, and I will be able to easily eliminate the troubles Kagura brings you." "That would be best." Kabuto slowly lowered his head. "Finally, there's hope. Is this the jutsu that Kagura needs?" Late at night, when Orochimaru was sleeping, Yakashi Kabuto went to the river to fetch water and encountered Sasori of the Red Sand, who had come to pursue Orochimaru. He voluntarily disclosed his own information. "Mr. Sasori, now I am Lord Orochimaru's physician. Under my treatment, I can only ensure that Lord Orochimaru's mental injuries would be forced to heal within a maximum of 3 months." Sasori of the Red Sand felt odd. Yakashi Kabuto's professional standards as a medical ninja are worrying. "If it weren't for your treatment, Orochimaru might recover faster. What do you need me to do?" Sasori looked at Kabuto, who took the initiative to speak. "Should I go easier or harder when I strike to kill Orochimaru?" It would be best to leave Lord Orochimaru with nothing to rely on. Yakashi Kabuto looked at Sasori and took the initiative to remind him. By the way, Lord Orochimaru has a corpse puppet in his possession that seems capable of combating Mr. Sasori. That kind of thing poses no threat to me. Sasori confidently shook his head. He didn't even need to use the power of the Asura Path, which is not something the current Orochimaru could handle. I was Orochimaru's teammate, and I roughly know what that thing is. You don't need to worry. Then, Mr. Sasori, can you eliminate that corpse puppet? Yakashi Kabuto looked at Sasori, voicing his own opinion. Force Lord Orochimaru into a desperate situation where he cannot use ninjutsu, forcing Lord Orochimaru to teach me that forbidden jutsu in order to escape your pursuit. It can be done. Sasori nodded and handed Kabuto a small bottle. My puppets are all highly poisonous. This is the antidote I've prepared. Keep it to save your life, and you might as well learn to concoct the antidote, in case I accidentally harm you while pursuing you. Dawn, the morning dew awakens. The relentless pursuit of the Sasori of the Red Sand arrives as expected. Magnet release, iron sand triangular prism. The Sasori of the Red Sand manipulates the puppet of the third Kazekage, using magnet release to transform iron sand into gigantic triangular prisms, almost causing the entire cave to collapse. Kabuto! Orochimaru swiftly orders Yakashi Kabuto to open the sealing scroll. As Yakashi Kabuto raises his finger, a coffin emerges from the sealing scroll. The moment the coffin opens, the reanimated third Kazekage breaks free from Orochimaru's control and launches an attack on Yakashi Kabuto and Orochimaru. Yakashi Kabuto immediately realizes there's a problem. Ignoring everything else, Kabuto drags Orochimaru away from the attack of the reanimated third Kazekage, and carrying Orochimaru on his back, they escape in disarray. Fortunately, the reanimated third Kazekage does not pursue them, because this uncontrollable reanimated third Kazekage, upon seeing the Sasori of the Red Sand who turned his body into a puppet, decides to take this opportunity to clean house. To turn my body into such a ghastly appearance. The third Kazekage watches the Sasori of the Red Sand, gathering iron sand around him. Although I do not wish to return to the world of the living in such a ghastly form, this is a rare opportunity. It seems I can still eliminate a dangerous rogue ninja for the village. Perhaps. The voice of the Sasori of the Red Sand remains hoarse and calm, merely glancing at the departing Yakashi Kabuto and Orochimaru as he raises his hand wielding the scarlet flow gourd. Our strategy is effective. Orochimaru, carried on Kabuto's back, smiles as if everything is under control. As long as I do not dispel the Edo Tensei without trying to control the third Kazekage, he will definitely take the opportunity of returning to the living world to try to eliminate Sasori, that bastard. Orochimaru never believed that the reanimated third Kazekage would obey commands, merely releasing the third Kazekage to use his hatred for Sasori as an opportunity to escape from the pursuit of the Sasori of the Red Sand. Yes, Kabuto can only quietly agree. Could Orochimaru be a bit more reliable? Yesterday, Orochimaru claimed he was going to take Uchiha Itachi's Mangekyo Sharingan, only to be caught in Itachi's Tsukiyomi Genjutsu, unable to move, and was then thrown off a cliff by the Sasori of the Red Sand, which led to being expelled from the Akatsuki organization. Last night, he claimed that his Edo Tensei could stop the Sasori of the Red Sand from pursuing them, but the reanimated Kazekage almost casually killed them. If it weren't for Kabuto being there, Orochimaru doesn't know how many times he would have died. Just as Kabuto worries that the battle between the Sasori of the Red Sand and the reanimated third Kazekage might take too much time, the Sasori of the Red Sand has already dealt with his former superior. Magnet release, Iron Sand World Method. The Sasori of the Red Sand uses the Iron Sand World Method for cover, stealthily throwing several yin-yang release black rods, pinning the reanimated third Kazekage to the ground, immobilizing him. As the Asura Path, the Sasori of the Red Sand had long received the yin-yang release granted to him by Akihara Kagura, the yin-yang release black rods precisely capable of blocking the flow of chakra. Even reanimated beings are no exception. This is... The third Kazekage watched in disbelief as the black rod was embedded in his body. Just a small trick. The Sasori of the Red Sand looked at the third Kazekage, advising his former superior, it's time to return to the underworld to avoid being manipulated by others again. You! The third Kazekage wanted to curse a few words, but ultimately he had no choice but to dispel the Edo Tensei himself, allowing his soul to return to the pure land of the underworld. After the Keisage's soul disappeared, the body from the Edo Tensei crumbled into a pile of scraps, revealing the form of an offering inside, a ninja of unknown name, long dead. HMPH! The Sasori of the Red Sand picked up the black rod from the ground and once again followed after Kabuto and Orochimaru, trailing behind them. Everything was as Kabuto had rehearsed. Due to Kabuto's treatment, Orochimaru's injuries were slow to heal, yet he could feel his condition improving. However, this did not resolve the threat posed by the Sasori of the Red Sand. It will heal in some time. Kabuto treated Orochimaru's wounds with great care, even finding the reason for Orochimaru's severe injury. Perhaps it's because Lord Orochimaru has been reincarnated before and his soul is a bit weak, which makes the healing of his injuries a bit slower. Thank you, Kabuto. Orochimaru looked at Kabuto with a grim face. He was not angry about his injuries not healing, but because he could not escape the Sasori of the Red Sand's pursuit. Kabuto, try to catch a sacrifice. Orochimaru took out a scroll again. I have some collections here. I will teach you the Edo Tensei technique. Learn it quickly to revive a new strong being. Yes, Kabuto quickly nodded. However, Orochimaru never expected that Kabuto's aptitude for learning the Edo Tensei technique was rather poor. He needed step-by-step guidance, even not understanding the principle of how the Edo Tensei communicates with the underworld to summon the souls of the deceased. Kabuto's aptitude for learning this forbidden technique was poor, but it increased Orochimaru's trust in him. Of course, Kabuto still had his strengths. Kabuto's medical ninjutsu was superb, and his medical skills were highly advanced. No matter how dangerous the situation, Kabuto remained loyal to Orochimaru, never thinking of abandoning him. Even to save Orochimaru, he was hit by a poison needle from the Sasori of the Red Sand, nearly dying from the poison. Fortunately, Orochimaru was very knowledgeable about poisons. Kabuto was smart enough in detoxifying, and under Orochimaru's guidance, he successfully formulated a detoxifying medicine. If you died, I couldn't escape Sasori's pursuit. Orochimaru lay behind a rock watching Kabuto take the antidote, and then he finally relaxed. Next time, don't rush to save me. I won't die from the Sasori's poison. Kabuto shook his head, not caring about his own life and death. If something happened to Lord Orochimaru, both the Dean and me would sooner or later be forced to death by Kaguya. Don't worry, we won't die. Orochimaru looked at Kabuto, smiling sinisterly, making his promise. As long as we can escape this calamity, I will find a way to further perfect the Edo Tensei technique and not let Kaguya, that kid, run wild any longer. Yes, Kabuto bowed his head. Orochimaru took out a scroll, continuing his teaching. Let's continue learning the Edo Tensei technique. In this period, you must master the Edo Tensei technique as soon as possible. 3 months passed. Orochimaru's injuries were almost healed. It seemed that Kabuto still hadn't learned the Edo Tensei technique. One day at noon, when the sun was scorching hot, Kabuto sneaked out to fetch water and took the opportunity to meet with Sasori of the Red Sand. Orochimaru's injuries are healing quickly. What should we do? Upon hearing Kabuto's words, Sasori immediately frowned. I'm not good at genjutsu. Even if I manage to injure Orochimaru, his Orochi-style substitution technique can immediately heal the injuries. There's no need anymore. Kabuto shook his head and continued. I have already learned the Edo Tensei that Orochimaru taught me. Based on my understanding of Kaguya, I should also be able to teach him this forbidden jutsu. During this time, Kabuto had already mastered this forbidden jutsu. Kabuto's purpose was only to help Kaguya acquire Orochimaru's Edo Tensei, so he tried his best to learn all the details of the technique. To avoid future problems due to his own misinterpretation, which could prevent Kaguya from learning this technique. However, Kabuto already understood the details of the Edo Tensei clearly enough, and combined with Kaguya's exceptional talent, he should be able to learn it. The goal has been achieved. Kabuto looked at Sasori and continued, Now let Orochimaru go. I will accompany him to continue refining this technique. Mr. Sasori, you have worked hard during this time. It's all right, just a small matter. Sasori shook his head and continued, Then I'll fight him again tomorrow, slowly following behind him and making a show of pursuing him. Will that cause you to fail your mission with the Akatsuki? Kabuto was very understanding. He didn't know the relationship between Sasori and Kaguya, but Sasori seemed to respect him greatly, possibly out of consideration for Kaguya. Of course, Kabuto would also show corresponding respect, not wishing his own discourtesy to lessen Sasori's favorable impression of Kaguya. Don't worry. Sasori never worried about the Akatsuki. The leader of the Akatsuki trusts me a lot. He also understands Orochimaru's deceit and cunning and won't blame me for it, but will direct his hatred towards Orochimaru. Kabuto nodded strangely. Actually, this is a good thing. Sasori's voice, though tired, came from beneath his red sand. "Having to act alongside you while worrying about accidentally killing you and Orochimaru. Now that Orochimaru's injuries have healed, I can make a move without having to hold back anymore." Kabuto's eyes twitched. Such blunt honesty can be quite hurtful. 2 days later, when Orochimaru's injuries had healed, he gave up on continuing to teach Kabuto the Edo Tensei. "Kabuto, it seems you're not quite suited for learning this forbidden jutsu. You'll have to learn it on your own in the future. I have taught you everything I can." "I'm sorry, Lord Orochimaru." Kabuto, adjusting his glasses, looked somewhat regretful and ashamed. "It's because my talents are not keen enough, but I will do my best to learn." "It's okay." Orochimaru didn't mind, chuckling lightly. "Don't be discouraged, Kabuto. Everyone has their own talents. Yours are not in this area, but in medicine and scientific techniques. Besides, this technique still needs our continuous improvement." "Yes." Kabuto lowered his head as if resigned. "However, now is the time to deal with that bastard Sasori." Orochimaru recalled the disgrace he felt when his ring was snatched away by Sasori of the Red Sand, and he was thrown down the mountain cliff's stone steps. A fierce look suddenly flashed across his face. "The humiliation that bastard inflicted on me, I'll return it to him all at once this time." "Yes." A flicker of worry passed through Kabuto's eyes. This concern was not for Sasori's safety, but rather fear that Orochimaru might encounter some problem again, as the promises made by Orochimaru seemed never to have been fulfilled. Sure enough, a great battle ensued between Orochimaru and Sasori. As one of the legendary Sannin, Orochimaru's combat power was indeed formidable. He fought Sasori to a standstill, even slightly overpowering him. "It's just because I was injured." Orochimaru raised his finger lightly, chuckling lowly as he looked at Sasori, numerous snakes entwining around the puppets controlled by Sasori. "If we were to fight for real, you're still far from my level. Show your true form, Sasori. I know this Haruko puppet is just your disguise." "It's not time yet." Sasori's Haruko shook its head, slowly opening its mouth. A bizarre launch tube appeared in the mouth of Haruko, and rockets shot out from the tube, almost instantly clearing the snakes from the ground. This was Sasori's new technique. Sasori had secretly been researching his abilities as a Asura puppet, and with just a little bit of new technology he developed, he managed to force Orochimaru to flee in disarray again. Kabuto watched this scene and fell into silence for a long time. Orochimaru, dragging Kabuto along, quickly fled. This time, Sasori seemed to have sensed Orochimaru's recovery of strength and did not pursue further. "This guy's puppetry skills have improved again." After successfully escaping with Kabuto, Orochimaru couldn't help but feel a bit gloomy. No wonder this bastard was so arrogant back at the Akatsuki's base. Kabuto hesitated, then nodded. Orochimaru looked at Kabuto and ordered, "Kabuto, you go back to Konoha first, continue to stay by Kagura's side, and keep spying on Kagura and Konoha's information for me. Report back to me immediately if anything happens." "Okay." Kabuto nodded swiftly, giving a reason. "I've been away from Konoha for so long, I'm also worried about the condition of the dean." Kabuto worried that what Kagura wanted wasn't the Edo Tensei technique, and began to worry about Orochimaru's whereabouts again. "Lord Orochimaru, it seems unlikely that the Akatsuki organization will give up on trying to kill you, right? I'll go to the land of rice fields." Orochimaru's mouth twitched into a smile, saying, "The people from the Akatsuki can't kill me. I'll find an opportunity to talk with the Akatsuki. I guess they also wouldn't want the ninja world to know about Akatsuki's information, right?" Orochimaru looked at Kabuto. After this chase and battle with Sasori, Orochimaru's fondness for Kabuto greatly increased, reassuring him with a sinister smile. "Kabuto, don't worry, when I perfect the Edo Tensei technique, I'll go back to Konoha and solve the threat that Kagura poses to you guys." "Right." Orochimaru brought up an old ally, chuckling. "If you have a chance, help me contact Danzo. That guy may have lost his power, but based on what I know about Danzo, he definitely won't just give up like that. He won't be content with losing power. He surely has some other plan." Kabuto nodded calmly, his expression unwavering. Could it be that Danzo really had some other plan up his sleeve?